Top of the morning to you. Good to have you here, and uh, nice to have you all with us today. Hello, traders, family, friends, and everyone else. So glad you can make it here today. Lots going on here at Topstep, I'm telling you right now. And of course, this is the biggest and best place to be for your trading knowledge and education. And of course, tradertainment. This is opening call. He's the Big Mac. I'm the large fries. And we've got an informative and educational show for you today. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your best, biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, work hard, be kind, and amazing things will happen. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with you. Wednesday, July the 24th. As always, our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Eddie, it's funny you said that I'm the Big Mac. You know, honestly, I have never eaten a Big Mac.
I don't believe that.
I may be one of the only people in the world that has never eaten a Big Mac.
Now, is there a reason behind that?
No, I don't eat a lot of McDonald's. If I do, it's probably going to be a quarter pounder with cheese. But for some reason, I have just never had a Big Mac.
You don't like that secret sauce that they put on? Actually, that's what I love the most about it. Just a burger with some secret sauce. But maybe one day. If not, on your tombstone, they're going to put "never had a Big Mac," and people are going to wonder why you're dead. So
yeah, I know it's hard to believe.
Hard to believe. All right, well, let's kick it in here. Light the way, get the party started. News: U.S. stock futures today fell, weighed by the disappointing reception of those second quarter results from our tech giants, Alphabet and Tesla. Earnings from Tesla, Alphabet, as well as European luxury brands were disappointing, while the yen, domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, surged to a 7-week high. Congratulations. Good job there in the yen on the central bank meeting next week. U.S. dollar pretty much steady, with traders watching out for an inflation reading on Friday and a Federal Reserve meeting next week. We did see that the Dow contract was about 0.5% lower. We saw the S&P 0.7% lower, and the NASDAQ fell just only 1% for that time. There are more corporate results due tomorrow. John will talk about some of those. Start of the week, about 20% of the S&P companies had reported their second quarter earnings, 80% of them topping expectations. So earnings fell. We're seeing that here. Full stride earnings season, also full stride in Europe, with the banking sector to the fore. So Deutsche Bank slumped 8% after German lenders reported the first quarterly loss in 4 years, as it made provisions for an ongoing lawsuit with the post-bank division. So lots going on here with earnings and so forth and banks. But Johnny, what do you got here for us today?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers, the mortgage rates and applications came out this morning very early at 6 o'clock. Mortgage rates fell from 6.87% to 6.82%. Also, applications fell by about 2.2%. So we're still holding those rates under 7% overall, but not necessarily attracting new applications. At 7:30 this morning, the wholesale inventory preliminary came out where they were looking for 0.5% higher. It came out 0.2% higher. Probably not wildly impactful, but at 8:45, we do have the Bank of Canada rate statement and rate change. They're looking to move the rate from 4.75% to 4.5%. And also at 8:45, we've got the U.S. S&P PMI composite preliminary due out. 9 o'clock, we have new home sales. 9:30, the EIA petroleum status report is due out after the close yesterday. The API announced a 3.9 million barrel draw. So we'll see how that comes out for our crude traders with the EIA coming out today. At noon, we have a 5-year note auction. And after the close, 3 and 305, respectively, Logan and Bowman, a couple of talking Feds, due to speak right after the close. As far as earnings are concerned this morning, Thermo Fisher Scientific is probably the largest cap announcement for the day, beating on both earnings per share and revenue. Mixed results for Next Era Energy, AT&T, came out flat as far as earnings per share, but missing on revenues, and Boston Scientific beating in both categories. After the close today, we have IBM, ServiceNow, Waste Management, everybody's favorite, or seems to be everybody's favorite, Chipotle, just throwing that in there, and Ford Motors also throughout after the close. And as Eddie mentioned, Alphabet, Tesla, and AT&T, the big three from the results from earnings yesterday, all of them really hitting the skids here in the pre-open. We can see that in our equities. We've got the VIX up about 4.5%. It's 15.39, where it was 14.94 at this time yesterday. The dollar index largely just flat at 104.3, and the yield on the 10-year right where it was yesterday at this time at approximately 4.24%. Now that's the last time I looked, which was just a few minutes ago. And one last thing I want to comment on is, there's a lot of uncertainty going on in U.S. politics and around the world. Lots of kind of speculation on what President Biden is going to be talking about when he addresses from the Oval Office later tonight. So lots of uncertainties in the market. It's going to be an interesting and challenging trading day. And Eddie, what do you got as far as that crude is concerned?
Crude boosted by falling U.S. stockpiles. Looking at it right now, around 77.70 level. Lows here 77.42, topping out at 78.03. So just cracking the 78s slightly, but pulling back here. We did see that on the rise, snapping a 3-day straight session of decline as falling U.S. crude inventories boosted demand and hopes from the world's largest consumer. We did see that WTI climbed 0.6%, Brent rose 0.5%, and the data from the API showed that the U.S. oil inventories shrank 3.9 million barrels last week compared with the expectation for a build of only 0.7 million. So API, if confirmed by official inventory due later in the session, showed inventory shrinking for a fourth straight consecutive week as oil demand picked up, and they call it this travel-heavy summer session. Both contracts lost between 5 and 7% over the previous 3 sessions, tumbling to their weakest levels since early June. Now, we got time for tip of the week. Yes, we do. And let's get that up here for our traders. Tip of the week. Now, remember this journal, anyone's journal, any journal that you have, whether it be a piece of paper, scratch on a wall, or the Topstep X1 that we do offer you, it's an essential tool for anyone seriously wanting to improve their trading performance. So I'm going to go with emotional management. We talked about this yesterday. That should be included on your journal, not only your entries, exits, market conditions, what happened, and so forth, but track your emotions. Recording your emotions before, during, and after trades. It's going to help you understand how emotions influence your trading decisions. Also, discipline. Awareness of emotional triggers enables you to develop strategies to manage emotions with discipline. All right. So practice. Write it down as soon as you get up in the morning. That's the first thing you need to start looking at is your mindset. Okay. How am I feeling? So put that down. But Johnny, what do you got here?
Well, I like you to focus on emotions that you've put on this, Eddie, because emotions are a big part of trading. Emotions are going to affect your decision-making process. And we actually have an emotional trading journal that you can print out and take a look at. I'm going to put that link into the chat right there. It is on the TopstepTV link, same place that you'll find the daily levels and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. But
Oh yeah.
keeping track of emotions before, during, and after trades, and at entry and exit can really help you understand how to take advantage of those emotions, how to understand when you are compromised by those emotions, and keep you out of trouble. That's the first thing that did for me, was to learn to basically stay out of trouble. If I'm tilted, if I'm off center, if I'm angry, even if I'm euphoric, sometimes that is going to change my decision making process. And you have to learn how to work your way through those emotions. There is good information and value in those emotions. You just have to learn how to take advantage of them. And that emotional journal can help you do so. Love that journal.
There you go. There you go. Good stuff here. Good stuff. That by all means. All right. Let's get busy here. We've got some time here. Johnny, let's hit the charts, see what we've got. Any opportunity coming up? I'm sure there will be some. And well, what do you got for our contestants today, Johnny?
All right. So, well, as always, starting on the daily in the S&Ps, and I don't think we've broken any major longer time frame structure here just yet. The volume was pretty low yesterday. We did lose 13,000 in open interest on an attempt to continue the push to the upside. We ran into sellers. We were unable to maintain that rally that we put in early in the day. And, you know, a lot of that has to do with a lot of those uncertainties that are out in the globe right now and here in our U.S. Politics as well. And markets don't like uncertainty. And there certainly is a lot of it to go around these days. I think the markets are actually holding up relatively well with all the uncertainties. So it couldn't hold a rally. And in the S&Ps, we've started to kind of create a potential area of balance. But we are at risk of breaking that area of balance with the balance low. I'm looking at 55.42, last week's low. We're going to see if we can hold that. We've got a two-stage breakout to the downside. If we fail to hold that 55.42 week last week's low, the next area I'm looking for the market to kind of target would be down to 55.10 or 5500. If you remember a couple of weeks ago, well, the last time we were down here, we were looking at that 55.10 as really finding a lot of buyers down there. And we're going to see, maybe if price gets down there, if those buyers are going to protect that level, or if there's more opportunity for buyers to come in at that level. So watch that overnight low. I mean, last week's low and our overnight low, we're pretty close to it right now. Our current overnight low, 55.43.75. So just short of last week's low. Take a look at the 30-minute. We've got a gap, a 1 hour gap from the close last night. We've got overnight inventory that is pretty short to the short side here. A lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders are short, and they're looking for more selling to come in as the U.S. market opens up. Again, we're looking at 55.42, last week's low. There's somewhat of a pivotal level just below that. There is a visual target, 55.35.75, and then nothing until we get down to this 55.10 to 5500 area here. We are opening with a gap, an overnight gap, a session gap, a settlement gap. It's gaps a go-go today, ladies and gentlemen, in the
Really?
S&Ps. One example I wanted to kind of present from yesterday's session is when the market opened yesterday, it opened in range and value. Whenever the market opens in range and value, you're probably going to hear me say better trade locations are probably going to come later on. And nothing could have been truer than yesterday. The market opened, looked lower, put in the high about 10 o'clock, 10:30. And that turned out to be the best trade location of the day. So when we open in range, be patient, look for the market to establish some extremes and work those extremes. Today is a different story, ladies and gentlemen. We are opening with a gap. Gap rules say if we cannot close the gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap. One thing about the profile yesterday, we did put in a late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike is, in essence, well, relatively close to the settlement price. The base is 56.03. The rules about late spikes, there's that late spike at the end of the day. We closed in it. When we open in or below a late spike to the downside, it is a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. Well, we're already seeing lower pricing. And the question is, are we going to continue to see price action pushing to the downside? And again, I'm looking for this last week's low as somewhat of a pivotal level for that. So opening below the base of the late spike with a gap, no ability to close the gap or test to the base of the late spike. We're looking for opportunities for shorts as long as structure holds up. We can see that the VWAP has been basically showing resistance all the way down. We're putting in lower highs, we're putting in lower lows. The market is looking very weak at this time. Just be careful, because all of that overnight inventory, if they don't get what they're looking for, and that's sellers right off the open, you may see them capitulate, get out of some of those shorts, bring price to actually a better level for a potential opportunity for a short. NASDAQ is a little bit, and has been, the weaker of the three amigos. Here's the daily in the NASDAQ. So we are looking at the last week's low already here. Now, this is the daily chart. Okay. Overall, the structure still remains good to the upside. I don't think we've really broken any true upside structure or trend here just yet, but we may be getting close to a level that might pause that. Low volume again yesterday. Open interest decreased by 4,900. A lot of folks seem to just be kind of lightening up on some of their positions due to a lot of this uncertainty to protect themselves from potential volatility. And there is a pretty good probability that we're going to be seeing some volatile markets in coming days and in the coming weeks. So hopes for the rally yesterday, again, were squashed by sellers. If we're going to be looking at this as an area of balance, if we're using last week's low as the low of that balance, we've already broken through that. We're going to open through that. We're opening with a gap. We're opening below last week's low, and that target for me would then be the weekly kickoff low, which is 19,500. Last week's low, to be exact, is 19,654. We do have the 50 session moving average that seems to be in play today. It's a pretty confluent with last week's low here. So we're kind of looking at that as a kind of a go, no go level. So taking a look at the 30-minute chart, remember, we're looking at a gap. Not only that, an overnight gap, a session gap, and a settlement gap. We are entering into a previous gap that I believe goes back to the 11th and 12th of June. That goes back for a little while. So if we start to kind of show that we're going to close this gap, that's going to take us down to weekly kickoff low, which is 19,500. We are opening with a gap to the downside. Overnight inventory is exceedingly short. If they don't find what they're looking for relatively early in the session today, we may see a pushback in the opposite direction that could give us better trade locations for shorts, if that is the case. As we always know, and as we always say, traders, anything can happen. ACH. Remember that acronym, ACH. Anything can happen. We're just looking for opportunities to limit risk and find good opportunities for profits. So we're getting into that unfilled gap down below, which is a weakness in structure. Weekly kickoff low, 19,500. And there's still plenty of weaknesses in structure down below, and they're going to be important if the market heads in that direction. We'll be paying attention to that for sure. Again, another example of why we try and be patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. The NASDAQ opened in range and in value. Wasn't until 10:30 until we put in that upper extreme, which ended up being the best trade location of the day. Overnight inventory short. The profile was a normal variation, neutral trading day yesterday. Neutral, normal variation days use a lot of the ability for the market to facilitate trade. Sometimes that's going to cause the market to seek new levels, and it certainly has been seeking new levels as we speak. So we're kind of, looking for new levels to facilitate trade. The volume was very low yesterday. We've been losing open interest. Lots going on in these markets. It is going to be at the very least, an interesting and hopefully a very profitable trading day for all of us. So crude oil yesterday reached the weekly kickoff low. It finished the head and shoulders target, which was around $77. So 76.50 was a weakness in structure. That's why I put that weekly kickoff level down there. We took a big trade there yesterday. It turned out to be a pretty decent trade. Is crude oil getting too cheap? I said that yesterday. I said it's looking like crude oil is getting too cheap. Let's finish that 77 measured move from the head and shoulders session and take a look and see what we can see down here at 76.50. Nice trades off of that if you were going to take it. I remember Dakota saying, I love that trade. As a matter of fact, if I could, I would hold that trade for a few days. So I think Dakota's in agreement that crude oil got a little bit too cheap down there. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Yeah. All right. So overnight inventory is long. We did not open with a gap. However, there is a relatively unfinished high from the profile yesterday. Overnight inventory, a little bit long. You see the market coming off those highs. Some of those longs getting a little bit nervous because they're not seeing the market continue the push to the upside, possibly giving us better trade location for a potential long. We did open outside of value. I've got a value high from yesterday at 77.48. It looks a little different on this platform, 41 approximately. It's never an exact science, right? It's never an exact level. So just anytime we see our opportunity getting around the high of value above VWAP, that might give us an opportunity to see if the market rejects value, and then we might see that the market continue this push to the upside. If we get a value area acceptance, that could bring us back down to that 76.50 level. Overnight inventory long, already reconciling. Let's see if we can get back inside of value from yesterday and see if we can find some good opportunities off of that. Now let's take a quick look at gold.
I love gold.
All right there, gold members, settle down. All right. So it is in rollover. The open interest in the December contract, which we will be rolling into, is much bigger than the August contract that we're in now. However, the volume is 1/3 the volume in the August contract that in the D's contract compared to the August contract. The volume is still in the August contract, but you can see, it's already kind of beginning to suffer. There hasn't been a lot of movement for the last 3 days, so that makes sense to me. Are we gonna start to get into a rollover range here? Well, we've got a little bit of rejection the past couple of days below last week's low, so a rotation higher does seem to make sense. Now, think about the uncertainties in the world. What does gold do in times of uncertainty? Well, gold has historically been the best store of value. And in times of uncertainty, there seems to be a little bit of a rush into stores of value where gold might push those rollover participants into directional activity. This is a really slow roll, the August to the December contract. It's going to take some time, and it's going to make the use of volume and open interest blurry. But I'm thinking about, we rejected last week's low. Uncertainties. Let's see how this market plays out. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at. So we have been holding below a previous gap. The gap is, let me be precise here. So, the top of the gap is 24.5430. The bottom part of the gap, 24.1140. We are currently trading inside the gap. We've held below it for 3 days, been unable to see any really good price participation below the weekly low, last week's low of 23.9570. And we've opened with a gap. Now, overnight inventory is long. What we're witnessing right now is an overnight inventory adjustment. The shorter time frame, weaker hands longs that push price higher all day got nervous. They're not seeing what they're looking for. They're pulling it back. We still have a gap. If we can close the gap session gap takes us to 24.1070. That might be a pretty decent opportunity. It's also our 50 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. Lining up with that, we see VWAP pointing higher. We see higher lows. We see higher highs. Since we've put in this low here, I'm looking for this market to possibly continue this move to the upside. Yesterday's profile was a very narrow range, 102 tick range, normal variation trading day with low volume. The market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. That is the market's job. The market is trying to facilitate trade. The name of this gap is a session gap. There was a hole overnight that pushed price lower. The session was above. The next session was below. We have yet to see price action in the regular trading hours in this gap. So I'm looking to see if we can fill it and see if we get some good opportunities off of that. But this market currently seeking new levels. My fellow traders, take a deep breath before you get into the market. Make sure you've got your journal ready. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace. And let's have a great trading day.
All right. We're going to take a little break here. Don't go away. We've got an all-star cast here. For Fast Markets, Andre, Gabe, MP, Coach Dakota, Nick4ATick, Hoag. Wow, we're going to fit everybody in there. So don't go away, Johnny. Meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our Cybertrucks in the gates. There it is. And I'm going to pass it over to Andre. Andre, good morning, my friend. And how are you today?
Very well, Eddie. We are open. Yes, Cybertruck's out the gate. Oof, tough day for Elon yesterday, but I think he'll land on his feet. Anyways, we are open. Where's my man Hoag? Hoag, if you're there, talk to us. Do this opening bell here on Wednesday on Fast Markets.
There it is.
Well, as we know, we're opening with a gap from yesterday's range. We're right up against a previous gap in the down below in the Nasdaq, opening virtually just below the high of that gap, 19,654. S&P is still holding above last week's low, 55.42. The market is out of balance, out of range. Better trade locations may occur earlier in the session today. I'm going to keep an eye on the opening range here, see if there's a break to either side. We've got big gaps to close if we're going to fill those gaps.
Yeah, even last night in Globex Open, NQ decided to create a new gap to close the previous gap from Sunday.
So both the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow have broken the 1 minute opening range to the upside. Maybe some of these weaker hands shorts that have been pushing price lower all night are getting a little bit nervous.
Ooh.
What they're looking for is continuation. They're looking for sellers right off the open to continue price moving in the direction that is paying them. The majority of them are short.
All right, where's my man Gabe? Dakota's in the house. What up, Dakota?
There he is.
Oh, tough way to start.
$5.
Tough way to start.
Starting off the day.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I was never on
my
mute.
ass.
What do you
My
mean?
ass. I saw that mouth. What's up, Dakota? Welcome to Fast Markets, Dakota. What are we looking at for the? What are we looking at in the trade today?
Yeah, Wednesdays are a little bit different for me. How about this market, man? We're starting to sell off. We had, it looks like we're negative. The market's not taking too good to the earnings yesterday, but outside of that amazing oil trade that Hoag had, which is really fun. But look at the hourly chart. This is something I've been watching. We are starting to break down, and to be honest, it could get ugly. It could get scary really fast. The next targets I have is like the low 500s, and maybe this is a shoulder, head, shoulder. We're breaking the neckline. We're starting to sell off. We could just, I don't want to be a buyer in this market at all. I really do not. But the next level I have is definitely the lower 500s, 500 to 520. Then maybe 340s. 340s would be the next stop. And then last but not least, 120s. So let's see how we open up. Go ahead.
I'm with Dakota. That 340 area, breaking down towards the 500s at the very least, I think is very probable. If not today, then later, throughout the rest of this week.
We've just put in the high in the NASDAQ right at the upper end of the gap that we're currently in that goes back to June 11th. And 19,654 was last week's low. We just tested it, we kissed it, and now we're coming off. So our overnight shorts are getting paid right now.
Yes, they are. Gabe, welcome to Fast Markets. Good to see you again in the green room. You told me, what'd you tell us in the green room real quick?
Yeah, good morning. So I am $83, 82 and some change away from passing my first trading combine and getting into an XFA. So I'm hoping to do it on air, right? Hoping to do it on air, not trying to burn myself by rushing in with, some quickness, but at the same time, I mean, this initial volume obviously is a really quick way to get a scalp and capture that $83. I mean, that's a really small amount. So,
Tempting.
But it's very tempting just to jump in right now. But the amount of drawdown that I could potentially go into if I'm wrong on the direction of momentum or deal with some chaotic whiplash as NQ is screaming right now to the downside. I'm just trying to wait on a direction to jump in real quick and try to grab a couple points.
It's all downside here,
I think
guys.
we have
Yeah.
I think we have, I mean, in addition to the downside morning, we are starting off with out of the gate here. I believe we have the Bank of Canada decision as well as some PMI today or this morning here in a few minutes.
Yep.
So it may even be a good idea, Gabe, to sit on your hands for, a few minutes here as we kind of settle into this.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to take somebody's advice here and go to MNQ just to try to reduce the potential, chance of me getting into some deeper water, getting further away
full
from
port. Let's go.
Full port. That's what, you, James, said the same thing, just full port. Let's go 15 contracts, one tick. That's tempting. Now, granted, I couldn't trade 15 contracts on this account just due to the size limit, but
yeah, you could do like 5 micros and just do a normal trade. Just one of your normal trades.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the better way to go about it.
James in the chat. Yeah, come on, make it cool. So good. All right. Real quick, Nick4ATick was alluding to we got some numbers coming up here in about 9 minutes. So I want to throw it to my man, Eddie. What numbers we got on the calendar today? We got some stuff on there. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yes, as Nick did mention, we got PMI coming up here in about 8 minutes. It's going to be a big number. We got the global service PMI also for July. We're going to have new home sales in about 23 minutes. So we got a lot going on here in less than an hour. Crude inventories. So let's pay attention here. Don't rush into it. Later on this afternoon, we will have a 12 o'clock 5-year note auction. And a little later on this afternoon also, we do have Fed Logan. Wolverine will be speaking. And, of course, the Bowman of Bowman's, FOMC member at the same time. So this afternoon. And that's what I got. Back to you, Andre.
Wolverine, huh, Eddie? I like that. I actually get that reference.
Logan, right?
Yeah, I get the reference. Yeah. Yep. I get the reference. Yeah. All right. Still selling off here, John. I think you said look out below, correct, John?
Yeah. I mean, NASDAQ just kissed that last week's low, and it is currently working its way through the gap that goes back to June 11th. And the bottom of that gap is 19,500, which is the weekly kickoff low.
Yep, that's where I'm looking. Low 500s.
And we're right at the SPX kind of option wall at 5,500. So this could be a little reflex bounce. It's going to take probably a little bit of effort to kind of push us through. PMI could do it, but we are sitting right on it. So I would imagine it's going to take some volume to really push through it here.
Of course, at the top of the chat, you will see Topstep daily levels pinned to the top there. I've always got it open. Currently, look at these prices, John. We are into zone 10. We are already into zone 10. Zone 10 in the NASDAQ, S&Ps. We are down into, out of zone 10 into zone 11. We are breaking fast and furious right now. My man Jay Cook just said 19,527. Again, 527 is down 2% in the NASDAQ. We are almost there. Looks like there's no buying in sight right now.
Got some gold buyers here. Let's see if we can make a new high.
There we go. Gold seeing a bit of a pop here. YM seeing a pop, but NASDAQ and S&P's just getting hammered right now. Yeah. We got a number in about 6 minutes.
Equities don't like an uncertainty. Gold loves uncertainty.
There you go.
It's just, do you have the courage to find a place to short this? It's just, the market's right now in a position where it's moved so far down so fast. It's just very hard to get into a short. And then it's just human habit to start looking for longs.
The Dow is ignoring all of this.
Dow is ignoring all of this. Dow.
Yeah, it really is.
So is that where all the money's going?
Too.
Might be. Gold industrials. Yeah, gold catching a hell of a bid. Pretty much call it a rally at this point. New highs of the day, 24.24. Last trade, that is the new high of the day. As we continue to see selling in NASDAQ and S&Ps. Like John said, Dow's ignoring all this. Crude still rallying here, $77.83. Nice entry yesterday.
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes.
If you could believe it, the darling of the NASDAQ, NVIDIA, is down 4% to kick us off here.
Something's weird, man. This is what happened. Ever since we started talking rate cuts, Everything changed.
Earnings.
All right, y'all. I picked the bottom. I'm out.
Let's go.
It's passed. Let's do it.
You passed?
Pass.
Passed. Let's go.
Look at that.
That's it.
Yeah,
Way to
Gabe.
go, Gabe. Way to go.
That's it.
One for Gabe here.
DK. Appreciate
Pouring out
y'all.
the Gabe. Yeah, always.
Let's go.
Order some
New
pizzas,
all-time
get some
highs.
beer.
No,
Congrats,
And
Joe.
all
Awesome,
those
man.
trades you took on live TV, right?
there were a couple, but no, this account's had some off-air trading as well.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Rocket lock it.
Yep. But I just picked that. I went right along with that 520. I mean, Coach Jay was talking 527s. I was looking at 530s for a little quick bounce, especially with all this the sell-off that we've seen. And it just ended up just grabbing the, let's see, get my executions on here. I got in at, looks like I got in at 532 and picked up a quick 17 handles on that. 549 was my exit. But yeah, quick little bounce. But that's it. Over the line finally. So appreciate everybody's
Love
encouragement.
it, Gabe.
Yeah, I'm just excited to finally get this XFA activated and work towards coming and joining me on the live account side. This will be exciting.
Yeah.
Fish on.
Fish on.
Fish on.
One small step at a time, though. Don't be thinking about a live account just yet. Focus on doing the same exact thing on the XFAs.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm with you.
All right. In the chat, look at all this love. Look at all the love Gabe's getting in the chat. Great to see.
Yeah, shout out to chat. Everybody's been super supportive of me, especially having some conversations on Twitter with a few of them, and just really grateful for all of you. Shout out to Coach Jay too. You sent me a DM the other day and a little positive message to uplift my spirits when I was down. So appreciate Jay and everybody here on the on-air team as well.
Best trading community on the street, man. By far, best trading community on the street.
100%.
Look at them. Aw.
Eddie hit me with the little violin there.
Eddie, it's early. I'm not trying to shed tears just yet.
Pull that thing out. Yeah,
Proud of our boy Gabe. All right, we got a couple minutes till the number, but real quick. All right, yeah, we know there's a support delay right now. We see the chat's very, very fired up about it. We know that. We appreciate everyone's patience to respond to each and every inquiry. We've recently hired more support team members and are working on a solution internally so that we'll be able to turn around support inquiries within minutes. We should have this resolved within the next 45 days. We got you guys. We know. We're working on it. Trust me. It's one of our largest sources of pride here at TopStep. We will have a solution for you guys and resolve within the next 45 days. So please be patient. We're working on it. But the squeakier the wheel gets doesn't mean you guys are going to get more grease. We are working on it all throughout the day and over the weekends. I appreciate it.
All right, y'all. So I am going to jump out now that I've passed the combine.
Wow.
Did that
Mic
real
drop.
quick. I'm out. I'm going to drop out for the day. I got to sub in the main man
Look at that
MP
smile.
over here. He's
Look at that
ready
smile,
to. I'm psyched, man. Finally
Good for
did
you,
it.
man.
I'm ready to go. But yeah, back out to the back of the behind the scenes here. MP, welcome.
Nice
in.
job, Gabe.
You guys have a good rest of your day.
Congratulations, Gabe. Much
job,
deserved,
Gabe.
dude. Much
Appreciate
deserved.
y'all.
Come in, pass the combine, drop the mic, and leave.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Then there were three of us. Eddie, you got
Here
the
we go.
number
Let's see if we
in-
can push the lows again. The low
Lows.
500s.
Coming in here, we got about 30 seconds on these numbers. Remember, if you got a position, think about it. These are big numbers.
Yes, they are.
Oh, I forget. Yeah, I'm on here with you, Nick. What are you looking at? We've had some conversations off the screen, behind the screen.
10 seconds.
Let's watch this. Are you looking to trade at all this morning?
I mean, not right now. Potentially off a few minutes off his print. But
All right,
let's
we got the numbers coming in here right now. We've got the U.S. PMI flash 56. They were looking at 54.9. Manufacturing PMI, they were looking at a 51.6, coming in at 49.5. And composite PMI flash, they were looking at 54.2, coming in at 55.0, much better. Coming up here, not too far away, 15 minutes, another big number. New home sales change month over month. They're looking at a 3.4%. So back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was saying, it was kind of like it had to bounce pretty much right here. Otherwise, we were probably going to head down towards that 400 type level.
Whoa.
There he is.
Wow. How many times you got to ring
I
the
heard
doorbell,
order
man?
filled somewhere.
Yeah, he knows he's on mute. He knows he's on mute. He's just... Oh, phone call.
His mouse?
No, his mouse is dead, and he's
Mouse
on mute,
issue?
so he can't do anything.
Dude.
Oh, that's
look at that.
$10.
Yes, good
Every
job.
5 minutes,
Yes.
He
another
needs
five.
the
Dude, wired mouse.
wired
man.
mouse.
I think
You
charades.
need a
Come on.
wired mouse. You really
Come
do
on,
it
this
as a
ain't your
trader.
first rodeo. This ain't your first rodeo, MP.
Charades. First syllable.
One other
sounds
thing.
like-
Wired keyboard.
The Bank of Canada lowered rates by a 0.25%, 25 basis points.
Hey yo.
There you are.
All right, last trade in
We
the
are good now.
Nasdaq 19,540. MP, we have we've gone through all the zones. We're almost into zone 11.
That's a lot of zones.
Zone 11. Yeah, I do wired on my trading platform. This is on my work desktop. Yes, totally agree. Wired is the way to go.
Yeah.
I got short right in the open, so I'm up like 700.
Nice.
Just a one guy.
Did you? Look at
Risking 100 and made 700.
All right. We got another number coming up in about 13 minutes. New home sales.
Okay.
Not
Zone,
to those lows.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. I know. It's
Zone
just
five
ES
handle.
is pushing through.
yeah.
All right.
Yes,
We need
We're below the option wall. This could get ugly.
Johnny, you got 500s, 19,500s weekly kickoff low. I think the house
That is
account
correct.
should play. We watched that. There has been rip throughs on those. Then it gets supported.
exactly, MP. That's what I'm
Or-
thinking.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's something about that. Let's talk to our trusted folks both here and out there on that. But we don't really have too many levels down here in the 5 handle. And sure as hell don't have anything in the 4 handle. Just one. So we need something around there. I think they would have to go back on their charts. Is that what to go to new levels when you get to no man's land? How do you guys look at that? Be a
Measure
little
moves
good
when
lesson for people.
Well,
Yeah.
I do have, there's some naked points of control down below, and Coach Jay has 19,428. As 428.5 is a buy side imbalance. That's the last. That's zone 11 on our zone sheet there. But there's 19,346 is a naked TPO point of control. 19,215 is another naked TPO point of control. Those are weaknesses in structure. And if we do take out this 19,500 and accelerate, I would look for the market to trade down to or through those levels.
Okay. Dakota Nick4ATick, what's
Yes.
up, buddies?
What's up?
Good,
And,
good. That crude oil trade yesterday worked out pretty well.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. 25 lots, $7,000. We were risking $8,000 ish. Nice job, Dakota. You took it too, right? No?
No, I was just waiting for my live account, but Hoag called it out, and I looked at it, and all I did was
So we're up
confirm that was a
$7,000
beautiful trade.
for the week. We're down
That's nice.
7 on Monday, but we made it all back, taking those 10s behind the scenes, which I don't really want to be doing trades behind the scenes ever, because it's not really the point. The point is to trade on here. But so that scratched
Getting a little
Mondays. Go ahead.
Getting a little confluence from Coach Ray. He says 19,500 is the average daily range low. So that fits rather nicely. I mean, we might want to let it go through, come back, see if it supports,
Yeah.
and look for an opportunity there.
Where's my
Coach J
journal?
likes 483s, Michael. If you want to let it come back to like 483, we got a couple check marks with the 19,500. Hoag, Ray. Was it Coach Ray or Coach Paul there, John?
That was Coach Ray.
Push rate. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
So it said the 15,
Yeah.
the 19 what?
500
even?
19.5 is probably worth a shot, but it's same thing. That's so low volume coming back from, I think it was CPI back in June that we just, did it basically in the pre-market to blast 200 points with no volume. That, there's not a lot of support there. It could easily go to 400. So I think you try the long, but you don't, I'd be cautious holding it with a lot of heat.
Yeah, if you want to look at my charts for a second, it's basically closes a gap that goes all the way back to the 11th or the 12th and 13th of June. That was a session gap that was left open. So that is the reason, really one of the main reasons I put weekly kickoff level at that zone is to complete and fill that gap in regular trading hours is a weakness that has been now checked out. Right. So that's the reason for that. It's nice that it also is average daily range low, as Ray has pointed out for us. So a little bit of confluence there. Closing that gap is a good thing.
All right, we got number 9 minutes, MP.
Okay.
What I see here?
Those,
what up,
Andre? I'm backing up what you said about support, guys. We are losing in this transparency. We are losing the race to the best support right now. We're losing. We're probably, I don't know, middle of the pack. We're not the very back of the pack. I know some of the other companies, but and I'm not laughing just to do anything, but we're losing it. And I say we're losing it because you should never have to wait 5 days. We used to do things in minutes. Some people are waiting 5 days, some people longer. Some people get it right away. We have a team that goes first in, first out. We got a team that goes LIFO, last in, last out, like last in, first out. However they're doing it. We have 10 more that we hired. We have 80 support reps. We have a shitty tech stack. We're getting payment processor. We have a shitty billing payment processor that has errors and double billed folks. That was our payment processor. We're already talking to them about that issue and getting reimbursement. But what else? I think those are like the major ones. Now, silver lining. Somebody goes, LOL, 45 days. Yes, 45 days. 45 days, you're going to the best back-end platform, the best, completely rewritten, back end. You will see on a you more information will come. But the point of the story is you'll get near like minutes of feedback, handing off. Wendy's our AI bot, handing off goes directly to you. So it's a 45-day plan. Yes. What's a 45-day, 40-step plan? There's I think there's a movie about that. But the point of the story is all that is we're going to have a fix in there. Now, you will have to be patient. If it's really, our payouts are not slow at all. Those are actually lightning fast. I think those are the most important. If you are having issues, Topstep X has the least amount of issues that we've seen. If it's billing issues, those you got to be patient with in 45 days. It's like small percentage of folks that get hit like that. So that being said, that is the 411 skinny. I am buck stops with me. We are losing it. The race to best support. So do not rag on support. Do not hit support. We are losing it. If it is a big deal to you, I understand. If you need to go somewhere else, I would go to Trade Day or Earn to Trade. That is totally fine. I would love to have you stay trading with Topstep, but if it is not this type of service that you're looking for, please choose a different firm. That's totally okay with you being on the journey that you need to be on and be confident that you have the full support. So that being said, back to the markets.
Man, where else you get that, man? Straight from the CEO's mouth. Straight from the CEO's mouth. That's wild. Wild.
1,000 people got paid. 900 got paid out yesterday. 900 people got paid out yesterday.
Sure, we'll be showing
to bring a perspective
here.
of rebuilding any aspect of a tech stack as a company. Doing it in 45 days, having something functional on the customer service side is like unheard of. So anyone in the chat, that's a long time. It could take a year before something actually functions from a customer service rebuild.
We've been on it for about 3 months prior. We've been on it for about 3 months prior to this. So yes, it's a great, big, huge lift. And then Nick, migration, get out of here.
Yeah,
I mean, like migration of all the, you know how much data we have. So some of this is going to be brand new experience for people. Unhitch the wagon on the past. And we're going to start with certain platforms. And then, it'll be a better experience. We have to start adding sales tax to things. That's another big thing. We've crossed a lot of trigger points with a lot of states. Yeah, that's what you have to do when you cross trigger points with a lot of states. So we'll be seeing an extra $2 sales tax.
These new problems.
It's this is a scaling issue that every company that is in hyper growth faces. We've been in growth mode since 2010 when we created the industry. It's hyper growth in the last 2 years, 3 years. I mean, it's the COVID kids that stuck around after their meme stocks and said, "I got a real itch for trading. Where else do I go?" So that top of the funnel, your roaring kitties, the bottom of the funnel, they eventually come to futures trading. So the futures industry is exploding.
5 minutes remaining.
Let me see, we can go to my chart real quick. We just had a 4,000 iceberg just get blown through on ES.
I mean, I'm short in my life from 551.
Oh, yeah, the nice sneaking that in. That's an excellent.
He always does it.
Excellent
always
entry.
551. Jeez, Dakota, come on.
Yep. Now I'm flat. That was $1,000. My first trade in my live account.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Nice shot.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I was looking for something similar. I wanted to bounce a little higher, maybe like 580s to sell. We just couldn't get off the mat here.
All right, we're coming down to evens. House count. What are we looking at? If it slips through,
we got number 3 minutes. We got number 3 minutes. That's the issue.
We got a number 3 minutes. That's a timeout. What is failure, Hoagland, on what you're hearing out there, guys? What if the evens don't hold? Which there's a number, so you can see it go through like butter, probably, or maybe.
We're talking about the NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, I think. I mean, a level this important. I mean, you're looking at 20 to 30 points. That's why I like letting it go through and then seeing if it becomes support, if it comes back above.
I mean, right here, right now is the support. And I think if we break below 493-ish, the next stop is 368. So, yeah, this is just can get ugly fast. I mean, it's already been ugly, right? We started to see it.
Right.
We're just selling off. If we break through these 490s, if we could get there, then 300s could very well be the next stop for the NASDAQ.
Man. This number is going to ruin.
Is there a contrarian play here?
I mean, cheap trade. I mean, if you want to get in to a long in the zone, essentially my stop could be very tight for a good risk reward. Gabe, nice little buy earlier to pass his combine.
Nice, Gabe. Go to my charts real quick. I love this chart. It's a daily that's rolled over, and it's what a trader in my life loves. Now I did have to wait. Where's the weekly? I did have to wait like 10 years or something. I don't know.
You finally got what you're looking for. You've been waiting for this.
Finally got. Yeah, last time I had this day, it was back in April. Well, April had sell-off. Yeah, every one of these has been hard sell-off, vicious rally a few days later, hard sell-off. Now back in, where is this? October 23, July to October. July, August, September, October, we sold off. And then
here come the 500
seconds.
500's in play.
Yep.
Okay. Just new home sales. Okay, never mind. I thought it was something else.
Check your positions.
Thank you, Eddie. It's always good to have a trading buddy. All right, house account.
Number
I kind of want to long this, but we have news, so I guess we'll see how this shakes out first.
Famous last words. Seconds. This time's different.
This time's different, right?
All right, new home sales here. Nope. They're looking at 0.64. coming in at 0.617, 617,000 new home sales change month over month. They were looking at a positive 3.4, coming in at negative 0.6%. So let's keep an eye on that here.
Look how low.
We also do have, yes, coming up at 9:30, we got our crude oil inventories. I will remind you on that. Eye on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
All right, here's your 500s. It's sitting right at it. This thing could totally fall apart or could firm up. We've seen everything.
Yeah, these 490s to 500s going to be an interesting zone.
Yeah, 483s. We got a couple check marks by 483. That number
483 will give you your 483 will give you your next big flush, which could be all your weakest, your strongest longs finally get stopped out. Your weakest are already stopped out.
Cheap long if you want it.
I think it's just sell rips right today, right?
Damn.
Yeah, nobody.
I tried to get in at 495, but now it's
where would you get out? You'd be getting out here, right? 495. I mean, how long do you hold on?
No,
to
I
these
might be holding this for the bounce to 560. If I caught that long off the low,
I like
but
that.
I don't know. I like it. It's got to hold over 500. Like it needs to kind of meaningfully push out of this quickly. It's that same
Where
trade.
would your
Like if you're
stop
gonna
loss be?
knife this, I want 30 points like in about 30 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
Where's
your stop loss?
Oh, right now, if I would have gotten that, it would have been a new low. So let's see if I would have get stopped out here.
Well, okay. So the 83s is a play or is a watch.
It's a check mark.
Trade 95.
So taking a little heat, I'd probably still be in this. It only took a couple points there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're playing if you were still in it.
This is a paper trade, right?
Yeah, I didn't take it. Yeah, this was a paper trade because I didn't get the first fill. And yeah, I could have been out real quick if it was. I probably would have trailed that pretty fast too. But I don't know. It seems like it wants to firm up here, but like I said, it just gets so slippery at 500 if you lose it. Like it could easily fall out of bed another 100 because there's no volume that was built here when we bursted through last time.
Yeah, we're starting to punch through. So the way I like to trade this, Nick, is if I was to get in long right now, I would put like a 15-point stop loss. And so I'm going to be looking for like a 50-point bounce. So my risk reward's, 5-1. And I'm perfectly fine losing this, knowing that I could lose this almost 80% of the time and still have a positive expectancy because it's a 5-1 risk reward. But it's just, this market's just too ugly right now.
We got check marks at 481, Michael. We got check marks at 81 support.
And then that's a 20 handle stop.
Yeah.
Is that what you could, Dakota saying 15?
Yeah, 15, 20 handles.
Okay.
Well, if you
83's on the way up. 83's on the way up. If we can catch 83's on the way up, obviously low of the day, 84's. It's not a long-term hold. I don't know. Sell us or fish. 8-3, Michael. 8-3. Got a couple of check marks at 8-3.
Yeah. No, 8-3, but everything's a zone, so it could be 8-4, 8-5, 8-6, plus or minus 5 points.
Sure.
Well, you could then say it already hit. So
you could, yeah.
Which I love the zones. People that do which, by the way, we should round. I'm going to tell them not to. Hey, JD, let's not do decimals anymore. There's no reason to do decimals in the NASDAQ. Do whole numbers. Who cares, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Let's make it look cleaner anyway.
Easier
on the eyes.
Yeah, easier to digest. Amory long for 500. Thank you, Dolby.
Yes.
Amory
This
long
is
for
what we were
500.
looking for it to go down below and then come back above and seek support at that level.
Yeah. You can round up or down. I don't care.
If you're in longs, round
You'll remember you'll remember the number a lot easier when we go whole numbers. And who the hell cares between a quarter, a half, and 75? And it'll lean into our zone talk because that is something I believe in.
We got some heavy tilts here, guys. 76% long gold as gold continue to make intraday highs.
Yep.
We had Dow. We had heavy tilt in Dow. Where is it? 75% short in Dow. Dow just getting hammered. Dow did pop off the open. Dow just making new lows now. Last trade, 40,250. Low of the day, 246.
Where's all the money going to right now? Where's the flight to quality?
Gold. It looks
Gold.
like, if anything. Gold, yeah.
Gold.
Treasury
Loves uncertainty.
What's the uncertainty, John? What exactly is the uncertainty? We talk from Washington, D.C. to rates. Where's the uncertainty coming from?
Oh yeah, you got Biden speaking today from the Oval Office. Nobody knows what he's going to say. Is he going to resign? Is he going to say he's staying? A lot of questions in that.
MP, what's he going to say?
He's gonna have his mouth open. I know that.
Do your impression.
He's gonna have his mouth open. I know that, and you could define that however you want.
What's it look like? Show me what it looks like.
I got a good impression of.
Don't do it on TV. Don't do it on TV.
You know what I seen yesterday?
Hold on, Dakota. Where are you going with this? Run this through me first before you say it.
No, I don't. No, this is nothing political. Okay.
Okay, cool.
You guys love golf. Bryson DeChambeau played 18 rounds with Trump. That was pretty cool to watch.
Oh yeah, no, I watched. Did you see the music?
Yeah, I was impressed. He's actually a really good golfer. He'd kick my butt.
Bryson DeChambeau? You're very good golfer, Dakota. Very, very, very good. He's actually happened to win the U.S. Open. He's very, very good. Oh.
No.
45?
45.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump is really good at golf, like consistent.
He wins his club championship. He wins his club championship every year.
Own a few golf courses. You should be.
Of course he's good.
You'd think so, Eddie. I know.
He wins the club championship every year.
I go every day and I'm not any good. All right, guys, we're trading 19,500s. We're not catching a bid that much. I mean, if you would have got 84s, which is I think the low, 83s, 84s, you're 20 handles into the money. That's carving it up perfectly. If you didn't catch that perfectly, you're 10 handles in the money if you caught 90s, which is probably the more, probable of majority of traders is not catching the turn. You catch the turn on golf, Andre?
I had a turn dog on Sunday when I had the turn. That was amazing. Yeah, I love turn dogs.
We should call them turn dogs when you catch the edge.
Yep, love a good turn. A glizzy, a turn glizzy. Hey, Dow just getting absolutely smoked. Just getting absolutely smoked. About a 300 point sell off since the open.
Nasdaq's finding some support here.
Yeah, we're starting to build a little volume here on this low. Longs are making more sense.
Wow. Yes, I got the Dow up on my screen. It is falling out of bed. Yeah. I got the Nasdaq back up on my screen. It is firming up. I've got the S&P back up on my screen. It is still in the lows.
Nasdaq to 550. If we could break through this, like,
you sell 550s. I think you guys are talking about selling 550s, perhaps. Nick4ATick 560s ish.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that potential like reflex bounce. Maybe some short covering here after all the kind of overnight liquidation that you get something. We haven't really had an opportunity to really short this unless you did the classic thing that you've been doing in the bull market, which is just jump on and, close your eyes and sell it, which is kind of how, from last night's open to now has worked. I don't think that's a good idea in any market, let alone, the last couple of days of selling off we've had. So I'm looking for a reflex bounce, short covering type move, 50 to 100 points that I can resell like we had Thursday and Friday last week.
Nice. I just want market structure. I mean, for me to get in along, I like nice little breakout, pullback, some type of reversal. This is just chop, and it's too bearish and just selling off for me to do anything right now.
As long as they're building down here, MP 76%. Is your tilt board moving around on you back there, MP?
Let me see.
I got 76% short, 72% short Dow right now. They are getting with that market
looks
movement
like
price.
The bleeding in the Mag 7 too has kind of hit a wall. Tesla's off its lows. It was down 12% when I was looked last. Now it's about 11. So it's starting. It seems like things are starting to firm up here as NQ is pushing 520s.
Yeah, I think we could see 550s again. Long here is looking very attractive.
Man, why do I want to get short?
Yeah, that's that. If I was going to long this, I'd be looking for those, the Mag 7 to start to build some structure themselves too. NVIDIA's almost back to 120. So those are kind of things if you're going to get knife catch it, this is potentially your first opportunity of the day. But, it's still early, and ES still continues to make new lows. So
yeah, it is.
Some concern.
There's your
Would
rip.
you
If you want to get short.
catching a knife after we've been here for about 10 minutes?
Maybe not now. Yeah. I think, like we said, we're building some volume here on this low. So there is, it is a cheaper long now than it was probably with the knife catch.
Yeah, I'd say it's trying to buy a bottom, not knife catching, buying a bottom. I don't know.
A lot of logs coming in here.
I'm not in a trade yet. I think if we do sell off, we're going to see those. We could very well see 300s.
Or your 83s on a flush of everybody trying to peg the bottom here.
Mm-hmm.
And we've smoked every zone. We've smoked every zone.
NASDAQ gave it the big college try. We always call them, Eddie, you call them the three sisters, don't you? I don't know. NASDAQ, S&P.
Three sisters.
Yeah. The Dow free fall. S&P on it, staying on our lows, as NASDAQ just gave it a college try up to the 20s.
Smoke this
So
thing.
now NASDAQ's now back here. Everything's on our lows, back again. NASDAQ
Jay
still
said,
15
why do we call this chop? I mean, since we got to 500, we've been just chopping around for the past 10 minutes, and it's just no clear market structure. It's not clean.
We're in a downtrend though, as far as since the open. I mean, that hasn't changed.
Yeah, so it depends on your time frame, right? If you're looking at like an hourly chart, it's just very clean and clear. But if you're on a 100 tick chart and a lower time frame, it's chopping around 500.
Oh, is that what you're watching? Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking at a 100 tick chart and just lower time frame watching this.
They're gonna hammer this thing. Tilts 50-50 NAS, 64% short crude. Yes, 50.
Here we go. Test of the low.
New low.
How low can you go, Michael? New lows, yes.
Yeah, even
NASDAQ fall. Here we go.
Even the push to 520, it's not really a bounce that I'm trying to short.
We got check marks down here, MP.
I got 10 at 77. Now it's sitting right at the low, so this could definitely 77s.
Catching a knife here. Gotta buckle up.
Oh, 107 on the offer.
We're out. It was either a grab and go, right?
Yeah, I guess. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking 83. There's 100 of them at 77 again.
Cooked every zone.
They all got filled.
Cooked every zone.
Yeah, Dolby's right. If you love it at 500, you'll love it even more at 400.
Next support I see is 360s.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you see 360s here? Topstep levels 428. If 428 is a target, downside imbalance, buy side imbalance 428. Coach J 42. We are well beyond down 2%. Down 3% takes us to 327.
And I could see that. I could see that happening as well.
77s.
100 lot coming in at 480.
I'd stay convicted in this shit.
I'm still waiting for that classic kind of bounce that we get typically in trend down days. You do tend to get more bidirectional rotations when we are kind of trending down on the 4 hour.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had I think on ES, we had almost a perfect 50% fib back from the all-time high as the high of this week. Like it was literally, I think we were down 3% last week and we went back up almost to the tick, like 1.5% this week. And then sold off from it.
So our lows were 66. 66 was our low.
It was.
I did have an exhaustion print down there, MP.
Oh, you did for us?
Yeah, on NQ, because there was looks like there was a stop and about 200, 300 stops got blown out there.
Damn.
And I'm seeing that on Bookmap.
I'm taking this.
sure
I took this in my house account in 76s in the personal account, a 2-lot. So
Hold it.
I'm going to see if this one holds up.
Hold it.
Even though it is staying under.
Yeah, for me, it's hands off until we see better market structure. Either we get to those 300s or I wait for better market structure. Nothing to really do right now.
So, yeah. Well, all right, MP. We are into zone 12 in the ES and in between zone 10 and zone 11 in the NQ. We have cooked through almost every zone, every level. We have a top on the levels right now. Those 77s.
Someone says the VIX is up almost 10%.
Nick,
So
what's going on? The VIX.
The VIX is out of bed this morning.
Nick, you didn't tell me about the VIX being up that much. What?
I mean, what I learned this week of studying is the VIX isn't on the Series 3, so clearly it's definitely not real. They talk about volatility, but they don't talk about the VIX. So, furthering my point that it's a fake made up thing. No, I think we tagged 17 last week during the sell off. And then naturally the vol sellers that have been making a killing for the last 18 months were back on it the last 2 days and kind of pushed it back to 14. But here we are. This usually when we get it this high, 16 to 20, it does tend to, be a little more fun for day trading. And then when it gets over 40, it gets a little crazy and you start seeing some of the COVID moves where the Dow could swing, 500 plus points in a day multiple times. So it gets a little sketchy then.
I like it. Consolidating here in the 70s. Let's see if we can break down to new lows.
My one, I had a 2-lot. It was a 1-lot now. I got covered 80s. It's having a tough time holding.
Stay strong.
Talking about the VIX, Anne Marie says it's worthless to watch unless we are over 25 in the VIX.
Shit, back in 08.
I don't think it's worth it to. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to watch. I definitely think it's worth it. It's worth it to know.
It's that 12 to 16 dead zone where it's just like there's still somewhat of, I guess, fear in the 30-day, vol, but not quite that you really need to worry about it.
Hey, as an option seller, I love the VIX.
The UVXY, which is the short-term VIX ETF, is up 11% right now.
I love it. VIX goes up, profits go up.
Starting to come in. We consolidated in those 70s, and we're trying to break above that to go to test 500s again. And if so, maybe we see 520, 519 is the next stop from here.
MP, what's your position?
Let me jump. I'm on the house account. 1 lot long from 75.
1 lot from 75. 1 lot long from 75. Dakota, Nick4ATick, flat position update.
Yeah, I'm still
hands
flat
on my butt until I see better market structure here.
Very good.
So just think about this. If the house account will play the Nick game, if the house account is long from 77 right now, we would have taken heat down to 66.
Sell 500.
Let's just say we were long 10 or 20. I was long 10, and I covered those. Okay. We're only up 10 handles. I don't know how comfortable we'd be feeling, but we're up. We're in the money. I like to think if I had the position on right now, what I would be feeling. And
I think you'd be feeling okay because you're seeing some structure. We said this at 500 too. You're seeing buyers still here. You're seeing some structure. ES finally seems like it may have made the excess low and is starting to finally try to build back above, make a higher higher low here. We'll see. But
I'd be
no,
sick
back
if I
down.
was long.
God.
That's why I wanted to take this one lot. So long from 75. So I'm feeling it. I'm seeing it. But the house account we would have had 10 times that amount on or more.
Yeah, I'd be feeling a little stressed if we were in like a 15 lot on the house account right now.
Right here, right now. Because it's not.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be feeling safe with that 77 long still. Like you still haven't seen anything that makes you feel comfortable yet, it seems.
And then you ever go when you think it out like that, and then you finally just go, you know what, I'm going to get out, and then it goes your way.
yeah,
always.
Here we go. Test the lows.
Test the lows. Real quick, guys. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag fast markets. I'm a little bit late on this. Almost, half hour late. Hashtag fast markets. Hit us up at Twitter, at X. Use the hashtag fast markets. Show us your performance dashboard analytics. Show us your swag, your battle stations, cool pictures with the pets, the puppies watching Topstep TV. Anything you think you'd like to share, we can turn around to you guys in a couple hours here on Fast Markets. Again, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep on X.
Hey, here we go. Testing these lows again. Looking to break them.
Andre, they love to just sell it in the overnight so that I have nothing to trade.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like.
The overnights.
I hate that.
Overnight. I know. All the good movements are overnight. The market
there's a market rotation.
My head, like worried, getting in positions.
The market goes where it's supposed to go overnight. Then during the day, it's
They are what we thought they were. Okay, hold on. Don't. Nobody say anything in the chat. Who said that?
We let him off the
hook. We let
him
him get away with it.
We
let him off the hook. What was it? They are who we thought they were.
Great day.
Here we go.
Here
we go. Who's got it?
Someone will get it. Here come some buyers.
I added a long down there,
but I know who it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
Dennis Green,
coach.
Whoa,
there
we go.
Go trader.
Hey guys, I got long one more down at
good
74. Yeah, I just took it off, so I got 20 handles into that one, which basically means on this whole trade, which I do like, if I'm long from 77 and I just bought a 74 or whatever, and I just got out at 95. Then that gives me 20 handles on my remaining one lot that if I wanted to call a scratch trade, I could take heat on at 20 handles, get stopped out, and that whole working into this position and out of it back to a one lot is scratch. It's kind of to me, I like to work myself into a cheap trade sometimes.
That makes sense.
But again, those are like my highlight days when I was really in tune, where I'd put on bigger size, trade around it, and take it off, so then I'd get down to the size that I liked to hold a bit longer for bigger moves.
Sell that. All right, so what's your P&L update then on that one lot, that one guy?
I'm unrealized 300, realized 1,000.
Beautiful.
Dow caught a bit of a bounce here. Dow caught a 60-point pop here off the lows. Last trade, 256, 260s now. Low of the day, 194. Here we go.
Up to 500s. Retest that. See if the buyers come back in. They were dancing around the 20s up there. Where did we pause?
Yeah, 520s, 519.
Yeah. Then we hung out at the 500s for 5, 10, 15 minutes ish, and then fell out of bed down to the 66s, back trying to get up above. I don't know how much.
Yeah, if we break above, say, 498, then we could see a rotation back up to those maybe 520s. But I'm not liking anything yet. Just break down, consolidate, break down. We're consolidating.
Yeah, it's not coming off these. Even being long 75s, it's trading 88s. It's kind of a big risk to catch a falling knife and only be up 10 handles on it right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
5, 10 minutes
initial balance. 5 minutes here.
Gabe, I still got you for news. We're waiting for this market to kind of chill out, but we'll bring some news in here.
All right, I'm out. We'll just call it a day. 1,300, I'm up.
There's going to be a lot of FOMO, though. When we do start to rip up, it's going to go 50 points really quick.
Yeah, that's why I'm still holding out for that kind of 550, 560 reoffer on NQ.
Mm-hmm.
5
Yeah,
minutes
retest on
remaining.
that. Yeah.
Eddie, what do we have in 5 minutes? What do we got?
Got our crude EI crude
Ah.
inventories here.
Steve's favorite number.
They're looking for a draw here, negative 2.837, and we'll find out what's happening here in a few minutes.
John Jones, you come up
Nice
with good
line.
stuff.
All the time.
Struggling with support elsewhere? Question mark. At Hindsight Capital, we ensure your support issues are fixed before you knew they ever existed. In retrospect, you'll never wait again. Oh, that's pretty good. And guys, I can laugh about it a little bit. Hopefully, you give me some grace and the team grace on that one, because we do make everything good. We do hook you up, unless you're an abuser of hey, I need another reset. We've given you like 20 of them. But when you have issues that are on us, we make them good. It's the delay that I'm very, very sorry about, and that we're going to work towards that getting fixed. It's going to keep going down as we keep getting more people onboarded. But then when we get the new back end, that's literally should be bug free, but of course there'll still be small bugs and everything. It's going to be a lot less buggy than what we have right now, and we're trading our 70s. So 19,470s right now.
Here we go. Testing the lows.
Nice cover.
Consolidate, break
Hey,
down, consolidate.
what's house account think?
House account right now.
No trade for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
No trade. I'm getting a little couple no trades.
Maybe
If
down
you
to
guys are
350.
if you guys are interested in the S&Ps are getting down to demand zone that D and I were talking about back in the beginning of July, anywhere between 550 and 515. There's nothing but long wicks down there. Nice demand zone down there. So I still have 510 to 5,500 on my chart, and 5,500 in the S&Ps is the weekly kickoff low. Might be something to think about if we get an
Sweet.
opportunity.
Thank you, John. Perfect.
Thank
Okay,
you, John.
cool.
That's what's
You
up.
betcha.
That's what's up.
Bringing back a conversation from the past. Well, why do you do that, John? Why would you bring back a conversation that's so far from the past?
Well, just the last time we were there were a lot of upper wicks prior to that. Here, if you want to see on my chart, I can show you on the daily. So here's the daily in the S&Ps. Some resistance here became support. Lots of long wicks there. Every time it got down there, it got rejected. There is the chance that those buyers are still hanging around down there looking for a bargain. We'll see if we get an opportunity down there. So you can see on my 30-minute chart.
I'll tell you guys why that works
on that chart.
Okay.
And
I'll tell you why that works on a bigger scale. 55 evens weekly kickoff low. We're watching that one. I like how you did that, John, because you said people think it's people wait for that price level, or they. So the reason why I'm saying that is because Rich McHugh, no relation to Andre McHugh.
He's my brother. He's actually my brother.
He calls me every time it gets an X amount of percentage pullback. Hey, would you like to move stuff from T-bills over to equities? Equities in the long run is always better. He's always pitching me on equities. I'm like, no, I don't want equities. I trade it every day. So we do safer stuff. But right now they will call. They're on the phone, or they have they reposition or get their cash off the sidelines and put it back in from all their clients and all that kind of stuff. So if you think about the long-term investors, you get to these certain levels in the indexes. Everybody's talking about indexes. It's like, hey, like it's don't do individual stocks, just do an index. You can't ever go wrong. It's been up for the last 100 years. You see more and more people playing indexes.
And even just to call out to Coach Jay. Coach Jay was the one that said, the market doesn't forget price. And that was a really interesting price there. So great call out to Coach Jay and Marie.
Markets remember
10 seconds on the crude here. Watch your positions.
Thank you.
Eddie, you the man.
Thanks, man.
Dennis Green. Here we go.
All right, coming in here, they were looking at a negative 2.8 draw, coming in at negative 3.7 draw. Also, gasoline inventories, they were looking at a million here, coming in at negative 5.572 million. There you have it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. We are trying to build some structure here in the ES, but John likes perhaps we got a couple check marks between 5,500 even and 5,510 ES. Like buyers did step in around that 13 level, 15 level in the ES. Currently trading 55.19. Try to take a crude shot out of a cannon after that number. Last trade, $77, 78, 77, 80 trade. Back to the 70s. Crude actually responded to that number. Gold, a couple bucks off the highs last trade, $24. $24.27, $2,400, $27.
Who said the 83s? 483s?
483s. We had a level there. We had KV. KV really liked 83s. Ray liked 83s.
It held up around. I'm long 80s. Yes, I can do your delayed stuff too, Dakota.
I think it's better that way.
I was trying to get filled at 78s here, and I'm still sitting waiting.
Yeah, I just as soon as I said that, I clicked buy. So long 85s. We'll see.
Yeah, long 80s. Because I was looking at the structure starting to build up a little bit, and it paused at the 80 area. Sorry, 80 area. And 80 area did go down to 66. So if they're like, hey, it went down to that little area. The 66 or whatever it was a flush of stops. And then it firmed up and sat around the 80s. Now it's only trading 95, but if we can get above 500.
Yep, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, this is a high risk reward where I'm risking like $400 or $500 to make $1,200, 550 points.
What price you targeting, Dakota? 50s, you said?
Yeah, I could see if we could break into like the 519s, 520s, and then back up to the 550s.
Okay.
But this is a not probable trade. So the odds that this works out is less than 50%.
There needs to be a bigger DLL. There needs to be a bigger DLL. This is so scammy with your shitty rolls. WG. Okay, really quickly, two things.
Took the bait.
In about 60 days, your wish is our command. We're removing the DLL within 45 days or something like that, or maybe even sooner. So there you go. Our shitty rules actually will become your shitty rules if you want to call it that, because you keep hitting it. And it's not even a rule. It's something that does not break your account. As far as rule break. So basically it's a circuit breaker for you. Now I'm going to challenge you and say, are your entries any damn good? Because if your entries, and I'm playing tough love with you, I actually like you, and I'm not trying to mess with you. Are your entries any good? Because if your entries are good, then you're not taking heat as much. You still take heat because you're going to, unless you're finding the, what's it called? The turn dogs.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you got to think about it through that lens. Yes, we are removing the DLL. You can save your own. You can save it on all the other platforms. So we're going to empower you to set your own. Now, I will always preach, just like I preach one account. Don't trade 5 accounts, even though, well, what do you let Topstep do it? Well, we let Topstep 150 accounts trade 15 lots, and I wouldn't say trade 15 lots either. So I would always say put a DLL. But you're going to have to set your own now. So it's going to go on you. The accountability is going on you in the future. We tried to help people, and they do. Oh, why do you have a DLL on me? All right, fine. We're going to take it off. You can say your own.
Oh man,
see how
don't
that goes.
take mine off. I love it.
Yeah, I would be burying.
Either.
I would be burying an account. Mine either.
It keeps me responsible from for myself, because I've we all have those tilty days where it's just like, no, I'm not wrong. I'm getting back in, and sometimes that $3,000 loss has saved me from fading a very large move at times.
It saved a lot of traders that I've worked with.
Yeah.
God, these 80s aren't. Hold on.
I mean, I'm in that
traders
long. I'm not liking this though.
No.
A lot of traders are going to find out how good the DLL was.
Yeah, John, agree.
Oh, we're removing it. So everybody that's been, anything. And I know people are going to be like, I want it on there. You do have to do the extra thing, and it's to go to here.
Spin on that.
It's go to your risk settings. And then you can set your daily. I don't think it can live. I know I can't live because we set everybody's live. You don't have the ability to do that. Yes, you don't have the ability to do that on live. We set your own account on live. We do it. You have a direct contact with the risk managers anyway. On Trading Combine and XFA, you have to set your own. And then once you set it, you're done. So there will be people be like, I didn't set it, I hit it, and you didn't have a DLL on me. So we get it all, but the majority of it is, why do I have a DLL? I want to set my own. Or I don't want one at all. Your wish is our command. We're going to do that for you. And then you can set your own to all those responsible traders who do not like giving more money to the markets on their days that they are not seeing it very well. Make a poll. We're not doing it. We're not.
No, we're not that long. It looks like we're going to go into 500.
No, it's right back to my entry as you speak.
Wait, are you guys out?
This is just. I'm out. I just scratched it. I want to see us get back above 500. It's just not giving me confidence right now.
I also keep an eye on those tens. Keep an eye on tens, MP.
If we make an excess low here and come back at initial balance, I'll probably try it again.
Check mark tens.
No DLL.
They're just not giving me anything to short.
When will DLL be gone? I don't know. Let me get an update. Here, this is how quick you guys get information.
Nick, the market tries to keep you out. It does, doesn't it? When it's directional.
It does. This is one of those tough days, and you guys know me. I've been bearish for the last 3 weeks plus.
Yeah, you have.
Looking for this exact move. We finally got the move I've been looking for after all this excess at all-time highs, and ES making a new all-time high 7 days in a row. Just kind of weird things that you don't always see. So we finally get the move, and here we go. Excess low.
Nice scratch, Nick.
Yeah, yep, Nick, that's a great scratch. Right when you read.
Nice read.
I took a loss on that one, 225.
Yeah.
That's what I made on that. Yeah.
Great trade. Hanging so just under 500 was not a great sign.
Guess who's pushing it lower here? Nick, and tell us who's pushing it lower right here. It's probably the longs that are fueling the sell-off.
Oh yeah, I think it's all. I mean, everyone look at all the volume we just built at 500 and around 520 on ES. It's all longs. Probably just getting liquidated. I didn't see Bookmap. There was a bunch of stops. Nothing crazy.
So weekly kickoff levels are meant to kind of show where I believe longer time frame traders are going to adjust inventory, whether it's using it as support or letting it go through and then using it as resistance. We may be seeing longer time frame sellers adjusting inventory, either getting out of longs or getting into the short side. We won't know that until tomorrow if it continues this move to the downside, but that's what those weekly kickoff levels are, is areas that I believe longer time frame traders will need to or be forced to adjust inventory.
Thanks for explaining that, John.
Hold on. So 510s are what? Or
510s to 55 hundos.
500 is weekly kickoff low. Let's see if we can get a look down there.
God, that is a sell-off, though. That's a 13 handle sell-off, which equates to, for every 10 handle sell-off is how many equivalent to what typically in the NASDAQ? 100 points?
That's a good question. I don't know that correlation.
Is ES finally going to hit the 2% down day?
Jay, hit me up. What's down 2%? What would that look like? What price in ES? Jay, let me know if you got that. Turn that around to the peeps.
Well, it's 1.5 points, 1.5% lower now.
Yeah.
On the S&P, you have a 50 period moving average on a daily down at the 4992. Lots of activity down in the 4,500s that John was saying that the 50 period moving average is holding up to. Go to my charts. The 100 period moving average shows a 53.40. So that's a ways.
Minus 2% takes us to 54.87. Here we go. Sellers coming in the ES now. We just broke through both here. 54.87, down 2% at the end of the ES.
It's when we were talking who's pushing us lower here, definitely is buyers. Hoag, that entire section on ES, the 55.20s to 55.15s, I'm seeing nothing but positive delta and price didn't move. Like it's all positive delta right there.
Hey,
So
There's just a lot
what's
of buying
moving us
going
lower
nowhere.
is
sellers.
what's moving us lower is buyers.
That's right.
Sellers, buyers.
Well, you know what he means. It's all the longs puking. It's all the longs puking.
Yes.
That's taking this.
No,
It's just
I'm
a lot,
trying
of,
to
a lot
teach,
of you know, more buyers than sellers, but price wasn't moving on ES on those lows.
So that's kind of interesting. And that's true. Like buyers coming in here is having us move lower, which people are like, what the hell? That makes no sense. In this case,
it's kind of the
short
opposite.
time
Delta's
frame,
weird.
Delta is weird. You have to rethink what. Yeah, it took me a minute to figure out what I learned it from the pits. What's the pit? What are locals? Locals are long. Locals are short. So now you know which.
You would walk in there and be like, what are locals? Yeah, what are locals?
What are locals? If locals are long, I'm flat. I'm looking to get short.
Yep.
Vice versa.
And they don't want you to know, so usually they're going to lie to you.
Right.
Longs
If
are
I'm a
50
local
points
and
under the water.
I'm stuck short, I'm not going to tell you I'm stuck short.
Nope.
All right, I'm going to try a long down here. We ran into a little bit some more buyers. Let's see if we could consolidate. If not, I'm out.
You got you have a P&L update we can tell the board, please, when you got a chance.
I'm scratch, but I'm in long, and I'm just going to end up bailing right here.
And if we want to update me on the board, I'm up $100, but it's basically a scratch.
Up $100, Nick4ATick. Thanks, guys. House account, no trades yet. No trades. Our paper trade, we would have definitely taken a loser on that one. So good no trade.
Yeah, we ran into these 50s, and I've seen some buyers step in, so I'm just seeing if we could see some consolidation here, like we've seen in the 500s, then again in the 70s. We'll see if we could find some more here. Maybe get back up to those 70s. It's just a slow grind day down, and it's not giving us an opportunity to sell it. I want to see a bounce so that we could sell it.
I got 51s because when you were talking, Ann was talking about how the shorts are in the money, or the longs are easily. The average price of, how about this? The average price of longs is 510 in the micros, from 510.
You're long from 501 or 51?
51.
Personal?
Yeah, personal.
Thank you.
2 lots.
One time. 2 lots. Size control today. I like it.
Yeah.
It's volatile. You got to size down.
Oh, yeah. Man, these markets have been, this summer trade's been pretty good. VIX up a couple points. Volatility, little volume, news.
I'm taking one.
It's been great for day traders. It's really been amazing.
Not a bad summer trade. Crude chilling in the 70s. Why isn't my gas prices going down? It's taking so long there.
Yeah.
Why isn't it budged? I don't get it. Still $4.99 a gallon here. Guy has not budged it. Don't matter.
It's crazy, isn't it?
The guy down the street from me is a gangster, dude. He does not budge his gas prices at all. Doesn't matter if oil's trading $60. It's $4.99 a gallon.
Just whatever he prices it wherever he wants it.
He just chills. He just put it in the floor, and we're not budging.
Clearly, he makes all his money.
You want to
get inside the state the mini mart.
100%.
Selling Skittles.
Yep.
I'm one of those. I'm one of those people. I love Skittles. All right, last trade. Take a look at the other markets here. A couple bucks off the highs in gold. Last trade 24.27. High of the day 24.29. Now catching a bit of a bounce here. All right, coming up to these 19,450s here in the NQ. The buyers are trying to hold up a little bit. Some floor in so far. We said the longs just been puking, taking this lower. They're going to try to do it again right here. Low of the day, 19,446. Where are the stops? Where are the stops? You can feel them. Coming right now, new lows, 45s trade. MP, keep an eye on those 55.10 level in the ES for house account. 55.10 ES house account.
I'm going to focus on the house account. I'm up 1,000. That one lot, I had 2 lots, but I scratched one of them. But then 52s, I got 48s. The bids aren't catching. The bids aren't catching.
75% long gold, 65% long YM, 60% long NQ, 60% long ES.
If I can call somebody out, CL Trader, congratulations. If anything that I've talked about has helped you, that makes me very, very happy. Congratulations on passing another combine.
Nice.
Well done, CL.
John, that's great.
Hopefully you took that
John,
CL trade yesterday. Oh, someone, hey, got a reminder from someone in the chat. They want us to replay that crew trade. I said, let's do it the next hour. So, John, we want to we'll talk about that in the 10 o'clock hour. Someone want us to recreate that trade. Definitely be willing to talk about that. What John saw, what we executed, where we got out, we'll get MP in there. MP was doing he was execution of the house account. $7,000 trade. 25 lot. How you doing?
Michael, you were about to say something?
Was he?
Yeah, when you're like, I'm going to call somebody out, I thought through the lens of when I say that, it becomes a rant. I think if your rants, if you started these rants, John, would be more powerful than mine. People are like, okay, heard that again, Dad. You know, like
we'd listen.
We would listen.
It takes a lot to piss me off, but it'll probably happen sometime.
Right. Paul Vega, totally understand. Blew my XFA, so tilted. Keep your head up.
Been there.
Yeah, this is a tough day to trade.
Dakota blew his live. I mean, he took good payouts, so you'd want to take payouts. Hopefully, he took payouts.
New lows.
And he came back to the live world. So sometimes there's a regroup mentally. You got it.
It's frustrating, but that's why we take payouts, right? MP.
Yep, that's why. Remember, I was like, please take payouts. It's sitting, all that money's sitting there and then you started doing it, and I don't know if that was the reason why but you still park so much money in your pocket. So whatever. That's what a prop firm's there for. At least you can get your job back.
Yeah.
Like other prop firms back in the day where you pack your shit, Skippy.
Yep. I had that conversation with Mick. I don't regret anything. I loved the fact that I took payouts. I could just redo it again, start from the combines, work my way back up to the live. That's what a prop firm is for.
Some people take a couple weeks off. Maybe even if you're done in the business, maybe like, I don't know. You get out of tune after a couple weeks, in my opinion.
Agree.
All right, 12s, 13s, Andre.
Yeah, they're holding it up. They're trying to hold it up right here. But we keep seeing the NASDAQ just kind of creeping lower. We haven't seen the big flush just yet.
For those of you that are really interested in the weekly kickoff levels, this is an article that was unsolicited by somebody who's been watching for a long time. He's a chartered market technician, a technical analyst, and he put an article together on LinkedIn, and it's a really good article. I think he explains it better than I can, but it's a really good article. I just put the link into the chat. Just pop it up, read it when you have a chance. It's a really good article about the weekly kickoff level.
So I have
here we go, more
finally coming into support here.
I have, let me move my ladder up. 5 at 11, 5 at 11, 5 at 11, 10 half.
You're working?
10 half. Yeah, then we have John's 5,500 level though. So
let's just keep rolling over.
Yep. I got stopped out up there, so I'm going to just switch to a combine and wait for better market structure. This is just a mess.
It would be really interesting if it fell out of bed here and then the 5,500s were just some magic number. It's been known to happen with our John Hoagland's weekly kickoff numbers.
All right, well, everyone's flat right now. Is everyone flat right now?
Possibly. Yeah,
everyone's flat right now. All right, let's bring in Gabe for some news real quick. But if we put a trade on MP house account, obviously jump in. Any of you guys take a trade? Let's do that. We got some news. We got some stats we got to catch up on. So, Gabe, if you're right, let's do some news. Obviously, we'll keep one eye on the market. So, Gabe, come on in. What's going on? Nice job on passing the combine, by the way, dude.
I appreciate it. It's been a long road, but we're here. All right, so I got some news for you guys. First story is so updating on the Ethereum ETFs that were launched, or the spot ETFs that were debuted yesterday. The price of Ethereum remained largely unchanged on Wednesday morning during European trading hours, hovering around 3,400 despite a solid first day for the spot ETFs. The lukewarm price action comes even as the new investment vehicles in the U.S. attracted over $1 billion in trading volume on Tuesday on their first day. Anthony Pompliano, CEO of Professional Capital Management, said that while Bitcoin ETFs have seen significant inflows, the Ethereum ETF approval is less about Ethereum itself and more about the market as we continue to expand institutional products around cryptocurrencies. Kind of cool. Curious to see how this continues to grow and what other ETFs get loaded into the market. But that's all I have on Ethereum so far from yesterday's debut. Moving into something a little bit more exciting. So the hydrothermal explosion violently shook part of Yellowstone National Park's Biscuit Basin on Tuesday, damaging a boardwalk as several park guests ran to safety. Explosion occurred around 10 a.m. in the thermal area of the Biscuit Basin, originating near the Black Diamond Pool. Now, hydrothermal explosions like that usually are not a sign of impending volcanic eruptions, and they're not caused by magma rising towards the surface. According to USGS, volcanic activity actually for that Yellowstone region remains at normal levels. So kind of cool to see, but at the same time, left a wake of debris. Thankfully, nobody was injured, but kind of a fascinating and once in a lifetime experience for those that were there during that day.
Yeah, for sure. Isn't the biggest volcano, like if that erupts in Yellowstone, we're all smoked? Like
the big
world.
one,
is it true?
Super
There's
volcano.
Huge,
it's game over.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, it's game over. Markets go to
over.
zero. Markets go to zero real quick.
Yeah, you got a bunch of you got a bunch of tourists stomping on it over there, and then
gold making new highs here.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
All right,
moving into something.
Still on our, go ahead. No. There's nothing. They're still close to our lows, not on our lows.
All right, cool. So we have next story up here. A U.S. reality TV show has come under pressure from the New Zealand government after one of its contestants ate an endangered bird. Spencer Jones, an American whitewater rafting guide, was given a warning after he killed a wika, or I think that's how you say it, wika bird, while participating in Race for Survival. The wika bird is extinct across much of New Zealand and has a population currently of about 4,100. Now, previous contestants have eaten hedgehogs and eels before, but are warned primarily against killing birds. The maximum punishment actually for killing this bird is about $100,000 or 2 years in prison. Now, he got a little slap on the wrist. Thankfully, he got a slap on the wrist, but Jones will now actually lose out on the opportunity to win $500,000 in prize money.
Yeah.
So he's essentially, that's unfortunate.
Where's Cami Capital?
They should be hit. Hit them with 100,000. You're having fun on our or doing it. Hit them with 100,000. And it's such a good opportunity to prove a point about don't touch animals that are going extinct on your stupid TV show.
Leave all the animals alone. Leave the sharks alone.
Agreed. One thing that I found kind of comical about this was his comments were, he obviously apologized, but what he said was he didn't prepare for the hunger. How do you not prepare for the hunger on a show like that? Like that seems like
survival. Yeah,
quite absurd. One more thing I have for you guys, and we have something fun here from Jack, an update in Wyoming. But first, Joe Biden. So as we talked about this morning, President Joe Biden has a rare Oval Office address to the nation this evening at 7 p.m. Central, 3 days after his bombshell announcement that he was stepping away from the campaign trail. It will be interesting to see if we get any type of volatility or reaction in the markets tonight. So make sure to tune into Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. I believe, Dakota, you're going in at 7:30 tonight. Is that correct?
Yeah, 7:30 Central.
Perfect. So make sure to tune into that, you guys, tonight on YouTube to see if we do see any potential increase in volatility this evening once he does go live. And last but not least, Jack has been away this week in Wyoming on vacation. Jack, if you're tuning in, we do miss you, but we're glad you're having a good time. He shared a couple of pictures with us.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we have those. We do. Thank you, James.
What is he doing?
Living the Wyoming life. I'm not sure what the hell that is that he's on.
Living his best life.
That's a jackalope because he's at the world's largest jackalope exhibit in Wyoming.
Oh, he would be.
I mean,
he would be.
It's like the second or third time he went.
No, come on.
I'll find him one day.
That's his favorite place.
No. Just can't get enough of that exhibit.
But that's what I have for you guys.
Thank you.
That's the only picture he sent indoors. You got the most beautiful scenery in Jackson Hole. He just sent one indoors on a jackalope.
He sent a couple others too, but I think that was the main one we wanted to show.
Oh, the other ones give away his location.
He sent those by mistake.
Keep an eye on gold. New highs on the day, 24.33. Just push there.
Please don't sit on the exhibit. Sir.
This is the last time we're going to ask you.
You might get
there's a nice bounce. Now we're not really a bounce yet.
Fifth time's the charm.
A little bit of buyers stepping in.
Might be the rip you could sell. Those that say, where do I get in? You can't get in on these shorts. Can't get in on this downside action. Here's your chance.
Yeah, I was long as you guys were doing news. I just got out because I took a little too much heat for my liking as we were trying to make a low there. So I'm flat, but I made like 400 on that.
Yeah, that could have been the bounce to sell. That could very well have been the bounce to sell.
If that's the bounce and it was like a quick 20 points, then we're back to the reverse of what it was when we were making new all-time highs, where the most that we're going to bounce is 30 to 40 points on NQ.
Oh man.
So
let's hope not, man.
Quick P&L update there, Nick, for a tick.
500, 520 or something, but let's just call it 5. Gotta do maths. I did enough math in the Series 3 stuff.
5 on the board.
I love the fact
that you're taking it for you, Nick. How is that studying for you? How is the studying?
Okay, so I did a Sunday session that was very similar to probably what I would do in college, which is like C's get degrees, let me cram for 12 hours and then do a practice test. And I did okay. I passed the regulation side. I think I got like an 80 on it. And then I got like a 60 something on all the other stuff. So close. But I also, as I was doing that test, my eyes started to glaze over doing the math on some like the bond spreads, which are just a little, you just got to keep reading and make sure you're doing the right numbers. That's the hardest part, is just making sure I'm doing the right, moving the right numbers, subtracting, adding the right ones at the right times based on how it's written, that's the tough part.
Was it an online practice test?
Yeah, through the book I got access to an online exam, basically.
Oh, okay.
I'd say if you got every formula or every equation one wrong, it's probably gonna be a 70%. So like,
oh wow,
I made it so if every one of them wrong, there's a good amount of them on there, but like the other ones are kind of easy. Like they're pretty easy. Everything's like true false is pretty easy if you just read it. Like again, Caesar degrees. That's how I grew up in my thinking, even in college. And I'd cram exactly what I did with you, what you did on Sunday, sat on the back patio. And read all the way till I got to the very end. And I was about a halfway through the book. And then I did the study thing. And then the next morning I went and took the test at 10. So
it's probably the right thing to do. That's probably what I will do. Like once I get it scheduled here, I think I'm going to do that this week and pick a day and then do the same thing, like study all night again, and then try to take it as soon as I can the next morning. So I'm not just like overthinking some of the math and some of the other things, because especially those true false on like the regulation stuff, you can just spin your wheels trying to reread it and then you second guess yourself and then it's 50-50. So it is what it is.
We've done a lot of, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, MP.
No, we've done a lot of great things at Topstep and high-fiving each other. I have not been as excited as I was the minute that passed. It says results. It doesn't say your percentages, it says passed.
Mm-hmm.
And right when that happened, and then I called Dre, and I called my mom, and I called my sister.
Very proud.
And I text everybody who didn't care. And yeah, it was such a great feeling. A lot of
essentially
trading buddies
got 100%. You just will never know.
You'd never know.
Back to the markets here for just a moment.
Yes,
We have just put in a very small failed downside auction in the S&Ps. Here it is.
Do we see a bounce to 500?
That was the long you took yesterday in the NASDAQ, Dakota. That was that 100-point winner. Was right off a failed downside auction.
Right for this rally.
Nice.
We're up against those.
Yeah, I was long off
that previous
24s, but folded it, obviously. But I caught it on the downside. I caught 25 or 24.50 as it was going down to like 15s, 12s, whatever the final low was there. So I didn't love the heat and was just like, I'll get out.
Yep.
ACH, man. Anything can happen.
Sure can, man. Sure. All right. Well, while we're chopping around the lows here, we obviously will keep an eye on what's happening. I want to bring in JD, get some stats going in here. You guys take a trade, please jump in, update us with the board. John, if you see any levels, any trades that are worth taking, override the stats at all costs. Again, 5,500 to 5,510 in the ES. We got a couple check marks down there for a long MP, so I have that house account open. But in the meantime, I'll throw it to my man JD. What's up, JD?
How we doing, guys? JD here. All right, let's rip through these hot streaks real quick. Here they are. Dustin still playing his games. He did it again. $1.
He's doing this on purpose.
$480.
He's trolling us.
Check my math here, guys. But I think that's $12 a day, right?
Hold on. How many trades is he trading a day? Is he one in, one out?
I could pull up his trade report real quick. Most of the time he's trading just a couple. Yeah.
Like quick in and outs.
Yeah, to make a buck. It's like
we're gonna have to talk to Dustin and be like, "Hey, quit it."
We know he's trolling us.
It seems like
inflation alone. The inflation alone turtles beating your turtle account.
He's got a bunch of XFAs too. But anyway, all right,
hold on real quick. Hey, we're on 11. We're on our lows. S&P's on our lows. 21 or 55.11. Half is our lows. We're trading 55.12s. We're still
tilts long.
That could be the bounce to sell off. That could have been the bounce to sell.
The failed downside auction is now invalidated.
Invalidated, huh?
That sounds yes, lost trader.
We're on our lows. So give us a moment to. The 10s is a play. The 5,500s is a play. The market hasn't got, you know how when it gets loose, when it gets like really like wobbly?
Yep.
I feel like those are kind of the areas where it kind of shakes everybody out and then goes pretty hard towards a direction. I haven't felt that today yet. 10.5, 10.7. Would you put anything on around here, or is this get a little dicey as well?
Yeah.
Wiggle on a wobble.
I was really looking for a little bit bigger of a bounce in order to short it.
Oh, you're still looking for shorts right now, huh? Apple new lows. What's the Mag 7 doing?
It's a bloodbath.
Red.
NVIDIA holding below 120.
NVIDIA. Sheesh. That was a split price, right, Nick?
I was just gonna say that.
You remember that, huh? You remember prices. I remember. You do names. you remember numbers better than you do names. I'll say that.
I've always been good. We can say, hey, how much do you think that is? I don't have to look at the price. I'm like, I don't know, $25. Come on, it's like $23.75. Like, hell yeah.
New lows. Well, you should go on prices right then. You'd crush it.
My wife won it. Showcase Showdown.
You don't say. She knows prices quite well. All right, new lows in CL.
Swear to God. We should get the episode sometime. It's so cringy.
It is cringy. I am starting to see some sellers in here. All right, here we go. 55.10s in the ES. JD, just hang in there. We'll finish up these stats. We got plugs still. Yep, we got a lot of stuff coming in.
All right, there's got to be buyers picking bottoms.
The whole way down. The whole way down.
That was the bounce, and now we're selling right back off to the lows.
So you say we can't get in.
Yeah.
5,500s.
It's just hard to get in on a 30-point bounce, Audrey, to like want to.
I know, man.
After a 30-point bounce.
I know, man. But it was like the whole way up. Like a couple weeks ago. Where do you get in?
I know. Although I think in a passive buying market forever that we do have naturally in the S&P and stuff, it just makes no sense to close your eyes and sell. Unless we're, it really doesn't. Even just because at the end of the day, even down 30% from the all-time highs, like the dip will be bought at some point.
I agree. I'm a perma bull. Well, these are just better prices.
Question for you, Nick: the daytime frame delta in the S&P is as low as we are is negative 1,500. Only negative 1,500. How would you read that?
That's a good question. I don't have a good read yet, just because it's like, I mean, we're still just seeing, I think it's because we have had so much positive delta at certain times and it's just moved us nowhere. Like, would you think it should be more based on the move we've had to the downside?
Yeah, I would think so. But if they're using, sell ice orders, that would be positive delta. I think that they're probably using growler orders, which in that case, they'll put in an offer of, like, in the S&P is like 40 contracts. And as soon as that 40 contracts is executed, which is plus 40 in delta, they'll hit the bid. So they add 40 to delta and then they hit the bid and take that 40 out. They hide it that way. And sometimes that's just the way it works. And that seems like what's going on here.
Yes, we got some size, 5505, about 500 contracts sitting on that bid here.
Sorry,
I'm going to be really interested to see if we
size right there.
If we start to see some iceberg buy orders down here somewhere.
Maybe 360s, 360s, 19 360s for the NASDAQ.
I think that's what we said earlier, Dakota, right?
380s is the next zone. 19 360 to 380. Here we go.
All right, we got the 07s down here.
And on the 0-date expiration degenerates, the put gamma is all the way down to 54.50, so 15 points lower, roughly.
You keep moving it.
Yeah, they're rolling it down. It was at 500. Excuse me,
new
5,500.
New lows, crude new lows, Dow new lows.
I love it. I love hearing that word. I do.
No.
Or it's the opposite of the air horn, right?
There it is.
Does he break a
I want my air horn on new lows. I want my air horn.
Wait a minute. Win air horn. Those are the days,
sad
Nick.
Trombone.
Win air horn.
I mean, we had never had that before. We've never made 7 days straight of all-time highs.
No,
so it was we were having fun with some history there. That was a good time.
Win air horn. Got me every time.
We were in the it was just pure caveman trading. So I feel like that was how it needed to be said.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's how
Rips
it felt.
on here. He's like, just buy it.
Yep. What's here? Just buy it. Okay.
Just sell it.
Did you notice?
Just sell it.
Did you notice, like, during that time where, like, Dakota started getting like a kind of a bear, and he's always been a bull. We were always getting like stupid money. Like, it was like, oh, just buy it. It's just like, you can't go wrong. Just buy it. And then when we're all irrationally exuberant, maybe whatever that Greenspan word is, then the market turned, and it's turned hard. it's like once everybody wants to like sees getting longs a play and it's a no brainer, then it's a whole like if the cab driver you get in a cab, the cab driver tells you to get long, you get short that stock because it's always like the general pop is the last one to know.
Pop. Hey, MP, are we long? House account long, MP?
Go ahead, Andre. Sorry.
Is house account long from 7? Or
no? What
okay,
7s were a number. 10s are a number, and then 5500s is a weekly kickoff. And I was thinking you guys are thinking the 5500s.
Let's see new lows.
Right.
New lows.
Right, hey,
Let's see it.
Quick poll update. Who is up and who is down? It's over almost 800 votes here in 3 minutes. 43% of people are down. Wow.
That's usually the opposite.
It is. It's like capital. Come on.
Getting
all right.
To those lows. See if we can test 400, 19,400. If we break below, I could see 380s, maybe 360s.
And there's a naked TPO point of control down below that at 346.
Okay.
Prices are crazy. We almost traded 21,000s about a week and a half ago.
Yeah, we were just yesterday. We were at 20,000.
That's true. That is true.
So here we go. New lows. New lows.
Timber.
OJ.
Yep. Testing 400. Let's see if we can get to 400. There we go. There we go. There's more. 405.
Timber. We got 600 lot on the 5505. It's fake. Never mind. Scratch that. It's algos.
Yeah, liquidity bands.
Stupid ones that were in there yesterday.
That was the 5-minute bounce right there. It was a beautiful short.
No!
Not enough.
See, they been doing this about 3 handles above and 3 handles below whatever the trade is, whatever's currently trading. These algos have just been stacking 1,000 lots, about 3 handles above and 3 handles below, and they just move it with. They're so dumb. All right. We got no trades on right here. JD, we can finish up these stats if you want.
We're going to burn through all of them.
Yeah, let's do it.
Burn through all of them right now. So,
cool,
all right, here's yesterday's best live funded PNLs. All right, all 5 of these traders were trading the NASDAQ exclusively. Eddie with $5,000, Usanu with $4,000. Big Rips, $3,400. That's a lot of meal deals right there for Rips.
Nice.
Philippe, $2,900, and Aaron with more than $2,700 in profits. Again, all trading the NASDAQ. All right, I'm going to update this overlay real quick. We'll come back in a second for the XFA P&Ls. And while we're waiting for that, we have some payout numbers from yesterday.
Yeah. MP, what did you think the payouts were yesterday? I heard there's conflicting.
I don't think it's not. It's I got updated this morning, but it might be delayed from what JD gets. I don't know what he gets. So
yeah, so here's the number that I got from yesterday. Total of $297,535,000 in payouts. So just for some clarification, I did reach out to the risk and funding teams. So they came in yesterday to an inbox of 900 payout requests yesterday.
That's what it was.
Yeah, due to time constraints, they were only able to process a third of them. But worry not, if you sent in a payout request yesterday, I guarantee you right now our funding and risk teams are working feverishly to get those processed for you. I've already gotten updates, and they're halfway through the stack, I believe, at the moment.
Yeah, I read it this morning as payouts 966, but then somebody asked, are those payouts that went out?
New low.
No, these are requests. Okay, here we go.
Yep. All right.
We're going to see 400. See if we can break a 400.
Hold up, JD.
You got it.
Did you guys just see that 40 lot that crawled down each price point?
I saw that.
That's that algo.
That was cool. I've never seen that before.
Oh, that guy's
that
been
would
there.
be cool. These things start happening where they're like Pac-Man or something, like that was cool. I've never seen that.
Did you get executed?
Yeah, they got filmed.
Okay.
Yeah, 03, it was like 03's cancel, 02's cancel, like tick, 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 tick.
I mean,
worked it at each one.
that wasn't big size, but yeah, that was someone chasing down to get out.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we got 4,200 people. The people are coming back after we put a pause on promos. There's a bit of a dip on concurrent viewers. They've come back.
We usually have about
heads.
5,100, right, Jay? So about
when we were giving stuff away
900
left
of them.
We were down in the 35s for a minute, but the top step heads, our core traders, the bell-to-bellers are starting to come back. 4,200 people watch. I think we'll get above 5,000. Yes, we have put a pause on promos. You don't see the chat getting polluted anymore with the hat out looking
When
for the
reset?
collection basket. You don't see that no more. It's better to see. So yes, please click like, please click subscribe. Over 110,000 subscribers on the Top Step YouTube channel. My goodness. But MP, we've been able to clean up and prune the chat a little bit.
I did my little rant that week, and I think I sent a lot of them skirming.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like
Scurrying. Yeah.
And now we got the pro ballers. Everybody in here right now, I mean, like, there's always going to be a percentage of people in society that are tough.
New lows. Crude oil, Dolby.
I'm just watching NASDAQ just continue to sell off. 400, 390s, 390s. We'll see maybe 380s.
It's like a slow motion car crash right now.
It really is. Dakota's loving
just
it.
Very, very orderly, slow selling.
Here we go. 390. New lows.
New lows. Wah, wah.
Yeah, 3 there. Boom. Gone. 390s. Let's see if 380s.
I like this reverse auction here.
I mean, that's what it's just selling off.
Yeah, it is.
And there's no opportunity.
Do I see 400s? Do I see 390s? 390s going into 380s.
Andre, there's gonna be a story I tell you about on my grandpa's estate. Like he had a farm, like, you know, like old school, like, you know, tractors and all that stuff from like whatever. He did a whole estate sale because they moved to town and got in a wellness center or whatever it's called. Not wellness, but whatever. Old folks center.
Yeah.
I can tell it right now. The auctioneer goes, there's like bolts and washers and things like that. He's like, all right, we'll take $1, $1. And they kept doing that. Like this, it was the auctioneer's daughter that got up there because it was like an all day thing. You sell everything, everything that's in the barns and all that kind of stuff. Nobody would pay $1, so they just kept adding shit to it. And like, okay, this is bolts, washers, and nails. You know, $1. Okay, no, this is bolts, washers, nails
for $1 still.
For $1, yeah, it was hilarious. I remember as a kid.
Yeah,
watching all your grandpa stuff get sold.
Okay, we've seen the 380s print.
Yep. Tilt's getting a little tilty to the short side. So that could be people are either longs that keep holding on or now exhausted, which means there's just a bit more shorts in there that are in the money that are holding on.
What's their average entry?
Average entry on the shorts are...
What market are you looking at?
NASDAQ is... Hold on. Keeps moving on me.
It does keep moving. It's hard.
No, you gotta filter by the top. Shorts are 31s. Yeah. 431s. Average short is 431s.
Oh, the money.
42 negative price.
$55.07, $55.06 trade. They're gonna keep here we go. Into the sixes now in the S&Ps.
I mean, it could definitely go to 500.
Yeah, I don't like you can rip through and come back.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like it's inevitable at this point. But it's been a very orderly sell-off. It hasn't been just like hammer time. I guess it's not like. That's why it makes me feel like there's a place to get long in here.
Hammer time.
Anybody ever get the hammer time chance?
I am long 395. I'm seeing it. Yeah, we went to the 80s. I was looking for 80s, 60s to 80s. It's a zone. We'll see if we could get a break above 400 back. My target's going to be 430s. 430s.
I like it. So we got check marks there, MP. And we
blow
through every zone. We've blown through every zone. We have blown through every, well, almost.
I mean, the 5,500 to me is where the house
wall.
account is. Yeah. So what levels do you have right here? I don't have anything.
Nothing.
Or you guys pick this up from your people.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll start reaching out here.
Yeah, I have 380.
JD, what do you got? Nick Dolby, what do you got? John Hoagland, you've been sharing.
Sixes.
Guys, Dolby and JD and Hoagland and Eddie, they're getting a team of guys. They're scouting for the folks that share the best levels. They're going to be doing this. They're going to have their own chat room just to get the levels. They're not coaching you. They're not doing anything. They're going to be feeling it out. You're probably going to get a ping or tap on your shoulder at the funded level if you're crushing it. So if you're in here and you're one of those folks and you want to be a level provider, you're getting recruited right now. And level providers will possibly just do it for the goodness of their heart. Possibly will do it for some merch in the gear shop. Possibly whatever. Depends on how good you are. Topstep seeks no restraints in giving you opportunity.
Our initial list, we've got a list of 100 traders in both live accounts and XFAs off of our top 100 leaderboard that we're reaching out to presently. So if you're in the top 100 at Topstep on the leaderboard, look out for an email from us because it's coming today or tomorrow early.
Ooh.
So
I like that.
We got to figure out how to vet you because it is a little bit like, okay, they said the 550. It's tricky. And you're not going to be on all the time, but you're going to have a batting average. And maybe we're going to eventually keep stats. I don't know. I don't want to keep adding stuff onto it. But it's basically right now, we started as scouts of traders when in 2010, very beginning of 2010, we were a scouting agency for traders that ended up becoming a funding model for all aspiring traders. Now we're really seeing the importance of good level providers to the community. So more to come. We don't stop.
Oh, I love Hoag's weekly kickoff levels. Those are amazing.
Wait till they're on Topstep X, in Topstep X, hint.
Right?
Hint. All right. Technical sell-off continues. 504s.
It's going to smack me. Took that loss.
Got a check
This
mark
is just a
19.
combine. Switch to a combine. I'm not trading my live account. This is just a combine. I'm done touching this thing on my live account. So
awesome.
I want to make sure that's clear.
Long.
This market's just too messy for me. I don't know. We were kind of.
Dakota, why do you say messy? Why do you say messy?
Good question, Eddie.
Yeah. That's what I was going to explain. So the thing is, this morning, the first thing we looked at was this higher chart this morning when we started watching. And just like we were saying is, we could see 500s. And this is when we were in the 600s, right? When we were just barely starting to break down. And Nick, we said that we was looking at 500s. And if 500s fails, the next area we're going to be looking at, or at least I'm going to be looking at, is 360s, maybe 380s. So, yeah, this is the only zone that I have left is around here. Like this, it's an hourly support, but these 300s, if not,
and given how
I say 19100s, 19130.
Yeah, I mean, it's an orderly sell-off though. This isn't news driven.
That's where I was going to say, like, I think we're coming to where the downside may be limited to the rest of the day. Like I said, that's why I was looking at 54.50 on SPX just because of the option wall. I would assume that caps it just because of how patient and orderly the selling has kind of been. It is, Andre's right. Like the word I would use, it seems very technical rather than like any sort of fear sell or panic or, profit taking even. It just even seems just very much based on, hey, it was a tough, it was just based on, the weakness that we're seeing in the Mag 7, basically.
There's going to be a big flush.
Just a little delta notice here. Since we broke out the low of the IB in the S&P is where delta was maybe down 1,200, they've become a lot more aggressive using market orders to sell into this market. We're now negative 8,300 in just a half an hour. So Getting a lot more shorter time frame, aggressive market order hitting sellers in this thing.
Thank you, John.
we
Let's
go.
squeeze these shorts, baby. Let's squeeze them. Once they get caught stuck in the hole here.
We're filled.
Right,
02s, we're filled 01s. We're long 10.
Maybe Euro close.
Watch out. They're gonna be Euro close. They're gonna puke. There's stops just beneath these 5500s, MP.
We're in right now, so we're in. 5500s is not touched.
Oh, I'd like to see us get into the 60s. That's what I'm really. We've seen 70, 69 and 3/4.
Price update
on NQ is pretty much June's value area low.
Be right. All right. Hey. All right. Quick house account update, Michael. We are long 10. Say again. Long 10 plus 10 from
01. Half.
Yes. All right.
What's the consensus on where the stop should be on this, guys?
Good question.
I have, John.
We're gonna take heat on
you
this
guys
again.
were talking about the 5500 level, and I had 5 and 5 working above it, and the 5 and 5 working below it, down in the 98s, 97s. That's what I was looking on an execution, because you guys are talking about the 5500s, and I wanted to be in front of it and behind it to work that little area. But you guys tell me what would be. I mean, it's kind of harder to say right now. What would be a stop on this one? Is it
everybody in the chat too, everybody here and everybody in the chat, what is the consensus for where the stop should be on this trade?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Johnny.
Don't all talk at once.
Yeah, this is 54.97.
Yeah, I'm liking this long here, especially if all of our European friends start covering here.
Heads up for Euro close.
Yeah, I'm long 5 NASDAQ from 378.
Right here, where everyone's long now. Here we go. We're long 10 from 01.
There's
They're going to test.
There's a lot of iceberging there on ES.
A lot of folks say we shouldn't even have taken the trade.
Yeah, that's the best time to take it.
Folks,
I guess y'all suck.
Finding out.
This is a y'all suck trade.
That more and more. Y'all
But
suck.
then we'll find out Hindsight Capital in the chat, was definitely long off that low too.
This is a y'all suck special right here.
Yes, y'all suck special. I love how everybody, people coming in here, they're like, I switched firms to you guys, y'all suck. I'm like, I like
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
89.25 was a suggestion. We've seen a lot of 89s, a lot of 90s for the stop in the chat, at least. Still looking for some consensus from everybody here. Coach Jay says 88 stop. So that just below that 490 level, it seems like that's where the stops are going to be found.
Yep.
Okay, where's our target?
It's the
I think target's air horns.
2 minutes.
It's honestly probably around 55.15.
That got me good.
I don't even think. Yeah, that's just like I understood exactly what you meant.
I'm in Emery's camp that I think on the NASDAQ we may have put in the high of the year, but that's just me.
Yeah, very well possible.
I'd be fine with that.
All right, we got this trade on. Markets aren't exactly rock and roll. All right, JD, let's finish up these stats really quick. We got plugs coming up. We got Series 3. We got fast markets coming up. We got stats pack 2. All right, JD, come on in. Let's finish up these stats. We were talking about Dustin and the $1 holler for 40 days straight.
I did look up Dustin. He's putting on 1 lots in the MNQ, taking a single tick out of those trades. And I think anything over $1 is positive slippage in the MNQ market. So that's Dustin's deal. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's payouts. So we got Raphael S., who's at the top of the leaderboard right now, $54,000 payout. Adrian, also on the leaderboard today, $28,000. Kang, Anonymous, another anonymous squirrel, and Kim Sonoy, $10,700. All right, let's move on to XFA P&Ls from yesterday.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Is Anonymous the same person? And I'm not. Don't make fun of me. Because if we're using anonymous over and over and over again, then we're going to get confused. Why not? You said anonymous squirrel or something like. We give them a little nickname. We give them our own nickname.
Okay.
Based on their trade style and stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, it could be that. Yeah, because if there's two people that don't want their name up there, then fine. But we can't call them both anonymous because that's confusing. So let's get creative on how we want to do that. That's just my little feedback on the fly.
There's actually a whole list of people that don't want their names displayed on TopstepTV. There's a disclaimer at the bottom of our website or an opt-out form that you can fill out to not have your information displayed on TopstepTV. And people do fill that out. So there's quite a few that we have to sift through when we're putting these lists together. There's a bit of compliance work that goes into it. But
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's definitely something we can do. We'll just take a
sucker. I don't know. Sucker 1, sucker 2. They got to be in here because we're all suckers. So, like we're all stories. Right. I guess we're all suckers.
Here's your XFA PNLs from yesterday. First, Manfred. Nice day trade in the Dow, NASDAQ, crude oil, and gold. More than $15,000 in profits. Way to spread it around there, Manfred. Drayton, who's recently been on the leaderboard, was trading the NQ and the ES. Pocketed more than $13,000. That was just in a single account, though. Drayton was actually copying trades across 5 XFAs for a total of $66,795 on the day yesterday. We're going to see Drayton's name again in just a minute. Mancha, also copying trades across 5 XFAs, profited a total of $63,200 yesterday. Yesterday was actually Mancha's first day in the XFA and already sitting in 14th place on the leaderboard. Good trading for Mancha. Then we have Eric picking up $12,600 in the NASDAQ, and Steven rounds out this list with close to $12,000, also trading the NASDAQ. All right, let's can we hit the leaderboard real quick? We'll just wrap all these up.
Eddie, you got plugs next.
Okay.
All right, here is the bottom half of the leaderboard. Sitting in 6th place, there he is, Nick4ATick, made about $5,000 yesterday, moved up to 6th. He was in 7th place yesterday.
Good job, Nick.
Oh yeah, Nick.
Way to go, Nick.
I still have I think $15,000 is getting transferred to my live account.
Saw that yesterday. Awesome.
Yes,
news.
very nice, very nice. All right, moving down the list, we got Edward, lost about $8,000 trading in 5 XFAs, fell from 6th down to 7th. Adrian is back on the list. Just saw Adrian with the payout, trading in a single XFA, took home a tidy $4,300 sum to move up to 8th place from 12th. Pinson made about $1,000, moved up to 9th place. He was in 10th yesterday. And Marco's a newcomer to the leaderboard, trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs, made a total of about $11,000 yesterday. Jumped from 19th place up to 10th place. All right, Eddie, you ready? Ready, Eddie?
Eddie.
Establish for yourself a definite fixed system of conditioning your mind at the beginning of each day so you will keep it positive under all circumstances.
Really quickly before you go.
That's so weird. We're pumping here.
Yeah. And
that lead was for you, Eddie.
Hold on. Would you shave 5?
I would take 5 at the IB, right around the IB low. Nick said 15. I'm looking more
15's.
like 12.
Yeah,
I took 10. Right, I took 10 off at. I took 5 off at 1075.
Good.
And that's only because you guys were saying take it off, and while you're saying take it off, it was rallying. So Executioner could have waited, but I took those. Now we're unrealized. Now we're unrealized up. So this 5. What do you guys want to do with this? Move the stop.
Break even stop.
Break even stop. Move the stop. Keep it where it is. It's $3,000 worth of risk, bringing it down to 89s, as you can see in my chart.
I mean, I think you're fine break even. I don't think it's heading back there. At least not yet. I think the low is probably
Dakota.
Yeah.
If you took my class last night, you'd know exactly what I want to do to trail it.
I know if you want to trail it, follow on the 100-tick chart.
Hey, guess that's exactly what I'm doing over here on the NASDAQ.
Crude getting shot out here. New highs crude 78.15 last trade.
Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, good.
No,
all right, JD,
there's no sorry for the interruption. Never. We are all about jumping and weaving in and out. Eddie, real quick, my question is going to be, how come those voices don't exist anymore when you grab those voices from the 1950s?
They sound weird back then. They talk like this.
That was the famous Napoleon Hill. Yeah, that's Napoleon Hill.
Weird.
Got it.
And no one talks like that anymore. All right, JD, let's finish up. Let's get that top 5 on the leaderboard here.
All right, we already got our lead in, so here are the top 5 traders at Topstep. In 5th place, Drayton, who we just mentioned, had that huge $67,000 day yesterday, moved all the way up from 40th place and landed in the top 5 today. Like I said, Drayton's been on the list in the past. He looks to be a pretty solid and consistent trader. Nice job, Drayton. Kenneth was in 5th place yesterday, moved up a notch after a solid $15,000 day, trading in 5 XFAs. And no change to the big 3 today. Brian P. took a $20,000 drawdown across 6 funded level accounts. Quinn profited more than $13,000 in 5 XFAs. And Raphael, who took that huge $54,000 payout yesterday, had a small $2,000 loser in his single live funded account, but still in the lead by about $9,000 right now.
Beautiful.
There is your leaderboard for today. I'll be back in a little bit with the Series 3 question.
Sounds good. All right, right quick. Let's turn the sucker right around. Eddie, my man, let's get some plugs in there. We got about 20 minutes left. House account is long.
Eddie, hold on.
Holding.
We got to see your 50s voice. Somebody just asked for it right before Eddie goes. Come on, you're Chicago.
Me?
Hey, see?
Yeah, see, we're long for 5501. House account's long for 5501. See? All right, throw it over to Eddie. Throw it over to Eddie. We got plugs. We are backlogged here. See? Throw it over to Eddie. Eddie, what we got for plugs?
Yeah, we got journaling. Yeah, see, last week we debuted. Last week.
The lobster
debuted journaling.
I like that.
It's like Edward G. Robinson. That's what you're talking about, right?
Why do we talk like that?
Edward G. Last week we debuted journaling in the Topstep X Performance Dashboard. Yesterday we debuted 2 more features. I've got my charts up, so follow the bouncing hand, boing, 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 all the way over to the performance stats. Okay, this is where we're going to add these in here. Let's take a scroll down. Take a scroll down memory lane, and there we go, all the way down here. And this is where you can now make your trading journal entries from either your day trades, as we can see here. You can add here. Remember to save your journal. We had a problem with that in chat yesterday also, so keep an eye on that. But what else we've added, you can add days that you haven't traded. There it is. Just add journal. Went to the zoo, saw some animals, had some ice cream, came home, and fell asleep. Add your journal. All right. Also, down here, you can add to each of your trades. As you can see, I've done to a few here that sort of stood out. But click on the left here. That's going to give you an opportunity to add to each individual trade. So there you have that. We're going to go back to here and back to our charts. Also, Discord, 75,000 members. We're excited to announce that our Discord is quickly approaching 75,000 subscribers. So if you're not already in Discord, I'm going to post the link in chat real quick. It's a great way to connect with our coaches. There we go. Sent coaches meeting with trading buddies and getting answers to basic support questions. So there is the link. Remember, it's 100% free to join and participate. There is the link, and that link is suckerific. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I see some sellers trying to come in here. Again, house account. Anyone else got a position on? All I'm seeing is house account long 5, 5501 hook. 5501
I am
hook.
long on the NASDAQ from 378.
Wow.
Coach Jay had an interesting suggestion. He said anchor VWAP on the low bar on the 5-minute chart in the S&Ps and use that as your stop level. So you could really kind of move your stop up to 5504.5, I would say. That will lock in some profits. And as long as it stays above that anchored VWAP on that low bar on the 5-minute chart, we stay in it. What do you guys think of that?
Interesting. That's very interesting.
That's smart. Coach Jay, man. Coach Jay speaks, I listen. So.
Yeah, Coach Jay's
100%.
proven himself. Coach Hoagland with his levels that he shares on here have been dialed. I mean, these are the guys that are rising up that are really interesting to listen to. And you got the traders like Nick and Dakota, and they are all traders. Don't get me wrong, but like some people can see the markets much better as far as like levels, and some people can trade as far as like during, in real time on the ladder, getting comfortable with the market action, order flow, however you want to call it.
Yeah, around the reaction in time based on those levels too. That's always important.
Mm-hmm.
And the house account
ES.
long 5, you said?
Long 5. Market's quieted down a little bit. I can see trend traders look at the 5-minute. I can see some shorts trying to come in here on the ES and Q as well. Just looking at the 5-minute, trending lower. We do have 71%, 82% long NQ, or I'm sorry, YM, 82% long Dow, 71% long ES, 63% long NQ. Look at that crude chart. Crude wild, man. Just about at 76.98. Just a turnaround for over a $1 rally. Last trade, $77.98. High today, $78.19. Let's look how long from 01 Hook.
Who took that John Hoagland weekly kickoff low, daily levels that we share?
Patience. That's what patience is all about. We saw the sell-off. Yeah. We saw the sell-off. Where do we get them? I've got 1,000 lots sitting here. It could be fake.
S&P's just tested that anchored VWAP on that low bar on the 5-minute chart. Just kissed it.
Who took that long down there? Followed John's weekly kickoff lever. You saw us being patient with it. It did rally to 10 handles, 11 handles. I'm glad I got out of that 5 lot up at 10.75.
They're going to test.
Yeah, you got to take half off at the IB low.
They're going to test those. I think they'll test our entry again.
We'll look, assuming everything's still holding up, to get back in.
Hey, if Jay is right, Jay is right. We should be out now. If Jay is right.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. Come on in, JD.
Here we go, guys.
You ready, MP?
It is that time of day.
Is Nick4ATick, Dakota, Hoagland, and Andre ready?
We're about to find out.
Oh, always.
I got a pina colada in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
I was born ready.
Umbrella in the drink. I like it.
Umbrella in the drink.
All right. If everyone's ready, this one should be a layup for you. Let's hit it. A market that has distant contract months trading at prices higher than near-term contract months is said to be A, inverted, B, contango, C, expensive, or D, sloping.
I have A or B.
Expensive.
Johnny, this is the word you use all the time.
This is Eurodollars.
Isn't it contango?
Contango.
Contango. Oil does contango, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Contango. That's what it's supposed to be. Contango means.
I used that term a lot in the book, and I was very. I never used that term, but I kept reading it.
Inverted is.
Once you just know contango means every month that goes further and further out is higher and higher priced. That's like stair stepping. You're like, that's what the futures price is supposed to be. Should look like.
Yep. I guess
when an inverted market.
Picture the answer now, and I'll explain it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep. So the answer is B, contango. So in normal market conditions, contango is it's seen for commodity markets that incur storage costs. Just like Andre said, commodities such as oil, metals, grains. In those markets, the future price needs to account for the cost of storing that commodity until the delivery date, and that's why it usually has a higher cost compared to the nearer term contracts.
Okay, let me ask a question.
And risk premium too.
What would make an inverted market happen?
A recession.
Nope.
What would make it happen?
Cash demand is strong at that time. You'd see an inverted market saying, I always related to corn. If there's a big demand for corn right now, it will drive prices higher, which then can create an inverted market because futures prices are now lower than the cash prices, which becomes inverted. Am I correct on that? Anybody? What causes an inverted market? Well, it has to. There's cash and futures, so there's two variables.
Mm-hmm.
JD, if you got the book, or if somebody knows, I'm pretty.
That's what I was thinking, Charles Lucas.
The driver of an inverted market is cash, which is priced right here, right now. Is in
high cash prices.
It's caused by. It's caused by high immediate demand. When you have high demand for a commodity and short-term supply shortage, buyers will pay a premium that you're inverted, or backwardation, they call it.
Backwardation. You either hear high demand or you'll see a shortage of supply that can drive inverted markets because it's the cash that then your local co-op is like, holy shit, like we barely got anything. And Tom the farmer is going to come in here and buy a shitload for his cattle.
Always Tom with you. Why is it always Tom?
Well, it's little Johnny on my jokes.
Always Tom. All right, markets have kind of chilled out right now.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's headed right back down to the lows in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
380s.
I wouldn't be surprised they test our entry. How much more can it go? It's going to run out of steam. Volume's tapering off a little bit.
How much lower can it go? 19,120s for the NASDAQ.
If that super volcano goes off in Yellowstone, we're going way lower.
Well, isn't the old adage, if the world's going to end, you better long it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is that what? Golden guns.
If it doesn't end, you're rich. If it does, money doesn't matter.
Yes. Got you, yes. If the world's going to end, yes.
Oh, yes. Well, yeah,
Yes, it
that's
doesn't
smart.
matter.
I don't know why I looked at it the other way.
Yep.
How am I? It'll be like the other firms. How am I going to get a payout?
Denied.
Our whole office is burnt to the ground. Denied.
JD, if you want to do stats 2, leaderboard 2, I think actually we just did that. We got hashtag fast markets coming up.
Yep, stats are all done for the day. We wrapped them up.
Andre, if you do that voice again, you know exactly what it sounds like. The lobster mobsters on The Little Mermaid.
Lobster mobster on the. What is?
Why do you,
Michael? What's the Little Mermaid? See, what is that?
Yeah, exactly, you do.
What is that?
Eddie's always done this one, and Dre, you're pretty good at it too.
What is it?
It's Jimmy Cagney, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know who it is. They just talk like that back in the black and white TV days. Yeah, why are they talking so weird?
I'm not
exactly.
a rat. I'm a frog.
Lobsters on The Little Mermaid.
No one talks
exactly
like
that.
And that's from the Little Mermaid TV show. So that's a deep cut.
Love it.
Yeah. What is the
Who's
lobster
not in the
mobster?
movie?
Atlanta Fed in 12 minutes.
They're my
Thank
favorite
you.
characters. I grew up with two sisters, and we watched The Little Mermaid, and the lobster mobsters were my two favorite characters.
Really?
Sounds just like them.
MP loves
Yeah,
lobster
no joke.
mobsters.
Sounds exactly like them. We'll have to pull up the clip.
We will. That's
I thought it comes from like Home Alone. Remember the guy? He's like, "You filthy animal."
keep the change. You feel.
Remember?
Nope.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
All right. How do
That
we
AC.
pull
Don't watch it yet.
AC said 10%.
Go watch it. Someone has to see this. I'm getting that clip.
You've had AC in charge now. All right. James, Gabe, if you guys want to do hashtag fast markets, we could probably fit it in right about now. We got a cool schedule coming up today. So let me pull up the schedule coming out today. Oh, coming up in Power Players. This is my guy, man. From England, former professional footballer. In the green room yet? Not yet. Francis Green joining us for Power Players. Shoulder tap coming up. Hoag and Mick. Group coach and JD and David Green. It's a David Green day, folks. David Green Wednesday. We got Hoag, Gabe, and KV. Patience with KV. Let's talk about his levels that he's been supplying us with lately, as well as in Power Hour. Myself, Coach Dakota, David Green. Dakota, you've been loving that solo sessions with David Green, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Two technical analysis traders trading during Power Hour. Yeah.
Okay. Don't sound too excited, Dakota. We got
You undersold Power Hour a ball.
We got Slow Marcus, the man right there. Lots of Dakota. Dakota and Jay. And then, of course, London Open with Deanna. Been a great success. Way to get it off the ground. Shout out to D. Marcus talking with D. All right, we got about 6-7 minutes left here in fast markets. Hey, good action today. Good price movement. We're kind of chopping around the lows right now. 55.05 last trade in ES. House account long from 01 half. Long half.
No,
anyways,
01 even. 01 even.
Evens. We got evens. Man, I'm shortchanged us by 50 cents. What are we doing?
No. You're right. You were right. I averaged into, and I think it's a first in, first out, or last in, first out. So when I covered the 5, then it moves your next trade to whatever the first in, first out, last in, whatever. The point of the story is I averaged into that from an 02 to 01 to whatever.
Nice.
You guys ready for new lows?
Oh boy.
Let's see if we can put
it's coming. It's coming.
360s.
I'm definitely going to test it. Got 74% long OIM. And Q 50-50. Yes, 50-50. Nick4ATick, what's your P&L?
Still at 500.
Nice. Wow, very disciplined. Stay on your hands.
And then my one XFA that I traded in today is up $1,000, but that was way earlier.
Very patient, very disciplined. Nick4ATick, I got to say, man, I know we do a lot of BSing and ball busting around here, but man, the way I know you were kind of right around July 4th, right? It was kind of a low point for your trading career. You just kind of jumped into this trading thing full go. And yeah, you were taking on the chin. You were down in it. You were in the thick of it, but you really pulled yourself out of this.
I think I was in like a maybe a 7 trading day span. I was down like 15 grand in my live account and just kind of hitting a wall mentally. And now we're well back above that. So made it back and more.
Hell yes, dude. Good job.
To back what Dre says, really, I was going to say it earlier. I go, are you happy that you took this as full time? Because I know you were kind of contemplating half and half, and I know Topstep folks are like, maybe we should bring him on the team and see if he's interested. But then you kind of chose to go fully in as a funded trader and stayed on that. I know you're taking payouts. I'm not going to get into that, but I know that it's healthy. And I want to say I'm proud of you for doing it. Yeah. But what do you think when you come think about that decision? That was a huge decision, and I don't know. Again, I'm not going to talk about how much you pulled out, but I'm assuming it's good enough that you're happy with it. So now, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at this from kind of a rolling 12 months to start, and then I want to see kind of how we finish out this year, and just how I'm feeling. I know a lot of you probably know, but I'm also having our first kid in November. She's due, so I think it'll be towards the end of this year. A little reflection and kind of decision making of like, hey, what makes the most sense not only for me but for the family that's kind of growing, and does this eating what you kill in this type of environment, is that really the life I want to live? We'll figure that out. But yeah, I've had some success. I've had some ups and downs. I'm trying to continue to grow things, doing that in the space. I'm going to start doing some live market prep on Sunday Globex Opens and some other things just to kind of continue to do this. You guys know that they're trying to get that Texas Stock Exchange off the ground, hence why it makes sense also to get the Series 3 for me and just continue to kind of immerse myself in this space. And so that's kind of the plan now. And so far it's working.
I think it's great. And here's a couple of things that's the downfall of staying as a trader. Remember all of us, John and Andre, and when like trading kind of dried up on the trading floor, and then that prop from the year with Andre kind of shut the doors. You're like, I'm unemployable. Like I don't have any things on my resume. Now the cool thing about what you're doing, Nick, is you're doing Series 3. Now what that basically means, guys, is he'll pass the Series 3 and he can take money. He can work with a brokerage firm, which we will introduce you to, and Nick can help you out with all that kind of stuff. And if he brings somebody to the brokerage firm, a introducing broker, which he can be registered as or whatever, can take a part of that commission. So if you're paying 25 cents a contract, Nick could get 5. And that he's thinking. I'm assuming you're thinking about that added revenue stream. The Texas Exchange is starting. You're in Texas. I think it's in Dallas. Is it in Dallas?
It's supposed to be in Dallas. Yeah.
Yep, that could be really, really big whirlwind. He has a stepping stone to say he on his resume that he's been trading with a prop group and done all this. That should help if you're staying in the same industry as far as financial and whatnot, or if you want to share two incomes coming in. Because at the end of the year, you're like, hey, I don't know if I eat what you kill. Going back to that, that's why I started a prop firm, because eating what you kill does get difficult as time goes by. But if you park a lot away, which I'm seeing you start to do, by the end of the year, you got a good nest egg. I think you're setting yourself up really good to have a shitload of options. And I know you're going to choose the best one because you're a good decision maker. Thus far, from what I've seen.
Wow. What an endorsement.
Eating what you kill makes you feel so alive, though.
It does.
It does. And I think,
man, you can be hungry, dude. You can get hungry real fast. You can starve. We
had a good conversation at the end of last week, and I think it was kind of like, I know he's taken a lot of money out of the market. I've taken a lot of money out of the market, and you almost, with those large, the law of large numbers, you kind of lose perspective on like, well, me taking 10 grand out of this world every month, like that's a pretty good 6-figure, career that I could be doing. And it doesn't seem that difficult when you're taking 100K out in one payout like Dakota has, and some of the larger ones that I've done. 10K really doesn't seem that big, but I think at times we've lost that perspective on like, that's amazing to do in this space.
Well, eating what you kill, Dakota. I always got this line tossed at me. And it probably works for a lot of the scalpers or they keep shortening their thing. If you're hunting for elephants, don't focus on the rabbits.
Ooh, okay, he liked that one. He liked that one. Look at that smile. He's looking for approval, folks. He's looking for approval on that. But yes, yes, he is. That is. You're 100%
just basically, right. If you look at what do they say about picking up quarter on the freeway?
Yeah. Picking up quarters in front of a steamroller.
Yes.
Stepping over $700 a pick up
stepping over something.
Something like that. We nailed those cliches. All right, guys.
If I could just talk to Nick for a second. Nick, I've been there. I mean, I was just trading, eating what I killed in the pit, got married, started having kids, and an opportunity came up where I was able to become a filling broker, not only just trading, becoming a filling broker. So that in itself added some risk to it, but it also added the probability of at least some sort of steady income. So I've been where you are. You're trading so well. Focus on the next good trade. And I like your idea of looking at it at the end of the year and taking a look. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it, guys. And obviously, you guys continuing to give me a platform and just continuing to kind of grow in this space. I look back even where I was in October compared to now, and it's still like night and day, and just my patience and just, I was more, not gambling's the wrong word, but I was way more aggressive, like out of stupidity when I was kind of starting with props and stuff like that. And you have such larger highs and lows that way versus trying to be consistent. And even me, like I'm probably done with my live. I'm up $500. We've had a very large move. I'm probably done. Where before I may really press it here as the market starts to die down, which makes no sense to do. So I think I'm also just maturing in my trading in the space.
But then last point, because I know Dre wants to keep moving. You then take that and then you find time to make sure that you're set up for whatever it is that you may do next or in addition to, like the Series 3 studying and things like that. I see you updating your Twitter and all that. You're taking it so damn serious. I'm like, damn, this kid's got it together. And you got options, and you're setting yourself up with more options down the road, and having options. I'm sorry, I got to say this, but Chris Rock says you're only as faithful as your options. but having a lot of options is good.
He did say that.
He did say that on the stand. I thought it was hilarious.
Francis Green thought that was funny.
Yeah. So having options is good. I think it's great.
Yilos.
Good stuff.
I got all right, guys. Markets are open.
Markets are open. Yep. Fast Markets is coming to a conclusion. We got power players coming up. My man Francis Green on the other side of this. Shout out to Nick4ATick. Shout out to Dakota. Shout out to MP. Great Fast Markets, profitable. Keep us posted on that house account trade. MP. We got power players coming up next. Francis Green, let's go.
Topstep X is the new kid on the block that everyone is talking about. With innovative features such as the manual lockout button, the tilt indicator, and my personal favorite, web-based login. You can literally open it in the browser in seconds. No more complicated connection instructions that require you to do a ritual dance before you can start trading. It's time to step into the future with Topstep X, so check it out.
welcome back to Power Players. This is one of my favorite guests we've had on the show today. Welcome, everybody. Francis Green in the middle. My partner to the right, Coach Robert. Francis Green, how are we doing today? Talk to us about the trade. Markets are moving, just putting some new lows. What are your thoughts, Francis?
Yes, I'm great. Thanks for having me on again. It's good to be on. It's not a great day for me. This slow bleed has kind of wrecked me today, but yeah, it's been good to watch in the background as well, especially the New York session. Watch it continue to just bleed. And some people in the community, they were short, so it's good for them.
Good on you if you were able to be short. Quick market update here. The house account is long 20 from 5,500 even in the ES. Again, long 20 from 5,500 even. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,330. Low of the day, 19,321. Like Francis was saying, it's been a slow bleed to the downside. We are seeing some red on the board here on our end. A lot of people trying to pick bottoms. Francis, how did you find yourself in the red? Were you trying to pick bottoms on the way down?
Yeah, so as you know, I like to reverse. I like to look for reversal trades. So, today, every time I got that little 3-candle formation, Dakota speaks about it, and Marie, obviously she speaks about it as well. It kept drawing me in the London session that was, and then it would move 10, 15 points and then reverse. Now, if I was just trying to get those, 10, 15 points, I probably would have been, in the green today, but I'm trying to hold on to my trades a little bit longer. So, that's the teething problems that I've got to deal with at the moment, to adjust my trading rather than jumping in and out, to trying to keep my trades for a little bit longer to see if I can get that bigger move, you see. So that's the price that I paid today for trying to pick bottoms. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a question. When your entries were long, you were taking long. Would you see your unrealized? Would you see the position in the green in the money at some point? And it just
yeah. And the way that I trade, I have a rule of a certain amount of profits, and I've slightly tried to change that recently, and it's not been working out for me. So it's all good. It's all good. It's all in the journal. What levels obviously printed more moves for me, what levels did not, what turned around straight away. So it is down to the fact that I'm experimenting a little bit to try and hold that trade longer. But I was in the green, and I was over 10, 15 points on every trade that I took. I just didn't take the profits. And then, the little bit of tilt and the emotions kind of got to me this morning. So,
Do you ever, yes, I was going to ask you, you seem very, very level headed. I know you practice, self-awareness. Do you ever, what does tilt look like for Francis Green? Do you essentially just say, F it, I'm going to go all in, and whatever happens, happens? What does tilt look like when Francis Green is on tilt?
Yeah, I'm not that bad. I used to be, the big F-bomb and go crazy. And then, but now I have a shoulder tap from the wife these days. So I'm a little bit more cautious. Nice. So I don't go as crazy. But still, you know what it's like if you're near that max daily loss, and I still have that habit of saying, okay, well, I'm near the max daily loss. I might as well jump in some crazy contracts. And then, so that's a habit that I still need to obviously get hold of. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a habit that we can all kind of hit that right there. So Francis, first time on with you. You've been on a couple times, so it's a pleasure. Appreciate it. I did see the other segment that you were on. It was super, super good. And I did tell a bit of British accent over there, and I'm horrible with accents. Wow. So my apologies if I totally destroyed that. It's really, really bad. So my question to you is, are you trading the London session through the U.S. session? I'm making an assumption that you actually live over in England somewhere. Yeah. You can please fill me in on that. Yeah.
Yeah, in the UK. So before I was just trading London and New York, but then I noticed that in the afternoons, school run, kids, etc., my trading was not very good. My emotions were not very good in the volatility of the New York session. So recently I've switched just to London. And it's good when you can get a trade in the morning, maybe off the Asia sweeps. But other than that, sometimes it can be a little bit choppy and slow. So I have to, another skill that I need to learn now is to be patient more in the London session, because I'm not trading the New York. It's not to say that I might not trade the New York in the future, but for now, to try and build my XFAs, to really, really build that, that pot and try and get to live one day. Again, I need to make sure I'm concentrating on a certain hours. So, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
making the adjustment and doing what works for you. And I assume that you're trading these entirely differently, or do you trade them similarly? Because we know, like with just about every market, the London sessions are moved differently than the US. Sometimes they move a little further. It's rare, but sometimes they do. And hopefully those that are trading and jumping in early in the London session, maybe with Dee, with her overnight markets here in the London, I'm assuming we're going to have some massive P&Ls tomorrow on that leaderboard. They got into that and shorted and then kept those diamond hands. So, Francis, do you trade those differently? A little tangent there, but do you look at London differently than the US? So you use the same strategy, just kind of modify it a little bit? And interested to hear that.
Interesting question.
I use the same. I tend to, I've got my strategy. I've not really strategy hopped now for a while. It's what works for me. Recently, I've started looking at previous daily highs and previous daily lows as the extremes, and just kind of trying to be patient and wait for those levels. But what I have noticed is in the New York session, a lot of my levels get hit in the New York session, and FOMO tries to creep in, but I have to sit on my hands at times. So that's another thing that I'm kind of, looking at and trying to get the data that do most of my levels hit in the New York session rather than the London session. So again, I've got to go through that cycle of how often do they hit. But a lot of the time they do hit. Sometimes they hit around news as well, which I don't trade news, and that can be frustrating. They do bounce off news as well. So
why do you think they hit more often in London? Why do you think they hit more often than not? And what you said in the London session, they hit more often than they do in the New York session, or vice versa?
No, in the vice versa. In the New York session, we tend to creep or crawl in the London session to one of the levels I'm waiting for, and then in the New York session, we get that reversal. So it's something that can be a little bit frustrating. If we don't get the Asian sweep and a reversal in the morning or the first hour of London, it tends to be in the New York. And I don't like to trade New York now. So that can be quite frustrating. It happened yesterday at the previous daily high around about that 20K mark. It happened there twice. And I thought it was going to happen today, but it didn't. It just continued to bleed today. So,
Francis, we did indeed. And we were talking, since it's such an orderly, and we talked about this in fast markets, an orderly, very technical sell-off. A lot of the selling was probably fueled by what we call puking, right? The longs would come in, try to pick the bottom. We were guilty of it earlier. And obviously our stops would get hit, so that would just fuel it lower. We find some consolidation, the longs would come in. Obviously we wouldn't go higher, and the stops would get hit, and we fuel it lower. So that's kind of what it feels like. So that's why all these longs that are coming in right now are trying to tiptoe in here and hope the sellers have kind of left the building. I know the house accounts, again, long 50 from 20 times from 55, even 5,500 even. I think there's something to that. So we'll see if we can come in here and pick a bottom. If the bottoms are set here. Go ahead, Francis.
Sorry. There was a few in the community that we trade. And, I was looking for reversals this morning in the London session at certain areas. And they were looking for shorts, and they took shorts, and they held that all the way through the New York session. They just stayed in that. So they've done really well. So they kind of faded me, and they've done really well. They'll be watching right now, but it's all good. We all see different things, so it's all good.
Yes, I would like to see maybe yesterday's earnings from Tesla probably spurred as we gap down on the reopen. Hey, real quick update on tilt. We are seeing 83% long in the YM. 71% long in the ES. We've seen long biases the entire way down, like Francis and I were just talking about. We've seen a lot of long biases today as we continue to go lower, and that will fuel the sell-off. But for those that got short and were able to hold, good on you. Way to stay with the trend. Way to let your winners ride. That's the name of the game in this. It's for success here. But yes, for those that got short, good on you. But yeah, a lot of times we can see a lot of heavy tilts. Go ahead, Robert.
Thought you were done talking, Andre. I thought you wrapped it up. I was going to say last night, I am so glad. I'm on East Coast time, so 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central is when the market actually opens. So 5 p.m. Central time last night, I saw that big drop come right down right off the bat when the market opened. So what 9:53 to 8, almost 100. It was a 100-point drop right down. And it is a good thing that I did not have the opportunity to trade the Asian session last night, because I would have been long waiting for that gap fill, and I would have been hurting today. Fortunately, sometimes we just get lucky, So hey, no position is a position, and thankfully I did not have the opportunity to put that long on. So, those who did take the short last night. Kudos to you because we are now down over 3% on the day.
3%, man.
Monsters trade.
Yep.
Monsters.
All right, Francis, question. You brought up journaling a little bit ago, and today, this week, tip of the week from TopStep, always be journaling. We just unveiled our journaling feature within the performance dashboard here on TopStep X. Tip of the week, always be journaling. Journaling can help you identify your strengths and weaknesses in the market. An environment as emotional as trading, your journal is the window to understanding how your emotions change your decision-making process. So that being said, I'd like to ask Francis Green, what does a journal entry look like for Francis Green? What are you putting in there? What are you trying to stay in tune with? What does a sample entry look like for Francis Green?
So the level that I entered, I got to, is it a major level? Was it a random level? Now I just wait for major levels. Was the level part of my plan? That's the main thing. Then did I get my free candle reversal at that level? And did I wait then for the retest of the wicks? So that's my entry model. That's what I look for. Then apart from that, that's the basics. It's, how was I before I got in the trade? How was I during the trade? And then how did I feel after the trade? With having
during, and after
children. Yeah. So, children, four children, 3 of them are older, but the little one is still, bouncing off the walls. Yes. Obviously I trade full time from home. The wife does her things from home. It's very important that you have that environment, a place where you can go and trade and your family know you're trading. So that's important to me. And I put that in the journal. Even if my boy runs in and he wants, I don't know, chocolate. Yes. If I'm trading, I have to put that in my journal because that can make me make a mistake. As crazy as that sounds, it can make me switch my emotions. So
how do you handle that, Francis?
Those little things in.
When the little boy, you say you are in a trade. You have open position, and little boy comes in and wants chocolate. What the hell do you do? What do you do?
Well, you have to give him chocolate. Or
I don't have kids. I don't have kids. I know the answer to that one.
I don't know the answer. Is that the answer? Okay. When I have kids, I'll remember that Francis Green. Well, the boy gets chocolate.
That's the simple answer.
Gotcha.
One thing I learned from being a parent. I was a parent from a young age, and it took me a long time to figure out. Children will not wait. They don't understand. Wait for a moment. They don't understand because their world is the most important world. So it will only make it more stressful for you if you try to make them wait. So yeah, it could be a very, very expensive chocolate bar if I lose the trade. But that's just the way that it goes. Yeah.
Very good.
It's hard. It's hard to try and trade and be a trader, middle-aged and, with a family responsibilities. But if if people in your circle and your family understand your vision, then they respect that. And my family is really, really good at that. So it's a blessing for me, to be fair.
All right. So I want to touch back on your journal entry. We talked about your entry models, right? If levels are hit, then we talked about your emotional mental state before, during, and after the trade. Is there anything else that you put into that journal entry?
That's it. Obviously, what could I have done better? What could have been better on the entry? The simple things. Was I too early? Was I getting FOMO? How did I feel? Just little things to remind myself time and time again. And I've been journaling for a long time, and for the first 18 months, it was multiple swear words and just it was not good. But you have to teach yourself, so you have to be harsh on yourself. So yeah. So that's it really. And if you're scalping, of course, it's going to be hard to keep putting those trades and those trade journals in. So maybe you can compress them. But what I've done now, I've tried to be more patient and not kind of take those base hits or scalps. I've tried to wait and see if I can find a trend, which can obviously, improve my P&L and things like that. So that's the problem that I've had this week. In relation to I'm trying to shift to hold trades for longer and wait for better entries. So again, that's the price that I'm paying at the moment this week for that. So
yeah, that's really good sharing on that piece there, Francis, and the way that you started off with a couple of curse words there. Not on air, but prior to we've all went through that stage. But you're doing well. I was looking at some of the stats. You're doing pretty well over here. I do have a question for you, but I can make one comment on the chocolate thing. if anybody on here knows me, knows I like hot stuff. So I have chocolate bars with like chili pepper, habanero, and actually ghost pepper. And some friends were over, have kids, and they actually stole one of my chocolate ghost pepper bars. Before we knew what was going on, there were kids screaming everywhere. So that was like totally my bad. So yeah, it's a funny story. So with your trading, I was looking, Francis, I was looking at some of your history and your background with being an athlete. And I know others may have touched on this before, but my question would be like, how did you take your discipline and patience and that grind and that grit in the professional sports and then bring that to trading? Because we know, hey, I'm going to try and bench this. I'm going to try to run a little faster. There's a lot of effort, but you can't exactly press harder on the mouse to make it work better for you. So I'd like to know how you made that transition. How do you bring that discipline and drive and patience and consistency from your sports world into your trading? I'd love to hear that story.
It's most people think it's quite an easy transition because they relate sports to maybe a sales job where determination and grit, and trading determination and grit. But in sports, it's very much it's right in your face, and you can a lot of the time control what's actually going to happen to a certain degree. If for example, soccer, as you call it, football, you can control what you do with that football. You can't really control your teammates, etc., or certain environments. But when you come into trading, it's quite frustrating. It was very frustrating for me because I used to be quite an aggressive athlete. So I was very much in your face type of, the referees didn't like me, but in the referee's face, an angry kind of aggressive athlete. So when you come into trading and you want to be aggressive and your emotions are towards that winning mentality of, well, I'm in control of this now and this must work for me and nothing can stop me. It took me a while to understand that the market is not the same as sports. So that was quite a hard transition for me. So that was one of the reasons that I went down the route of philosophy, faith, to try and learn how to control the aggressive side of my mindset. And that's really helped me now. I can remain very, very calm. And that helps in trading. So even if I lose trade or I understand and I see that I'm going on tilt or I have a bad day like today across numerous accounts, I can accept that. And then tomorrow I can just go again. Whereas before, I may take it out on the children. I may take it out on the family.
Been there.
So yeah, I think it's good to have that winning mentality and that mentality of grit. But also on the flip side, you have to have big control of the emotions that you're going to come across, whether that's aggression, winning mentality, etc. So it was a strange transition. Very strange.
That's great. Yeah, you're a bigger man than I am, my friend. I still struggle with that. The biggest thing is I have a lot of energy as a person, and I'm 55. But I kind of like people are like what, but I just like go, and I'm still fighting with that. And I was a competitive athlete in a bunch of aggressive sports myself, so that's kind of that headstrong thing. And I be honest, I still fight with that too. The biggest problem I have is being patient. And I don't have really an emotional problem because I'll be like yes, but then I let it go, or like damn it, and I'll let it go. But I'm still trying to push sometimes, and just I want to give that as a coach and a trader. Because I was a professional trader for 4.5 years prior to Topstep 2 years ago. So and I'm still fighting it. So it's a never-ending battle. And thank you for sharing and opening up that story. I appreciate it.
No, I think you will always. I tell you what helps me quite a lot is working out. So that working out helps me. So I work out every day. That allows me to get any old belief systems, any old aggression, any beliefs that are still probably ingrained that I've now started to control. That allows me to get that out. So I suggest if anybody's got a very, very high level of energy, like I have a very, very high level of energy like yourself, if you do have that, make sure you're trying to do something else that can release that energy, especially if you're at the charts quite a lot. But people, you kind of understand how you are, your personality as a person. And that's why I think trading is so hard, because it's unique for every single trader. And I think that's the hard part. It's very, very unique.
I always say it's you against you. It's not you against the markets. It's not you against your trading buddy. It's not you against TopstepTV. It is you against you. And that's the hardest thing, because you're playing a game yourself. and you're playing soccer, right, or football, and you're offense and defense. So you have to figure yourself out, and it's the hardest thing. You get that split brain. Hit the nail right on the head. NQ making new lows here, Andre. I'm going to pull up some stats for Francis here.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, NQ is making new lows. Last trade, 19,330. Call it low of the day, or 321s, or low of the day. ES hanging right around there. Entry price that we got in with the house account. Again, house account long, 5,500 evens, 20 times. 20 times. We are right there, right here, right now. Take a look at the YM. YM kind of creeping up higher. Low of the day, 40,194. Last trade, 40,311. Crude oil, crazy moving crude today. We saw a big sell-off off those EIA numbers just to see a huge bounce, V-shaped recovery. V-shaped bounce back, I should say. High of the day, $78.19. Last trade, $78.02. Looking at gold, gold saw a heck of a rally from that uncertainty we had coming into the morning. High of the day, 24.33. Last trade, 24.21. So markets are rocking and rolling right now. So much for summer doldrums, I would say. Where everyone's coming out, it's going to be a quiet summer. I'm going to go away for a few weeks, go to the Hamptons, wherever they might want to go. There's been opportunity to be captured here on the markets. All right, Robert, what have you seen? What do you got? What are you looking at over there?
Make sure I get off mute. I don't want to cost me another $5.
Yeah, those $5.
He caught me on that one. So he's doing pretty good. He's got a couple of XFAs going on there, and other than we don't obviously don't have the stats that he was talking about today because those won't update until the trade report at the end of the day. But yeah, they're looking pretty good. You got an average P&Ls of $234, and we know that to take payouts you need to have at least 5 days, not consecutive, $200 or more. So he's doing the right thing. Risk reward 1.6 to 1, almost 70% on winning trades. So if you have a nice 1.6 to 1 ratio, and then you have 68%, that's really, really good. And he's got the last few 100% winning days, the last few days, I guess, except for today, right, Francis? But man,
today
you do all the right stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay though. Good progress. Good progress.
It's because I'm trying to do something different, so I'm trying to hold them for longer. That's probably
right.
Why. Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to do the practice, right?
Yeah, you've got to. Yeah, I've got to.
Yeah.
Trying to hold for longer. Yeah.
NQ, new lows coming right up right here. I just happened to be up on my screen. Again.
Yes, they are. They're going to try to sell this sucker. We got levels. Take a look at TopStep daily levels. Last level we got, last zone we got. NQ, we've burned through them all. And we are at the last stand right here, right now in the ES. 5,500 weekly kickoff low. We are there right now. We have burned through. We're in zone 12. Is look up low into the abyss if we can break through here. All right, Francis. So you've tried to hang on to try to let your winners ride a little bit more. All right. And then obviously today wasn't the day for it. Today was not, unless you were short, right? Unless you were short.
Yeah, I was just got the direction wrong.
Exactly. And that happens. So what lessons are there to be learned from a day like today? Maybe, I guess, don't get married to your bias, perhaps. Maybe see profit, take profit. What you try to do something different today. Obviously, it didn't work out. What happens if it works tomorrow? Then what's your mental like going forward?
Well, I normally do get the direction right. It especially later on in the day. So normally in the London session, I'm correct in the direction, and then sometimes a lot of time where we get that reversal in the New York, that's one of the levels that I would also then cut my trade, and then I would look to go in that direction again if it happens before the New York, that is. But today, maybe I just had the bias. I was looking at the extreme lows of, on the previous daily. I was looking around about that. I was looking for the Asia sweep in the London session. So maybe to me, it was just, we're going to be trying to move back up to those 20,000s again. We had that rejection. We're going to be moving up to that 20,000s. And I don't like to short at supports. So where we would have shorted today in the London session, was very, very close to the previous daily low. And that's a support for me. So I can't fathom trying to short at a support level. So that's for me. So I can't. So I'm always looking for longs at supports and obviously shorts at resistances. So for me, I couldn't have shorted today at that level. But obviously it broke through and it was a really good trade. So in hindsight, I would look back now and would just say I should have entered only the one trade today. And when that went wrong, I should have cutted it. And that should have been it for me. That's what I will reflect on.
That's the hard
part. I think we have another candidate for the hindsight capital.
Yeah, that's such a hard switch to flip. That's such a hard switch to flip on that. today is not the day that the strategy is not going to work. Because yes, buying a support, yes, you're going to get stopped out. Buying a support, you're going to continue to get stopped out.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to go back and review. It's such a hard switch to flip on because in the back of your mind somewhere that the market is designed to go higher, and go higher. And these are discount prices. Look at the daily charts and the weekly charts. These are good entries to take longs. So eventually these longs will be profitable. So it's really hard to have that discipline or have the self-realization that, hey, this is just not going to work today. So good on you for being self-aware. Moving forward, it's going to be tricky because I'm always looking to get long. And yes, today has been a bloodbath for the longs. As the house account is long right now, I do see we have some unrealized profits right now, long from 5,500.
But even shorts, very hard to short today as well for me because I think Dakota was speaking about it earlier. Unless you're looking for those tiny local resistances or supports that we've broken, then you're looking for the retest. We didn't get a move up to even look at a Fibonacci or any major extreme levels to then try and get into a short. So for me, once we lost my major support, I couldn't get in a short trade. I just couldn't get in, and that was another problem. I kept trying to pick a little bottom on every little 5-minute reversal and just didn't get that.
You did not. No, I hear you. Robert, you got something stick out to you on the charts?
It did, yeah. As this kept selling off and down, I was curious, and I had not done this yet, but I was curious as to when the last time we were in this area. I know it was a few days ago, like July 19th, that we were down right around this level. And I'm going to talk about, let me eyeball the level, 19,670. Once we blew past that, I was curious of how far back do I have to look to see where our next really breakout downward is, or fail downward. And it's actually June 7th. June 7th was the last time we were below these levels, and that level is 19,155. So we got about roughly 250 points to go, and we have a long day ahead of us. So we'll see if we make it all the way down there. And there is a gap fill between June 10th and June 11th, but the high of it was June 7th. So decent 78. So that must have been a Friday. So 19,155 is when we close that next point where we've been, bam, out of this big push up.
Keep hearing people say 155. I keep seeing people talk about the 100 handle. Keep seeing people talking about the 100 handle. That's wild. We are down 3% today on the NASDAQ, by the way. 19,327 takes us down 3%. I don't know, Coach Jay, if you want to let me know, when's the last time we've been down 3%? I guess actually maybe last week, that Thursday when CPI came out. But these down 3% days have been few and far between for the first half of 2024. Now they seem to be much more frequent, like Robert is saying. There might be more room to the downside. I've been seeing 19,100, 19,155 now, you mentioned. So there is room to the downside. Very interesting times right now. Francis, like you said, when you look at the daily and weekly charts, these are good long entry prices. So it's a very tricky situation. Shorts are getting paid right now. The whole run up in the first half of 2024 has just been close your eyes and buy, close your eyes and buy. Now we're starting to see a sell off, and we're starting to see some big down days, down 2%, down 3%. So now we got to shift gears, right? And we're seeing these, 19,335 trade. These look like good longs to me, but obviously it's not paying off. So we have to remain patient. Now, with that being said,
yeah, there has to be a long. There has to be a long soon. There has to be, So it's whether we come all the way down. We've got that 19. The top of that, what Rob was talking about. The 19,200s. We had that wick on the 7th. Friday the 7th, we had a wick which obviously retested that former high from the 28th of May, so that we could have a bounce at that level, but we could go straight through, grab the 150s, and then obviously reverse. So 150s to 200.
Yep, I'm right with you. That's great analysis. I hope everybody's listening to that. That's great analysis. That's going to break down. You're right. That wicked up, it tapped it, and then brought down. And we only had one more day after that. And then since then, it's been almost nothing but up. We had a little bit of a pullback off on the daily between June 20th and June 25th. But beyond that, it's just been up until, of course, July 17th. And we had that big drop. And here we are at it again. So maybe, you know what I'll do later on? I'll actually make a note of this right now, is during power hour, maybe we'll use that 19,155 and put a poll out there. This is later on about, are we going to close above it or below it, right? I mean, let's give it a shot. I'll make a note of that and throw it out there later on.
All right, so quick update from my man Jay. Last time I'm seeing we were below 3% was back December 15th, 2022. We were down 3.5%. This is back in 2022. Actually, I think I remember that. that time. It was right around the Santa Claus rally that never did. Yeah, December 15th, 2022, we were down 3.47%. We are down around 3% right here, right now. So this is an anomaly of a day, and we are going to take it on the chin as Francis and I were trying to get long. If we're going to if it's a down 3% day, the longs obviously aren't going to get paid. So consider this maybe an anomaly day. If this becomes more and more frequent, we're starting to look for prices down to 19,155. Francis just said 19,200. It's not out of the realm of possibility at this point, is it, Francis?
Not at all.
I don't know what to make sense of it.
I mean, yeah.
How do you make sense of this, man? Where's the bad
I
news?
kind of don't want it to reverse yet because obviously I'm not going to get in the trade. So I would prefer it to go lower. And then maybe tomorrow we could get some opportunity for it to move back up. So
it's the catalyst behind
this.
It's not. It hasn't been just a puke fit. It hasn't been capitulation. It's just been orderly, just technical sell off.
Yeah,
it was very, very, very strong. So, what is the catalyst behind this? It's definitely been tricky to trade. Go ahead, Robert. Sorry about that.
We needed that. No, that's all good. It's one thing I wanted to make a comment on is typically, now we know this is a probabilities based thing, but typically when you have a large move day like this, typically the next day is a chop fest. Because it needs to absorb. Hoag will say that we need to digest what just happened. What the hell's going on in the market, and having this little bit of a digest. So I guess we have President Biden speaking later on. Maybe that's got something. And I'll click on the economic calendar, see if we have some stuff coming up tomorrow. We just nothing really huge. Balance sheet, durable goods. Yeah, we do tomorrow. Jobless claims, international trades and goods, GDP. So it's going to be choppy as heck tomorrow. I'll throw that out there right now. You can try to quote on it. But most of the time, big moves like this, the next day it's just kind of chop fest. So take that with a grain of salt, take it to heart, whatever. But it's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Francis, do you agree with that?
I like that, Robert.
I mean, like you say, I think this week, if you think about Thursday and Friday, I think Friday there's news as well. What's going to move the market? So Thursday and Friday are going to be the days where people are going to be trying to position themselves, definitely for longs. They're going to be looking for long, definitely after this big sell-off. So if we've had a sell-off the first half of the week, then I'll be very surprised if we don't get some sort of reaction tomorrow or Friday. Be very, very surprised. But this is trading.
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 Well, let me know what earnings do we have after the bell. All I'm seeing is like IBM, but we gotta have some more companies than IBM. I know we had Tesla and Google yesterday. Tesla taking it on the chin today. Really drove us lower here. We have FOMC next week. Yes, we do. Momo Man, thank you for that. All right, here we go. New lows come put in. All the longs are just going to, all longs are just puke. This is brutal. All right, new lows getting put in here. 19,311. Last trade, low of the day, 308. Tilt was long there. Wow. We've been seeing this. Chipotle, thank you, Nick4ATick.
Wow.
New lows coming in. Yeah, here we go. All the longs that double bottom, triple bottom in the ES. They're going to be just in the house accounts, probably in the red right now. Levels are not holding. We've burned through every level on TopstepTV levels. Yep, it's zone 12 gone, zone 11 gone, ES and NASDAQ. Close your eyes and sell, Francis. What are we doing?
If I sell now, it will reverse. So.
Exactly. We'll sell the lows. We will sell the lows. MP, keep us posted on the house account trade.
I only have one left. We break 302 on NQ. If we break 19,302,
look up below.
I have 280. I have 280 as a target. 280 area. That's just. And this is not advice. I'm just looking at my little code thing over here. So if we break 302, I'll be looking towards 280s. But I am not making any entries.
We sell 302s.
It's strange because you look at that and you say, well, I might as well just short. And sometimes if you overthink the trading, you don't get the right trade. Today is just no thinking, hit the sell button and just hope that it goes down. And like you say, I don't really put too much emphasis on days like this or kind of try and beat myself up, because I know days like this and this price action, one, it's not good for reversal strategies. And two, it's not something that happens all the time in the market. So it's just something you have to take on the chin and then come back and kind of not doubt the way that you've been trading for however long you've been trading, and then just get back on the saddle. tomorrow or have a rest and come back next week. That's the best way I look at things when you have days like this. If you're on the wrong side.
Count is on the wrong side.
Absolutely, no position is a position. If you're not sure about it, don't take it. It's literally that simple, right? I know, well, it's not simple. It's that easy, right? So it's that simple. It's that basic. But hey, I'm not comfortable with this, and I'm like, my stuff that I get set up just tells me. I say, hey, if it's going to be it goes under 302, I'm targeting somewhere around 280. But you know what? I am not comfortable with it. Not happy with it. You know what that means? Hands, sit. That's it.
What would you look for, Robert? Because I don't really know your strategy, so. Even though it breaks that level and you then have that 280 in your sights, because we know that they're levels. Are you a breakout trader? Do you look for continuations, or what's your trading style?
Yeah, that's a good question, and thanks for asking. I won't go too deep into it just because I'll bore the hell out of the chat. They hit me all the time. It's basically almost like waves. Like if we have an up and down pivots, I play different pivots. There's several things in there. There's momentum in there. There's fibs in there, but there's pseudo fibs. I don't use real fib numbers. I don't use the standard ones. I have my own set that I use. So with those, how far the pivots are apart left and right, how far they are up and down, the momentum behind them, and the direction, right? So I don't care about time. I trade on range charts, because it's time to me is, we don't win or lose based on time. We win or lose based on price. So, and that's just an opinion. That's what I like to do. TopstepX doesn't have range bars yet, so I leave it on a tick chart. It's just pseudo. It's about the same. As long as I want those levels, I want to get those peaks. Well, on a time chart, you can see peak up and down, and I'm not really sure which one that is. You hear a lot of time double top, triple top. Well, what? On what, a 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, they're different, right? But if you're on a range, you're on a tick chart, it's going to show you that level. You can see it on my chart right now. I think it's just super, super clear. I'll put a line, eyeballing it here, 19,369. And you can see how clear it shows those bounces on levels. If I threw that on a different chart, it'd be hard to see. But to answer your question, it's the movement of the market, pivot point to pivot point, how far those waves are between each other. And it's not Elliott wave theory or anything like that. It's just my own little style. And momentum, and then these pseudo fib numbers that I like to use, and that's how I get those levels.
Nice. Yeah. Recently, I've been using the tick chart. If I do get in a scalp, I'm moving up off every pivot. Okay. I learned quite a lot off Dakota, the way that he trades, and it just resonates with me and kind of adds to the way that I trade. I like to use the Fibonacci's, but even recently, I've been looking for bigger levels. So. But I do like the tick chart, and I've only started recently using it on Topstep, so I really like that.
Will you guys help me out?
Shows the levels much clearer. Go ahead, Andre. It's much clearer.
Help me out with the tick chart. Help me out. I've never used a tick chart. Help me understand what are the advantages, pros and cons of using a tick chart as opposed to the candlesticks I'm using. I use a 5 minute. But why do you guys look at tick charts? What do you gather from that, Robert? Let me know.
Well, I'm going to go off a range, though. Can we kick that to Francis for the tick charts, and then I'll compound out on the range chart? How's that?
Please, I would tell you what. Yeah, what do I look for in a tick chart? I know you just got new.
Yeah, so for me, basically, like I say, I've just recently started using it. So if I'm in a trade, I just like what Robert was saying in relation to it's very clean. So if I was in a short now and I wanted to, short from here and down here, I know that if I want to trail, I can bring my stops above the last pivot. So, that would be what I would be looking for. So for me, it's very clean in relation to if I want to follow a trade, if I'm in a decent size and it's a scalp and I want to follow that trade, then I can just move that. And then once we come above that, then I'll be out of the trade. That's what I've been using it for. It's just very clean and it's on my chart right in front of me. It works really good for me if I'm scalping. But I'm trying to come away from those scalps, as you know.
No.
You
can still use the tick charts on the scalp, off of the scalping as well, because I think, in my opinion, it's using it. I hate to say correctly, but standardly, right? Because it's easier to see those levels. It's really hard, and try this sometime. If somebody's listening to this, take what you normally do, whatever time you're doing, plot your stuff out, and this is an exercise that I have traders do. Plot. Complete hindsight. Give yourself 5 trades that you absolutely positively won, and then 5 trades that you were going to get in using your strategy that were actually losers. Plot them on a chart, and then start clicking through. What does a 100 tick chart look like? What is a 1 second? What is a 500? What is a range chart? How does it look on Renko? What is it on TPO? And then you start to see these, and that's what lit up for me. I started trading these. I'm like, okay, I have an entry at X level. And I'm going to make 50 points or I'm going to lose 25, 2-to-1 ratio. It doesn't matter really to me if it took 30 seconds, 5 minutes, or 30 minutes. As long as I hit my target before my stop, time is irrelevant. So that's where the ranges and that's where the ticks come in. Because you can see those levels, say, hey, I have my entry here, here. And there you are. You can have it. Now, not to say this is not a time stop. I'm talking time of day. Because you can trade London different than the open and the US market. And I get that. I'm talking time itself. If I waited from this short, like right now, I said at 302 and it was a short targeting 280, it doesn't matter when it hits to me. It's got to break that level. If it breaks it, I now have my target, my stop hit. It doesn't matter if it was a minute, 2 minute, 5 minutes. It's going to look the same. And so that was my suggestion. Take a chart, plot 5 winners, 5 losers, and then start clicking through and see if something makes more sense. And I will tell you this, the traders that I speak with, and we talk about range charts, no word of a lie, around 80% of them never go back to time-based charts. It's just
really,
it's a given. Yep, 100%. 100% on the 80%. Absolutely. Yeah.
100% on the 80%.
Give it a shot. 100% the 80%. Yeah. It's just like, seriously, the majority do not. They just don't. They look at it and say, oh, now it's not to say that it's wrong. It's just clear. Look at the chart that you're seeing right now. It's just a clean picture. And that's a tick chart.
Yeah.
Just like Francis uses. So, Francis, I think it's the right thing. Even though you're a scalper using ticks, hey, I think you can still do the same thing, same approach, and hold those trades a little bit longer. Lord knows that we have traders that do both super, super well. Like, Dakota, especially, does super well. Ticks and rips. He's a scalper, and he's quick in and out. So we have a couple of great guys that will use the same types of charts for different approaches to the market. So I think you hit the nail right on the head there, and wish you the best on holding on to those trades longer. I certainly can't.
Yeah, like you said, I might use the 100 tick chart. So when I'm looking for that free candle reversal and then I want the wick down, then I could possibly look at the 100 tick chart to see if we then hit the prior wick level as well. That would be interesting.
Exactly.
That would give me a very, 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 very precise entry. Yeah, that's a good point. It's something that I will look at. Definitely.
All right. Well, I don't know. It looks like we're teetering on the edge of making some new lows here. I was asking my man, oh, there's Hoag. Where's Hoag? Hoag with some delta. Yes, only minus 2,800. Dang it. All right. Yes, only minus down, only negative 2,800. So not even that negative. So I don't know how much potential there is for a short squeeze down here. It looks like these buyers are trying to defend, 95s, 98s, 99s, right around here. Look at the ES at least. 311's held in the NQ. Buyers are trying on. They're hanging on for dear life right here. Francis, if this might be the last stand for the longs. If the longs can't hold it here, they might just pull the rug out from this thing, and it might just be timber. Look out below. Robert, you said if we break 280, what was your price? No, 300, 302. If we break 302, is look out below, Robert? Okay.
302 in the midpoint of I just call them a target zone. The midpoint of my target zone is around 280. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, because if it drops down and we break that 302 and you're short, and it starts heading and starts slowing and starts bouncing back and forth, this is where it's easy to see these things on tick or range charts. You can clearly see the stacking of them. We call it that barcode: green, then a red candle, then a green candle, and a red candle. Just get the hell out. Just stop. It doesn't. I'm not gonna. If I'm going for 20 points and it's at 16 and starts hovering, I am not gonna lose 16 points to try to get the last 4. It's just the way I do it. So those are my levels. Yeah. So if you want to put them in there, 302, shorting to around 280. And take what it gives you.
All right. Well, we got about 2 minutes left here in Power Plays. Francis Green, it is effortlessly easy working with you. You are very fun to work with. Conversation keeps on moving. Very enlightening. Always looking to learn. Hey, even our good shares, tough day like today, like the house account right now. Like the house account's long, right? And we could have taken some profit. We had some unrealized profits that we did not take. And I think this kind of was something similar to what Francis was dealing with earlier today, taking some trades. We saw these trades up, 10, 15 ticks in our favor. Did not take profits just to see the market roll over and see the market roll over again and roll over again. I think we're going to see something a little bit like that right now. But, so what do you make of it? Today's an anomaly day. We're down almost over 3%. Could be down over 3.5%. So it's an anomaly day. So how do you, moving forward, we'll see if it's a chop fest like Robert suggested. Could be after a huge down day like today, because the market has to build structure. Longs come in. Very interesting moving forward. Maybe earnings after the bell can give us some guidance. We see some good earnings, positive earnings with good forward guidance to possibly pump this thing higher. But right now, we're in a very tricky situation, Francis.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay well clear now. Well clear. It's done this damage to me. I don't want it to do any more damage. So I do think it's an anomaly. You have those days, and if your strategy is a reversal strategy, then there are going to be days like today where when the market has no pullbacks and the market continues in one direction, if you don't get control of the the trading demon that's going to be on your shoulder, then you're going to get hurt. And that's just going to happen to every trader when their individual strategy is not, aligned with the market structure of that day. That's what happens. Whether it's a breakout trader, whether it's a reversal trader, whether it's a range trader, there's going to be days where your trading does not work. And, that's just something you have to just limit your risk. And I think that comes with experience. It comes with pain. But if you stay in the game for long enough, you just want to keep learning, and it will just come naturally because you're sick of losing.
100%
wise words, my friend.
Hey, real quick, man. Francis, did you love winning more than you hated losing, or did you hate losing more than you loved winning when you were playing sports?
Ooh, that's interesting. I would probably say I hated losing more than when I was winning. Yeah, winning's good. Winning's good, but it doesn't last long. It doesn't last long.
Isn't that crazy?
Winning doesn't last long. You've won by the end of the night or the end of the day. Your achievements, no, but losing, you will always remember losing, and it sticks with you. Losing. The good thing about sports is you normally have another opportunity within 48 hours, if your schedule, or the next Saturday to put that right. In trading, you have the next trade to put that right, and it's entirely up to you. So you can get over that losing, that anger of losing quite quickly. But absolutely. Yeah, it took me a while to even get over losing to my kids at like Monopoly and games. So,
Professional athletes. That's the professional athletes. Most professional athletes, from anything from Kobe Bryant to a Francis Green, you hear that. They hate losing more than they enjoy winning. And you keep hearing that.
Yeah.
You hate losing. Yep. It's the professional athlete. That's the mentality. You see that in trading as well. Francis Green, amazing stuff. Great session. You are a power player on TopstepTV. Coach Robert, you the man as well. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Let's go.
Topstep X has landed with a feature you've been dreaming of, the manual lockout button. Did you ever have a day where you made money but then wiped it all out with the famous last words, "I'll just try one more trade," and before you know it, you've given it all back and then some? No more. With Topstep X, one click locks you out for the day, safeguarding your profits and forcing you to follow your game plan. Discipline equals freedom. Whether you're a seasoned trader or just someone looking to improve that discipline, you need Topstep X in your life.
right, welcome everyone to the shoulder tap segment of the day. To my right on the screen there, you see our head risk manager, Mick Aronimo, and his mustache. And I'm John Hoagland, and I have my mustache. So this is now the mustache segment. Mick, it is great to be back on screen with you. I haven't been here for shoulder tap for a little while, and it is a pleasure to be with you. How are you doing? How are you doing today there, pal?
I'm really happy. It's great to be on with you, and that's a big reason why I'm happy. Definitely got the main mustache right here with John. I told him right before we came on, I was like, I got to up my game, like some of our traders are doing today. But it also reminds me, seeing these two mustaches, these bushy things on the screen, I got to talk to our creative team and figure out what the update is on some of the mustache shoulder tap swag that I had talked about with them many months ago. I thought by now I'd be wearing T-shirts with little mustaches on it and hats and stuff like that. Hoodies, we'd be selling it. I had big visions of number one sellers in the Topstep swag or apparel store. So thank you for being on with me, John, today. It's been many months, and I'm back. I'm happy to be back on with you, and I'm happy to get this reminder looking at that big old thing and some handlebars you got going there to talk to some people about that. But let's dive into it. I've got 3 pretty big updates on some trading activity for the day. We know that the NASDAQ, our most popular, most widely traded product, is down in the dumps today, down about 3%. And we've, over the last couple of weeks, we've had a big sell-off in that market along with the other equity indices. I think today the Nikkei is actually leading the charge to the downside, but of all the U.S. indices, NASDAQ definitely the most heavily weighted. And when it comes to trading equity indices, our most popular is by far S&P and NASDAQ, but NASDAQ predominantly. I think this is a good opportunity, John, to talk about for traders who are looking to sell weakness or buy strength. When you're looking at the different equity indices, which one do you buy? Do I want to be, or which one do you buy or which one do you sell? Do I want to be selling NASDAQ because it's the weakest one? Or do I want to be selling another one that's not as weak in hopes of it catching up? And I know there's, the answer to this. So, if I were to pose this question towards you, what do you do if, the NASDAQ you see being the laggard on the day, the strongest one to the downside or the weakest one for that matter? Are you going to be looking for opportunities to short the NASDAQ, or are you going to be looking for opportunities to short another market that might not be as down as much on a percentage basis on the day?
Well, in a directional move like that, if I'm going to be looking for shorts, I'm going to be looking to sell strength in the market that is exhibiting the most weakness. So I would say probably be looking to sell the NASDAQ in that case.
Yes, completely agree. You want to be selling whatever if you're looking to sell, you want to be selling the weakest one. You don't want to be someone who's saying, oh, NASDAQ's down 3%, Dow is only down X percent. I'm going to sell the Dow in hopes of it catching up. That is statistically not what you want to be doing. So I thought we'd start out with that as we're looking at, everything in the red today on the equity indices front.
Mick, there was a really good example of that, I think, last week when the NASDAQ and the S&P were both pretty substantially lower on the day and the Dow was actually higher.
Yeah, I remember last week or the week before, I think there was a 5% spread between the Russell and the NASDAQ, or the Russell and the S&Ps. It was the Russell and one of the two, the S&Ps or the NASDAQ. And it's always interesting when you see such a disparity between, indices like that. But, there are different groups of stocks, different indexes. So indices is the plural form, not indexes, indices. So, just something to consider. But let's talk about some of the good stuff that we're seeing. And I'm going to be specific about the live accounts. I got a ton of red on the board today from the live group of traders, John. But there's a few standout people that I want to talk about. And 2 of the 3 people I'm going to mention right now are people that we are going to talk trading cards about. So Raphael. Everybody knows Raphael. I don't want to go to his card right now. Raphael is up $35,000 in his live account today. I just saw and heard. What was this, John?
Today. 35,000.
Today. Up 35 grand. He has been hold on to a position for quite some time now. And it's just getting better and better. So he's up 35 grand in his live account today. He also took a $54,000 payout. Is that right?
Yesterday. Yep.
Yeah. Requested a $60,000 payout. We keep 10% of that. He's taken 54,000. So he is our number one on the leaderboard. Big old fat account balance. And with that payout, that puts him at $140,000 in payouts in this live account that he's only traded in for 28 short days.
Wow.
So he's a killer. He's doing well. And he's up 35 grand current state right now. Another big shout out, almost as up as much as Raphael is Pin. Pin is up $32,000 in his live account. So big shout out to Pin. He's been someone I've talked about on a regular basis, takes big bites out of the market. And we featured him before. I talk about him regularly because he's always putting up big winning days. And then a name I haven't talked about since we called him up from XFA to Live is Kai Chun. He's up $14,000 right now. He was up $20,000 earlier on the day, positioned on the right side of the market. He's since changed his positioning, gone the opposite way, and he's given a little bit back, but he's still having a really good day. I'm going to talk about him first, and there's a few things I want to unpack here. Kai Chung, happy that he's up 20 grand today, but things aren't looking too good for him in his live account. So if we could, let's pull up Kai Chun's trade report. He spent 16 days in his live account. Fortunately, today, with the 20,000 or the 14,000 now that he's up on the day, he's brought his account balance to new equity highs, because prior to this, he's only had one winning day out of the 16 days in his live account. Today is day 17. One winning day out of 16 days in his live account. Average daily P&L minus 842. One winning day, 15 losing days. And as you can see, 6% winning days. That's one winner out of 15 trading days, 16 trading days. And he's only putting up 15% winning trades. So, John, my eyes immediately go to the trade report here. He's hit his daily loss limit 15 of the 16 trading days that he's got. And I think I can see why. But while I'm very happy for him and his performance today, he's got to lock it in. The day's not over, and he needs to hit the cash register on his profits. The trading's really not looking good at all. 15 daily loss limit days of $1,000 hitting the daily loss limit. He's really only taking about 3 to 4 trades per day, and he's only trading one contract. I can see what he's doing. If you look at the hold times, on average, he's holding his winning trades for 9.5 hours, holding the losing trades for 4.5 hours. He's looking for a big move that he just hasn't had. Today's his day, so I hope he does lock in the profits from today and reward himself. But the trading activity I'm seeing here is nothing like the trading activity that we were seeing in the XFA that got him called up to the live account. We'll talk about that in a little bit here, but let me actually cue that up. We'll talk about that in a little bit here, but the first of all, I want to just say, I've already given him the credit for today. It's a great day, but for all these other days, the 15 daily loss limit days, yeah, I'm happy he's in a 50K with $1,000 daily loss limit, because, that could be X amount of days hitting $2,000 or $3,000. But for what he's looking for, and that's to catch a big move in the market, I don't think he's in the right account size of 50K. with the $1,000 daily loss limit versus a $3,000 daily loss limit. But I could be wrong there. If I'm wrong, or one other way to look at it, John, would be this guy should be trading micros right now. Trade micros. If you're only trading one lots with a $1,000 daily loss limit and you're trying to catch a big move and you're holding trades for this long, start with the micros and add as it goes in your favor, because not a single trader out there, myself included, John included, nobody should sit down in front of their computer and hit their max loss every single day that they trade. Max daily loss, the daily loss limit.
Debilitating.
It'd be hard for me to get out of bed. And I've had issues getting out of bed before to turn the screens on and trade. It's always been when I'm in a losing streak, when I'm in a rut, when I'm giving money back. But I wanted to just kind of highlight this, that, hey, it's great that it finally took, but, you know, to be up 20 grand or even 14 grand, seeing that he's up 14 grand right now, it only puts him basically at a scratch. He was at new account balance highs when he was up 20 grand. Right now, right. I mean, he's basically erased 14 of those 15 daily loss limit days. So everything he's been waiting for kind of just put him at a scratch from where he started.
Yeah. It's great that he's able to do that. And I think I see what you're saying. But I mean, if every day you sit down and think, okay, this is going to be a home run day, not every day is going to be like that. Keep your expectations somewhat reasonable. And there's not a lot of these days where he was up any money at all. So, you know, there was one day that he was up $200 and hit the daily loss limit, up $160, up to $200, hitting the daily loss limit. It's just an expectations thing. You know, if I were to say, you know, Kai Chung, not every day is going to be that day that you're going to be looking for a big move. Today, he caught the big move, which is fantastic. But I think maybe keep some of those expectations a little bit reasonable on days that you're not seeing, you know, big, directional moves.
Yeah, and I think one word that you mentioned, the home run word, is something I'd like to kind of, you know, circle back on. If you are looking for these home runs on a daily basis, micros is the way to go here, because if you're looking for a home run and you're giving up all of your account in pursuit of that home run, and then the home run finally comes and you're right back to where you started, you're doing something wrong with your position sizing. And that's where I'd say he hasn't traded a single micro contract, John, but if he were to be trading micro contracts, he'd have, you know, you scale in up to one contract, one mini contract, because that's all he's trading is the one lots and the minis. But if he did micros, it goes against him. Wow, you could watch it, you know, you wouldn't even be sweating right now if you know, bought a NASDAQ contract, it's, you know, from settlement price, and now it's down 3%. You wouldn't even be sweating if you had one micro on and it was going against you. But if it did go in your favor, you know, you could pile on and, you know, sell another 9 micros to get the one mini contract, or even continue adding past that. And then, you know, the one time you do have more than one contract on, you're already in the money pretty good, and you certainly have the tiger by the tail. So that's just something I wanted to point out. I'm very happy for him for his trading today. We got to lock that 14,000 in. I don't want to see him giving too much back. But this is more of a shoulder tap and an eye-opener card, you know, for him and for everybody else. So with that, I think I've spoken my piece. I'd love to move on and talk about our top dog, Raphael. Trading out of Israel. So again, Raphael's up $35,000 today on his trade. He's got a total of $140,000 in payouts. So got him at the number one spot. He's been trading really well. I mean, 28 days. Today is day 29 in the live account. Over those 28 days, he's averaging $2,983. That's the average daily P&L. Raphael, if you're out there listening, thank you very much, because you are making myself and our risk team look very good for calling you up to a live account with how much money you're taking out of the markets in the live account versus, you know, being in an XFA, the sim, trading on sim. So you're making us look good. And, to be taking out $3,000 on average for the course of 28 days is really, really stellar. And you know what? He's doing it, and he's doing it well. And I like that I can say that he's only got 36% winning days. But of these, so he's right 1/3 of the time on a day-to-day basis. But those winning days are so much bigger than the losing days. Check out the trade report, John. Best day, $44,300. Worst day, $7,800. $7,800 in losses. And we haven't even moved that $3,000 daily loss limit. We have not expanded it to a larger value. Raphael is someone who trades big size, so that $7,800 losing day was slippage on a 15 lot, which happens. But the average winning day is $16,048, which we'll see, today influence that number greatly. And the average losing day, is only $4,300. So this is a really good recipe for success. If you look at, so that's on the daily basis. If we break it down on a per trade basis, average winning trade is almost $4,000. It's $3,900 average winning trade. Average losing trade is only $2,300, John, and he's only taken about 3 trades per day on average, which is really nice. He's very selective, and you can see that he's the reason why he's got so many big winning days on his winning days. Again, today $35,000. Last week he had the $18,000 winning day. $8,000 winning day, $5,600 winning day, another $36,000 winning day, $3,000 winning day, $28,000, $6,300, $44,000. That was the best one that he had. These are all big days because he's trading size and he's holding those positions for a long period of time. I talk about, day traders. The odds of someone being successful day trading is not so much from scalping in and out, back and forth, and being long, being short, being long, being short, and timing all their, long and short trades very well. That's really, really difficult to do.
Yes, it is.
They've got a directional bias on the day. They slap it on. They slap it on with conviction and confidence, and they let it ride out because the average winning trades, and he's been sitting pretty all morning since I sat in this morning, up big money, and it's only gotten better and better as far as the P&L goes. But he's spending 5 hours and 20 minutes on average on his winning trades. Even the losing trades, he's riding out for 2 hours.
Yeah. It's that's some fortitude. I mean, to sit in a position and watching it, get the 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, and to be able to stay in a trade like that and not be tempted. I'm sure he probably is, but not be tempted to, all right, that's a big day. That's a big trade. That's a lot of money. He's not focusing on the money. He's focusing on market, on where the market might take him. And he's doing a great job of it. Sitting in a trade with size for 5.5 hours, I would eat my own stomach.
Yeah. It takes a little guts, takes some brass.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I mean, it would be a unicorn story if you were to say, okay, I'm going to scalp NASDAQ, trading 15 lots, and I'm going to make 44 grand in a day. If I were going to be in and out, in and out, in and out throughout the day, that, I know it's been done before, but like I said, it's a unicorn thing. Normally, if you're scalping a market like the NASDAQ, long, short, in and out, tons of round turns every day, you're more likely to lose 44 grand in a day than make 44 grand. But that $44,000 winning day he had, I want to go back and look at that. 3 trades he made to make 44 grand. And that was on 7 round turns for the day. He made 3 trades, a total of 7 round turns. So at no point in time did he really have more than a couple or a few contracts on during that day. And he made 44 grand. He held his winning trades on average that day 8 hours. 8 hours. It's the whole session. It's the whole session.
He just added into one position and just let it go.
Yeah, and then probably, peeled off a little bit here, a little bit there, which is, really wise to do. If you're someone who's up big money, maybe you're not up 35 grand, but you're up, maybe it's one of your best P&L days so far. You're not going to go broke paying yourself by peeling a little bit off. When you peel off, let's say you got 15 on and you take a few off and then you take a few off, you're doing two things. You're locking in profits on the day and you're taking risk off the table, which means, that money can't get taken away. Those two things combined are, a recipe for that money's not going anywhere unless you, establish a new position and take new risk in the market. So always think about that. You don't have to go all in, all out. I personally take a lot of comfort in, hey, I caught the tiger by the tail. I'm going to peel off a little bit. I'm going to peel off a little bit. I'm going to peel off a little bit. It's always good to take risk off the table and hit the cash register on a winning position. John, we got a few minutes left. I don't want to push this one for tomorrow. I want to try and get to it right now. I want to pull I want to pull up Chang's account, if we could. Chang is a live account, and he's only on day 3 in his account today. I want to talk about him for a few reasons. He's made money his first 2 days trading in the live account. Today is day 3, and he hit his daily loss limit today. Now, he hit his daily loss limit today and lost 75% of his account balance. So there's a couple stories here I want to share for everybody. I may not have enough time to dive into what he was doing in his XFA, but he traded lights freaking out in the XFA. There was 93% winning days in the XFA before we called him up to live. He had a 4-to-1 risk reward ratio on all of his trades in that XFA, and that was over a long period of trading days too. So we're like, oh my God, this is a no-brainer to call this guy up. He spent 28 days in the XFA before we called him up. Now, so we called him up with a rather smaller account balance relative to, what we might be able to call somebody up with. And it was okay. We were comfortable with that because all of his trading in the XFA, he's not big risk. He hasn't taken any big losing days. As a matter of fact, he was in a 150K XFA. His biggest losing day was $850. Fast forward a couple weeks or a week, day 3 in the live account. So he actually, let me back up a little bit. During the transfer, he took a 50% payout. So he cut his account balance that he would start with in the live account in half. And he took a $3,000 loss today in his live account. And he only started the day with $4,700 in the account. So it doesn't leave him with very much money to continue on tomorrow. But yeah, he lost 75% of his account balance in a single day. Today's blow up was an anomaly, but there were a number of reasons. I mean, this is a shoulder tap. This has got shoulder tap written all over it. We went with someone who, was super, super methodical, low risk, consistent, small reward, but they were able to do that over a long period of time, only to have their third day in the live account be the day where they got caught with their pants down. And now it's really got Chang's back up against the wall for any future trading. And he's probably very shell-shocked and psychologically damaged, as I certainly would be. And no offense, Chang, but I hope you would be too. So right now, he's probably in an area where it's like, okay, number one, probably take the rest of the week off after getting kicked around like he did today. He deviated completely from everything we've seen out of the last 30 trading days from him. And, he went on tilt. He went on tilt. This is just an example that I'm sharing with everybody so they don't replicate this. Wiped out a hell of a lot of good trading activity and good profits just in a single day, which I'm sorry to see. You never like seeing this with somebody. And I don't particularly take any pleasure in sharing this information other than the fact is I'm bringing awareness to people who might find themselves in similar situations, because we do see a lot of people trading their XFAs very, very well. Whether it's even the trading combine, the XFA, the live account, the people that are small and consistent over a long period of time almost always have that blow up day that wipes out a ton of the good activity. Chang, anybody who's been in that scenario before, anybody who hasn't, yeah, myself included, not to the degree where I was putting up 93% winning days, but I've wiped out. There's nothing more, to me, there's been nothing more painful than wiping out a couple good weeks of really hard work with one just bad day where I lose my head, and we all can. So we want to be machines out there when it comes to protecting our downside, especially if you're someone who doesn't normally take big downside risks. So I know we're up on time. John, it was so good getting on with you. Traders, I'm curious to see where. Okay. Raphael's back to $30,000 up on the day. So a little peeled back a little bit off his equity highs. He's still up 30 grand though. So it's a damn good day for him.
Great day. Mick, absolute pleasure being on with you again. I miss doing shoulder tap with you, and we got to get out on the boat together one of these times soon. I think there's some high lifes that need emptying, and so great to see you, my friend. Everybody stick around. We got JD and David Green for group coaching up next. Great stuff. Mick, love you, buddy, and I'll see you soon. Stick around,
love
everyone.
You too, John. Have a great day, traders.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is that time of day again. It's group coaching time, 12:33 in the Central Time, 12:33 Chicago time, as Patak would put it. We got David Green here today. He's back. Mr. Green, how are things? What's going on in the markets? How'd you trade this morning?
Always a pleasure to be here. We'll be here for Power Hour with Dakota in a little bit. As bad as the markets are acting today, it's been pretty orderly and pretty good technically, so far today. Obviously, we've had a gigantic pullback. If you guys can pop my chart up there, we'll talk a little bit.
They're up. Yep, you got it.
Oh, beautiful.
Charts are up.
Oh, there it is. It's right in front of my face. All right, so here's the NQ's chart of today, right? And we started right at 9:30 this morning. We had this little consolidation period up here. and then we broke that. So starting from 9:30 this morning, we broke that downside consolidation. We had a little bounce off our pivot point right here, which is one of the technicals that we use. And we got about a 20-point trade out of that. But then it's just been a beautiful trend trade all day. Now, when I say trend trade, I use my technicals, my 9 and my 15 EMA to enter into trends after a stock is in a downtrend and then rallies back up to those levels. So you can see here, our first spot to get in this trend was around 19,505. And when I get into a trend trade, the idea behind this is not to get out of this entire trend trade until the trend changes, right? So this stayed in this trend all day long until about 20 minutes ago. We finally got above the trend line, which gives us a little signal on the long side now. We've kind of reversed this downtrend. Let me make this a little bigger for everybody. There we go. So this is the first time since 9:30 this morning that we got above both of our trend lines. And when we see that happen, that's a signal to get long because it's kind of reversing that trend. So we got above the trend right here in the around 50. And then check this out, guys and girls. We rallied right up to my 30 EMA, okay, which is now became a resistance level. I know it's confusing for a lot of people, but those of you who don't know, all my technicals are 9 EMA, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. And I think lots of you guys have been with me several times before. So when a future is going up to one of my resistance levels, that is a place to get a little short. So we broke out from like 47 to 80. We exactly hit our technicals at 80, pulled back 30 points down to 50, which is another nice little trade. And now we are sitting in nowhere's land. There is no edge in this anymore. Maybe if we can get back above the 30 EMA, we can start going up a little bit. And a couple of other great technicals that set up today. You guys know I talk about this a lot. It's one of my favorite trades, especially in the NQs. When we get down to like a 20 RSI on my 5-minute chart, okay? For those of you who don't know or aren't familiar with relative strength, when something gets below 20, it's said to be oversold. We can look for a bounce. And when something gets above 80, it's overbought. We can look for a pullback. And this happened like 4 times today. First time was right at this 935 level, gave us a quick 20 points. If we look here at 10 o'clock, okay, here was the low, it gave us a quick 30 points. It did it again here at 1045, right? And it gave us a quick 35 points. And it did one more time here at 11:15 and gave 30 points. My point to saying all this is, rather than trying to catch a falling knife in this, because I'm sure a lot of people had trouble trading today, right? We're looking for that spot to buy it. It can't keep going down from here. Well, guess what? Yes, it can. But another way to look for trades during this entire downtrend where we get nice little bounces is when we get oversold. And we can see we did it once, we did it twice, we did it 3 times, we did it 4 times. And all 4 times when it did that, we got that nice technical bounce. Never again did it touch the 20 RSI, kind of just sitting in the middle. Now we finally broke above our trend. We went up 30 points from there, hit resistance, and now we pulled back. Now we're just kind of sitting in nowhere's land. Volume has died down again, so not much going on right now. And the thing with us and what we do at Wall Street is I'm never going to make a trade unless my technicals tell me to make a trade. So those are some of the technical things that set up today in NQ. As bad as the market has been, it's been really orderly. There's no panic at the disco. People are talking about, you'll see people on CNBC tonight talking about Armageddon, right? Because the SPY was down almost 2%. I don't want to talk about anything other than futures, but I want to show you where it also gave us an indication to get long a bunch of other things in the spiders. If you look at my low, it was 543.63. Check this out. We had a weekly level, and you can see it right here at 543.54. This is a weekly trend line. And this is nothing, guys and girls. We've pulled back like 3% from our highs. And we hit this weekly trend line, the 9 EMA. And so far, we've bounced a nice 1.5 off that. And we're holding that very, very important level. But let's get back to the NQs. So that's what I've seen so far today. Technically now, if we get above this 30 EMA, we got some room to go up. So right now, I'm looking for my next resistance if we get above here, or maybe it could be a momentum trade if we keep pushing and we finally blast through. So on my 5-minute chart, you guys can see I have my 65 EMA, which is my next resistance level. And that is up about, I don't know, 70 points from here. So what my thinking is now to go look at my technicals and see if I have something in between here and here. That's 70 points. This is when I go to a longer term time frame on my chart. So I'll go to a 15-minute chart now. And on my 15-minute, you can see I have a trend line at 19,401. Okay, that's up 31 points from here. That could happen in 2 seconds. But that is my longer term trend line. So I would be looking to do a short. Again, we don't give trading advice, but I would be looking to do a short if we spike up to this 19,401, which is up about 65 points from here. Okay, that's in between where we are now and 19,440. So what I do is, I get it ready. I'll go to my top step. I'll go to 19,441 just to show you how I actually get into a trade. Let me get rid of that. Okay, we go to 19,441 and I lay my order out. Boom, there it is. And if we get to that level, it'll get me into a short trade. So that's where I'm at technically right now. Kind of in nowhere's land. So if you have any questions, guys, you have any questions about anything I just talked about or any prepared questions that we have?
So, quick follow-up. You mentioned taking a short earlier off of the 19,505 earlier, a trend trade in the NASDAQ. That was based off of a touch of the 9 EMA, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that was up at, I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah, right about here. There it is. Exactly, 19,505. So when we see stocks, and I can tell you this, the NQs very rarely trend. They're usually very volatile. We're going up and down 100 points. But when they do, this is not a trade that I'm looking to make. You guys were talking about in the previous session, somebody sitting in a trade, right, for 50, 60, 100, 200 points. These are the kind of trades that I can do that in because I'm getting in because the stock is in a downtrend. So why would I get out of this trade until it breaks that downtrend, right? And just from this 19,505, we went down 200 points. Am I going to stay in my whole trade for 200 points? No. Am I going to stay in some of it? Yes, because there's no reason for me to get out of it until it shows me that it's breaking the trend. So that's how you can sometimes catch, big trades in the futures if they're trending.
Yep. For the people in the back asking.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me just say this one thing. When I get in any trade for a technical reason, I'm not going to get out of it until it gets me a technical reason. Even this little short we did here when we hit 80, okay, my support was down at 50. So I'm looking to make between 10 and 30 points. When it hits the support, I don't care what happens after that. We can go up or down from here. Now we're testing this 30 EMA for the second time. This market is extremely oversold. Even, we were more so oversold down here, but we're still really oversold. So I got my order out. If we go up 30 points from here, that is my 15 EMA on my trend line. Boom. Otherwise, I sit pretty.
So you're not using a trailing stop at all. You're just waiting for market-generated data to let you know when it's time to get out of this trade.
Always. Now, I'm still always using a trailing stop. As we get in, but here's where my trailing stop's going to go. Okay, let's go back here. Let's just say we're in here on my trend line. My trailing stop is going to keep following this down until we get over the 15 EMA, because once we get over that 15 EMA, that's where the trend has changed. So my last part of the trade stopped me out right here when we got over the 15 EMA. So I'm going to keep bringing this stop down, 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 down until the trend is broken. So yes, I'm using a trailing stop.
Perfect. So in the spirit of a junior analyst at Hindsight Capital, if you are paying attention to David Green's, what he looks at, just shooting out that list of EMAs that he looks at, for the people in the back that were asking about, he looks at a 9, a 13, a 30, a 65, and a 200. That 9 lined up perfectly with
9, 15, 30, 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. Yeah.
Got it.
And look,
that lined up.
Everybody.
That lined up. Continue, please.
Everybody uses different technical analysis. I don't have the holy grail, right? First of all, I could give 10 people the same technical analysis and 10 people get into this trade and execute it differently. That's number one, right? So trade management is mega important once you get into any trade. But, everybody uses their own technical analysis. And what I tell everybody is find what works for you. I don't have the holy grail. Okay. I know that we've journaled thousands of trades for a long period of time, and we get a better result using the ones that I do, using the ones that we do. It works over a long period of time, and that's all you can ask for. That's it. So you find what works for you. I mean, my strongest suggestion is to find something. Otherwise, you're throwing darts in the board.
For sure. And I know you've said this before about what works for me might not necessarily work for you and vice versa. So it is important to customize your own trading, find your own style for sure. Like I was saying, that 505 level that Dave was just talking about lined up perfectly with John Hoagland's, the Hoag's 19,500 weekly kickoff low. So yeah, hindsight capital strikes again, folks.
Yeah.
All right.
So there you go. Someone using completely different technical analysis and getting to the same result.
Exactly. Turned into a nice short, like you said, 200 points. All right. We do have some questions that traders submitted for us. So first one, bit of a trading psychology question, comes from Al. Al says, thanks for taking my question. So I've identified a challenge that I face every time I take a payout. It seems that whenever I take a payout, the next 2 to 3 days end up being red days. I believe this is a psychological issue, and I'm working to identify a solution. Any suggestions? So taking that payout and then hitting a down streak.
Yeah. I mean, are you that's very difficult to quantify. Are you changing anything you do the next 2 days? Are you doing all the same things and it's just not working? You know, so we really have to get into the weeds and figure out exactly what's going on there. I would say if it's a pattern, take a couple of days off after you get a payout. I mean, you know, that's the simple solution to it. But if you're doing all the same thing, look, no matter how good anyone's technical analysis is, I have them, everybody has them. It's not going to work all the time, right? It's not. But if you keep journaling your trades and you still did everything right, I hate to say coincidence because I don't believe in coincidence, but that's what it is. I mean, unless you're doing something differently and changing your game plan, right? We're still going to have losing trades and we're going to have losing days. Maybe it's coincidence. It just happens to be after you take a payout. But don't change anything that you're doing, you know, those next 2 days after you're trading. And I have lots of trades that don't work, guys and girls. I mean, you know, if you're going to be a trader of any kind, get used to having losing trades. It's just how you handle them that makes a difference between blowing up accounts and having acceptable losses. But if you're not doing anything different, it sounds to me like it's just a big coincidence.
Yeah, a little more context would definitely help with this question. It could just be something as simple as, you know, you take a payout, so you see that hit to your accounts, you're playing small ball, trying to rebuild that cushion, and you're keeping your wrist too tight, something along those lines. It could be, be a number of things.
Or it could be it could be the opposite. I took a payout, let me screw around a little bit and up my size.
Yeah, exactly. Probably the more logical of the two right there, for sure.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do that. You know, one of the things we teach at Wall Street is don't get ahead of yourself. And that's why it's so important to journal. Me and Nick talk about this for 4 hours every week, it seems like. But there's a time to start scaling up. And that time is when you have a data set that shows that you're doing the right thing and making on more trades than you're losing. That's the time when you scale up. You don't scale up to chase money. You don't scale up because you have a cushion. That's one of the worst things that you can do. I have a cushion now, so let me do more. No, you scale up when your data tells you to scale up. And that's the only time you scale up, period.
I didn't even ask David to talk about journaling there, but you know where your new journaling feature is in the Topstep X platform, guys. Take advantage of it. David is 100% correct.
Yeah, and it's...
All right, we got to...
Let me just add this. It's work, guys and girls. You know, it's work. And if you really want this to work, you got to put the time in and make it work. It's not... You don't come in here and start throwing crap around and blow up, 10 accounts every single day. It's work. Put the work in if you want to make this succeed in whatever methods that you're using. But it's work.
If it was easy, everybody would do it, right? An old cliche.
100%.
All right, next question. This question we got in the form that we posted, and the trader also posted it in the YouTube chat. It goes out to Taz. Taz says, I've been profitable the last 22 days. 22 days in the green for Taz. Low risk, sticking to my technicals. Then today, the worst day since 2022. And every trade I normally take with only just 1 to 2 MNQ ends up being a loser. I hit my daily loss limit. What do I do? These outlier days are ruining me, but my system is telling me to execute. Well, you gotta have a strategy for every type of market condition, right? Markets only trend.
Yeah, you do.
10 to 20%
You
of the
do.
time.
And look, like I just said 2 minutes ago, sometimes your technicals are just not going to work. Here's what I do, okay, when that happens. And this is a rule that I put into place. If I have 3 maximum loss trades in one day, I am done trading. I am not going to trade any more than that. There are going to be some days where things just don't work, no matter how good your technicals are, right? So I'll allow myself 3 maximum loss trades, and that's it. Then I walk away. It's just a day where some things don't work. That's going to happen. But that's one of my steadfast rules. I'll never turn a winning day into a losing day. And if things just aren't working and I have 3 bad trades in a row, I am done trading from the day, because we'll come back from a bad day. We'll come back from a couple of bad days. What I don't want to do is have 10 bad trades in a row in one day. That really affects, the balance in my account. So if I have 3 baddies, I'm out. But if you're following the same thing that has made you successful for 22 straight days in a row, okay, it's a bad day. It's going to happen. But try to recognize that early and just say, you know what, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm not giving back any more money. That's the only good advice I could give you. Recognize it early and say, nope, it ain't happening today.
Set that daily loss limit, yeah. Or set exactly what David said, a number of trades. It's amazing how things can go from bad to worse so much easier than they go from good to great. You think there'd be an even curve there, but it's not there.
It's not. It's not. Look, all traders, and I don't have the holy grail in psychology either, but I know this for a fact. Most traders are all making the same mistakes. They are. Most traders are. This is not something that Mr. Green invented. I mean, they are, right? That's why we spend so much time talking about psychology, because it's by far the most important part of this. Following the rules, psychology. Like you just said, set a daily stop limit. That's it. If it's $500, I hit it, I'm done. That's it. Look, Topstep has given us every tool available, and they keep coming up with new ones to help us be successful doing this, right? So take advantage of what they are offering. We have journals now that you can do on Topstep. Are you kidding me? Just don't be lazy and do all the work, right? That's the bottom line. All the tools are here for people to do well in this. It's just work, okay? But if you're having really bad days, just recognize it and get the heck out of here before it turns into something really bad. Like you said, just set your maximum stop loss. That's it. We're going to have bad days.
Follow-up question to what you were just saying. Angie wants to know, do you do one-on-one mentoring? You want to talk a minute about Wall Street Global Trading Academy? I'll throw your link in the chat.
Yeah, that's fine. So me and Pete Tuchman, everybody knows Pete. He's on here twice a week. We started Wall Street Global Trading Academy about 6 years ago, basically during the pandemic, when we had 40 million new retail traders who were trading in the market and had no idea what the hell they were doing. So we have a course. It is 10 hours long. There are 200 hours of archives in the course. I'm going to say we are about 80% future-centric now. We've gone from 80% stock to 80% future. We have detailed rules about trading futures. We have a 90-slide presentation. We teach you all the technical analysis. We teach you all the rules. It comes with lifetime mentorship. What I mean by that is anyone who purchases our course, it's a one-time payment. We have payment plans available. We get together every Thursday night. We talk about people's problems. We go over trades, and that lasts forever. We have another option where you can take my live boot camp, which I'm in this week, where all we do is trade live the whole week and go over the entire course live in real time. That's it. I don't want to push anymore. It's WallStreetGlobalTradingAcademy.com. But yeah, we have taught literally thousands and thousands of people how to trade, hopefully how to do it the right way. Obviously, we never guarantee anybody anything, but I have never had anyone blow up a stock trading account that has traded with me that has followed all the rules. We just will not have enough losing days in a row. Futures are a different animal, and there's a whole different set of rules to them. So that's it. That's our Wall Street spiel.
Perfect. Yep. Link is pinned in the chat. Check it out if you get a second. We got time for one more quick question. Another trading
Sure.
psychology question from Yash. Yash says, whenever I reach my 50% profit target on my trading combine, I think only of losing that 50% and I freeze. What do I do to push further? Yash is having a trouble with conviction, it sounds like, hanging on to those winners. Getting out a little too early.
Have a plan on every single trade that you get in. When I get into a trade, I have my stop loss and my profit target. Okay. I'm also a big believer in taking profits in everything that we do right away, whether that's 5 points in the NQs, 2 points in the ESs. I always want to put some money in the bank right away. And then that's why I'll do, 2 contracts or 3 contracts. I want to put some money in the bank right away. And then I'll let my technicals tell me where to get out of the balance of it. It shouldn't make a difference, right? It shouldn't make a difference. And to be quite honest with everybody here, it's not your P&L, it's the process, okay? The money's going to take care of itself if you're following the process. I don't even look at my P&L during the day, guys and girls. I feel there's no reason to. I feel staring at that P&L, and every time you see it go up a little or you see it go down a little, it's going to get me out of trades sooner than I should be or make me stay in trades longer than I should be, right? The money is secondary, believe it or not. It's the process. It's how you get into the trades. It's how you get out of the trades. If you're not doing anything different, then don't be afraid to keep doing what you're doing. That's all. Just look, every time a trade sets up for me to do, I'm pushing a button. And my mindset is that trade's going to work. We know it's not going to be all the time. We know that. But I know that by me using my technicals, I'm putting the odds in my favor of that trade working. How do I know that? Because I've journaled a gazillion trades. And I know which trades work best, which trades don't work as well, and my overall winning percentage. But don't change anything that you're doing. A lot of what we do, the psychological part of it, you got to push through it. That's it. You just got to push through it. But don't change anything that you're doing, and don't stop doing what you're doing.
Perfect. Yeah. As Hoag would say, profits are a byproduct of making good trading decisions. That's exactly what
100%.
David just said there.
Yeah, and a lot of people do the opposite. A lot of people are just trading their P&L and not doing the trade.
And that's unfortunate too. Yeah, staring at that P&L. I don't even keep my P&L up on my screen anymore, unless I'm trading live on air. Then I'll put it up. But for the most part,
yeah, exactly.
It's worthless to look at. You know where you got to get in. You know where you got to get out. Yeah. Follow your plan.
So if we look at the NQs the last couple of minutes, just quick, there was no trade here. Now we broke through everything. I mean, maybe we can look at a double bottom, but there's nothing. And if there's nothing to do, don't do anything. A lot of people who are trading in the combine accounts feel that they have to be doing something all the time, right? Trust me, you're better off just being patient and disciplined and waiting for things to set up. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, not at all. People came to hear you, but I agree 100%. Sometimes no position is the best position. All right, folks, with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thank you, David Green, for coming in. Check him out at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. He and Peter Tuchman are partners in that. They're running through their boot camp right now. Link's pinned to the top of the chat. Give it a look. Stick around. We've got a great lineup coming your way. We've got PAYtience with KV, Hoag, and Gabe coming up next. Gabe's road to funding took a turn this morning when he passed that trading combine. Big shout out to Gabe. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre. David Green is coming back with Coach Dakota. David Green and Coach Dakota for Power Hour. We're going to see some fireworks there. That's going to be a great session. I can't wait for that one. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Oh, you got it, David. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome, everyone, to Patience with KV, the man in the middle. You know him, you love him. That's KV. I got Gabe here with us as well. Just if you don't know KV just yet, he's been trading futures for about a year. He's already earned 6 express funded accounts. He had a community. They were mostly trading options. He decided they were going to take a look at futures about a year ago, and he's got a whole community of folks that know and love him. He's at about a 56% winning trade percentage currently. And KV, we're always happy to have you with us. Always looking forward to this segment. How did you trade today?
Today, very, very good, I would say. We had this talk in the green room as well, which we took a really nice short in the morning. It looked like a really good short at the time. So basically this move right here from 9:47 down to 10:13 New York time. And again, at that time, it looked like a really good short. But looking at the price right now, definitely could have held a little bit longer, right? But, obviously we don't know always. And it's easier to see the chart after it has evolved. But yeah, just that one trade in the open. I felt like after that point, it was a little bit too late to get an entry point. The pullbacks for me were not steep enough to actually get on some of these next moves lower. So just that one trade in the morning, actually.
Well, that's a good trade, right? The right way. You made some money. Fantastic. I got to do a shout out to Gabe right now, too. Gabe succeeded in his trading combine on screen and is going to be starting his XFA very soon. Congratulations, Gabe.
Thanks, Hoag. Appreciate it.
That is always a great feeling and something that everybody is trying to do. Many have. We're looking forward to seeing your continued success in that XFA. So you mentioned, KV, that you caught that short early in the day. You had a nice trade on it. What kind of pullbacks would it take for you to get back into this directional move that we've seen today?
So look, at this point, but we are definitely extended on the day. Looking at the ATR for the day as well, we are 1.1. So we've made 110% of a daily move, right? So we are 10% above an average daily move for the NASDAQ. So it's definitely extended. But I have these 2 lines on the chart. And again, I have my automated levels here, but the move was so extended today that we went past my last one here. So I had to come up with some manual levels today. This is one of those regular hour gaps, right? And if you go back from June, I believe it's June 11th to June 12th on the NASDAQ, that's where we can get this basically that gap right there.
Yeah, right? I saw that as well.
There is some more room to the downside. We are halfway through that gap. Could we go for it? At this point, it looks very, very realistic. In the morning, I said no chance, but looks like at this point is realistic. I have this kind of zone up here from 375 to 390. We had these 2 couple rejections earlier today, and we had these 2 couple bounces earlier today. So for me, it's a very, very strong area. I'd love to take something around that area up there. Not sure if we're going to get there. Maybe this is all.
What's that level, KV?
375 to 390. It's a nice 15-point range up there. I do like that area for another potential trade, whether that be another rejection like we saw earlier or just a breakthrough maybe towards the VWAP area. But yeah, the gap is definitely there, right? So the gap all the way down to 255-ish is still there, right? So there's opportunity both ways. That's it right now. Let's see how it evolves, though.
Yeah, it's been a pretty directional down day. Are you thinking maybe we may see some sort of a pullback towards the end of the day, maybe some short time frame, short covering?
Yeah, it could be. We have gotten yesterday and the day before as well were very, very sideways, especially the morning sessions were like very, very sideways days. If we go back a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago as well, we were getting a lot of these moves, and in the power hour session especially, we got a lot of those crazy reversals. So I'm not going to rule out of the equation that possibility because we've seen that happen over and over again. I'm not sure when it was exactly either April or May, I forget now, but we were having some crazy power hour reversals. So possibilities there. I personally wouldn't prefer that type of trade because we're going against the overall trend of the day, right? But if it is plausible enough, we could just enter a light size one just because we are going against the trend. So for me, it's another checkbox, and if I don't have that marked, I just enter with less size. That's all.
Gabe, I'm sorry, KV, you, on that chart that you just had up, are those lines that you have on there proprietary, or are those just like VWAP and moving averages?
So some of them are proprietary and some of them are anchored VWAPs. I don't use moving averages. Okay. Some of them are proprietary. So these green ones. So basically, when I took the short in the morning, basically it was because of this S1 that I had here. These rejections up top, right? This kind of bounce area, proprietary as well. Andre was mentioning this in the morning. I saw some of you guys try to take a bounce here. It didn't end up working. Obviously, it just slides through. But that's proprietary, and then these are just anchored VWAPs from some of the morning.
From some swing highs. Got it. Gabe, if you were trading actively right now, what would you be thinking?
Yeah, I'm kind of just bouncing around looking at various markets, trying to get an idea of where other products are at too, in addition to just indices. But let's take a peek. I know on the longer term, we've been talking a lot about this gap filling on the daily chart at NQ, but personally, I'm really looking at this demand level at 19,155. That would help complete fill that gap. And then on top of that, it would get in terms of what I'd be looking for in my strategy, just supply and demand based, this would be an area where we could potentially see a bottom begin to form if, this is going to be the extent of the downside that we're going to see the last week and a half, 2 weeks. But at the moment, in terms of trades today, like I said, or like we talked about, I'm not really in, I just got a practice account pulled up. I do like KV's area of the 70s. I think there is a nice little breakout area of supply from 377 half to 386 quarter. So I wouldn't mind taking a potential retest at the top of that little range and see if we can get a short back to the downside to finish the day. Obviously, not really any point in probably, this would be a cheap long. If you're trying to see if this is possibly a bottom, this would be a pretty cheap long, depending on what you're looking to size for risk. But very well, we could just continue to tank from here, or maybe not tank, but grind our way down, just like we've been doing for most of the day so far. But I definitely wouldn't short right here personally, just because there's no real way to manage risk, knowing that in terms of what I'd be looking for, like a mechanical way to size up an area of interest. Just because there's no real quality strong moves or breakouts here. It's just a slow trickle down at the moment. So I'm really not looking for a short at the moment, even if I am practice trading at this current time. I'd be a little bit more biased to the long side just because we are at the low end of the range. We've wiped out the prior low that was established just prior to the lunch hour, and we continue to look like we're holding these lower 300s for at least the time being. We'll see for how long though.
I believe we have MP's screen up. Apparently, those longs that we were in off of 5,500, he took profits on those at 55.08. So he's got a decent profit on the day. Now he's long again, another 15 lot. I can't really make out where that level is, but looks like he's got it going on again. Boy, we're getting a lot of nice work out of that 5,500 weekly kickoff level, which of course makes me happy if you see people profiting off levels that we put out there. So
yeah, absolutely.
KV. Yes, correct. That's always we. It's not. That's a team account. So we got to make sure as we're all looking at that. We're all getting the levels from lots of different people and agreeing on these trades. So we are back in that long, looking good. Levels holding well. All right. So KV, I wanted to ask you, when volatility hit similar today, you are the master of patience and patience with KV. How do you respond to this? Do you think, of, well, I got my little bit of it. I don't want to just start, trying to get in at places that aren't decent. So I'm just going to watch.
I feel like this is, at least to me, this is the easiest days to do that, because you catch that move, and because we're in an increased volatility day, it's enough. Like it's enough to make up for how much you're shooting for on a daily basis. So at least to me, it feels like it's the easiest ways to do that. Like you make your profit, you're done. But for some people, I could understand why it's tough, because they're like, okay, an opportunity here, an opportunity there, and like the volatility is so high. Oh my God, I could do wonders with this volatility, right? And you could, but it's again, when you start getting greedy as a trader, the market humbles you like crazy. So again, for me, it's the easiest days. Like, okay, I know, okay, this is how much the candlesticks are moving. This is, the ATR for the past few candles as well, looking at how much I should be expected to do, position size myself correctly, and then, move with it. But yeah, volatility is high. I talk a lot about volatility on these sessions, as well as looking at a risk perspective, right? On a normal period, a usual risk for a NASDAQ scalp or a quick day trade is around 10 points. Okay, that's usually the volatility. This morning, when the market opened, was as high as 25 points. Okay, so that is a big difference looking at risk. At the same time, obviously, your winning trades move much stronger as well. But looking at it from a risk perspective, I mean, from a 10 point to a 25 point, that's a major difference, right? So you got to really, really position yourself correctly, because if you don't, like one candle, you hit your daily stop loss, for example.
Right. Now, you have a whole community of people that you work with. Are they as patient as you, or are they still trying to jump into opportunities?
That's a nice question. Look, I try to do the most I can to instill patience into them, and some of them, they're gotten to that point. George says, "No, we are not." George is in the chat as well.
George.
Like, it depends with people as well. I see a lot of people who have changed, right, and are a little bit more patient, wait for those trades a little bit longer, right? But it's out of my control. It's going to be based on situations, right? I can do my part, but it's on you at the end of the day as well, to make the change that you need to make.
Yeah, when I was working with people one-on-one, that was one of the first things I said was there's only so much any coach or any mentor is going to be able to do for you. Mm-hmm. We can suggest things, but it's up to you when it comes down to it to adhere to these ideas and to being patient and trying to be disciplined. What kind of tricks do you have, KV, that you may kind of tell them or suggest to them to? Okay, you know what? That's enough. Let's put down the mouse and just watch for a while. Do you have any tricks that you have?
I mean, at this point, it is just second nature. But at the beginning, I would say print out your biggest losing days. Print them out and have them there, either on a sticky note or just have them there on your desk, because you're gonna see, okay, if I continue doing what I'm doing, right? If I start entering more trades than I should, or if I not being patient enough for my setups, that's what's gonna happen. Like that's what I'm gonna see on my account today. It's a quick reminder, and I joke about this a lot as well. When you are looking for a trade, you're sober, and then once you open a trade, it's like you're drunk. You tend to forget a lot of the things that even you had pre-planned, like. Your mind starts to fog a little bit. So
that's true. That is very true.
Having them at the desk is a little bit like a reminder, because you might forget. It's just how it is as humans.
We kind of put blinders on. Like once we're in a trade, we kind of have blinders on to all the other pieces and elements that we sometimes kind of just lose sight of temporarily. It's not like we don't have them there. in our minds. It's just the fact that the trade kind of takes the focus off a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes. Some people really have a great ability to stay on their plan and have those things in front of their face. And that's why I think the printing out is a great idea, right? Because it I'm old school, so I like to have notebooks and little sticky notes and things in front of me, just because it's easier to see than having to pull up a different tab with a different document and take up screen space, when you're trying to stay focused on the charts. But I like keeping it in front of your face. I know a lot of traders who like to put and frame, stuff up in their rooms, whether it's mottos or pieces of their trading plan, rules, things like that too. But that was actually one of my questions to you, KV, is what is your, I don't know if I've been on air with you when you've discussed your trading plan, but in addition to just like your rules, particularly and your strategy process, like what rules do you have for yourself personally to prevent yourself from digging yourself into deep holes in scenarios that like those big red days, right? Like what's your cutoff, or when do you know it's the right time to cut off? What's that trigger for you look like?
Well, for me, it's the rule of the 3 2s. So what does that mean? After 2 consecutive losing trades, I'm done for the day. After 2 consecutive winning days, I'm done for the week. And after 2 consecutive losing weeks, I'm done for the month. Okay, that's usually how I go about it. It works well. Now, have there been cases when you open that 3rd trade and then you end up making all of your losses? Sure, right? But the chances of that happening are very slim. So that's why I stick to this rule, and then you keep yourself alive.
Yeah, I like that. It helps prevent that revenge trading temptation, right? Don't get me wrong.
It's tough to keep yourself in check, but
it is. Yeah, we're imperfect, right? That's just our nature.
Yep.
Like we're gonna have days where we slip up, trade a little bit more than we should have. But yeah, that would sound like it would catch you, at least preventing higher quantity of those scenarios from taking place. It might still happen here or there, but they're gonna be few and far between.
Correct. Yeah, just try and avoid them as much as possible.
And God forbid you do something that's outside of your plan or your strategy and you get paid on it, it just ingrains bad behavior. Next time you're in that situation, you're going to do the same thing, thinking, well, it worked for me last time. So
it looks like those lows were taken out, by the way. So NASDAQ's trading at 290, lower 290s, 291, 292. So like I said, those, if you're taking that long, it's quick to take profits, preserve capital. It was the bottom of the range, but as we know, the day that we've had today, it's very likely that we could continue lower. And here we have an opportunity to take ourselves lower. Now, if you're looking for a little bit of an opportunity to get short at this point, now that I would be looking at possibly the 308s. So that would be support, resistance, if you're a resistance and support trader. But this essentially would be the area that I'd be looking at, which is 306 half to 314 quarter. That's the last area where we just consolidated for a quick couple candles, like 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden, exploded back to the downside, creating a new leg, a new breakout to a new low. So that would be a fair, it's about 8 handles, depending on how much buffer that you want to give yourself, potentially, still less than 15 handles of risk. So I think that's a measurable area where, I could look to re-enter or to enter a short if you're thinking to continue to move to the downside. But yeah, those lows didn't hold for very long.
Yeah, it's the gap fill looks like inevitable at this point. Like we're 283 is the day low. We're 30 points away, and today 30 points is much closer than other days. That's the only, personally, because we are on a downtrending day. And if you look at the price action itself as well, guys, you can see that the down moves are much more aggressive than the bounces. Like, could you have caught this cheap trade here, this little bounce? Sure. It's so slow, it's so wicky, there's no volume. Look at the way the drop happened, right? So when you're going with the trend, it's just a little bit more easier, and it's not as stressful in trying to catch these bounces. The only place where I would enter a bounce play confidently would be if buyers step in at the gap fill. So 254.75 on the NASDAQ is where the gap gets filled on that daily from June. That's literally the only area where I'd be like, okay, we filled the gap. Let's see if some buyers can come in and for me to potentially take a bounce play. Might not work, or it might work, but that's the only area where I would look for a bounce play, because the longs are just getting screwed over today. I mean, I've been looking at the tilt all day, and it's not good. I mean, even if you look at the tilt right now, and obviously it's skewed a little bit because some people do have micros, but the average long is 349. 349 is up here. We're 50 points below that. It's just crazy how the longs are just getting screwed over today, because they've been trying to catch a bottom literally all day. And the shorts have been the ones that are making the profits. Even if you look at right now, average short on the NASDAQ is around 332. So they got a nice fill. They're deep in profits here.
We are now long 20 in the house account. Average price is at 95. 95. Yep. We're looking at this as kind of a liquidity sweep below the lows, and it's getting a little bit late. I think we're looking for a kind of a short covering into the close. Perhaps it's a little early, but we are in it, so we'll see how that plays out. There's the screen right there.
Yep. Yeah.
KV, when you get into a directional market like this, do you feel as though that the market is actually trying to keep you out of getting in?
Sometimes, yes, right? Because I said as well, in terms of like pullbacks, sometimes there's just these pullbacks that I want them to go a little bit more, right? A little bit more like steep, and it doesn't happen. It goes in the direction again. I'm like, oh my God, like am I not just gonna not open a position anymore? And I really I really thought, so after that first move in the morning, I really thought we would retest the daily VWAP at least one more time, because I've seen that happen a lot. We have the initial move in the morning, goes down, for example. We have another VWAP retest, maybe a little bit before lunch hours. And then that's where it just starts to die off all day. We didn't see that today, and I was really surprised, really surprised that we didn't get that next VWAP retest. And, because we didn't get one, maybe, we get one of those power hour reversals that we mentioned earlier, just to go and fill those orders up there.
How do you handle like not getting more aggressive when it feels like the market's trying to keep you out?
Because again, you print out those red days, and that's what's going to keep you out. Again, if the market is aggressive, it doesn't mean that you have to start being more aggressive now as well. In fact, it should be the opposite, right? Because the market is aggressive, or the market is volatile. Start a little bit, take a step back, breathe a little bit, and see, okay, where could that nice entry be? Because on days like this, the trade management is good, but the trade management doesn't really matter unless you're getting that right entry. I mean, you could, if you're not getting the right entry, you could be stopped out 5 times until it actually works. So
I was looking for that answer, KV, because in periods of volatility in the past, when I've gotten very aggressive, I've gotten just chewed up and spit out. Now, when I see periods of volatility, I remind myself, you know what? When the market is fast, I have to slow down. Yep. And I'm going to be really picky, looking for good trade locations. I was like, during COVID, I was like, okay, it's volatile. Let's stay calm. Let's just look for cheap opportunities, and we just need to slow things down a little bit. Great answer on that.
I passed the
Gabe,
test.
Did you have something you want? Pardon?
I passed the test.
No. Oh, there's no test. There's no test. And a lot of folks use like sticky notes and stuff to remind themselves, and I found it too easy to take those and go.
KV, speaking of tests, have you ever considered taking the Series 3?
I only considered it once you guys brought it up. So I didn't even know it existed because I come from the equities world, right? And I didn't even know it was a thing, you know.
Right.
But yeah, I've considered it. Maybe once I get some more free time, I'll definitely give it a go. It's just with the new move and with my now wife moving in as well. It's been the past 2 months have been crazy busy. So
I can imagine. How's the new place though? Move going smooth
it's
so
good.
far?
It's good. I mean, every now and then, I'm tempted to buy new stuff because it feels empty. But
New,
it's
right?
fun.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe I could add this here, maybe I can add that there, and then
Right.
you buy this, and then maybe after a few weeks you see something better, and like, maybe it's harder than trading.
Staying
It's always
disciplined, right?
Nice to be in a new place, right?
Yeah, it's
right.
nice. It feels like you're just restarting.
Well, we're on the half hour here. Let's take a quick look back at the markets here. We know what we've got going on in the equities. We've got the S&Ps and the NASDAQ putting in new session lows after session low being put in. Crude oil kind of put in a little bit of a top here earlier, relatively close to the high from yesterday. We had that weak high yesterday. We did take that out in the regular trading hour session and really just kind of falling back into some range bound trade here. Not a whole lot of directional activity there. What I'm really interested in is taking a look at what gold did today. We had 3 days of very small ranges down below this huge gap that we have left above. And we started to look into trying to take out that gap, and it just ran out of gas. We are right back to the same range we've been in the last 3 days. It did close technically about an hour ago, but we was looking for more continuation probably to see if we can close this gap, but that may be coming in coming days. As we know, uncertainty, equities markets don't like uncertainty, but gold most certainly does. So we'll be watching gold very carefully over the next few sessions. Remember, gold is in rollover. That's going to blur things a little bit, but we'll see how things play out. So, all right, back to KV and Gabe. So you had a good trade today. Did you have a good trade earlier in the week, or are you still looking for that second good trade to call it a week?
For me personally, last week was much better. Again, it's only Wednesday, but was able to capture a little bit more in terms of follow through plays last week. I'm not sure if it was just people waiting for Tesla and Google to report today or what, but Monday and Tuesday were very, very sideways, especially the morning sessions, which I do trade the most. They were sideways. So I would say this week, even the afternoons. I mean, I don't even remember. I don't think I took anything yesterday in the afternoon. Yeah, nothing in the afternoon. I don't know. Last week was far much better for me, except for today. Today, obviously, we had the most happening, but let's see how Thursday and Friday go. Last week, we caught a couple of 50-pointers, which for me as a scalper, that's all we need, right? Because you're not expected to make 50 points on a scalp or in a quick day trade. So it was a really, really nice week last week. So hopefully we can get 1 or 2 more this week. But the volatility is here. That's what I do like. So especially next week as well. More big earnings, FOMC next week. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hot next week.
Yes, it is. I was going to ask you.
And going back to that, it's going to be hot, so you should be cold, right?
Right. Cool as a cucumber.
Mm-hmm.
Cool like KV. Patient.
You changed up the background there, though, KV. Typically, you got a nice, cool blue background, but now you're sticking with.
I put a red light as well, just to
red.
To balance it both. I have the blue on this side, and
nice. Yeah, I like it.
It is a red day, so
makes sense.
I mean, it's 3.3% down Nasdaq. Crazy. I forgot what the news was, but biggest losing day since 2022. I Don't quote me on that. But
Jay said, I think Jay said the same thing. I think it was December of 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me double check that, but I feel like that was the news. Yeah, December 2022. Yep. I had to double check because it's like December 2000. It's like a year and a half, right? It's crazy.
Knowing it's earnings season, KV, how much do you count on earnings for entries and exit? I mean, is it just something you're paying attention to and just, using your market generated information to look for opportunities, or do you try and kind of decipher what it's going to mean in the broader market and trade futures against some of these earnings?
Yeah, so I mean, personally, I still do trade options, and earnings season is great to trade options after they report, not before, because before you're just gambling and guessing. But after they report, I do love to trade them because there's volatility, there's big moves happening, and especially when trading something like NASDAQ, you got to be on top of what's reporting earnings because some of these are big names which will 100% affect it. Apple and Microsoft and Tesla today. I mean, if you're watching the price action of the NASDAQ this morning, we were holding, not going up, but just holding on Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, all the big ones. And the only thing that was still going down was Tesla. And NASDAQ started going down with Tesla as well. And then the whole sector fell after. But Tesla was weighing so much on NASDAQ today, not just pre-market, but also after the New York session open, that you got to be on top of it. And if you're not, I could go probably on a Facebook group that Topstep has and see so many people be surprised, like, why is this happening? Why did the market drop and so on? People, I mean, especially when you're starting out, like traders are clueless. And it's just literally a Google search, earnings reporting today. That's it. It's not like, you're doing some rocket science. So especially NASDAQ, right, which has these big holdings, definitely keep it a watch on. And especially Nvidia, because Nvidia catches a lot of traders off guard because it's the latest one to report earnings. Like it reports probably like 2 or 3 weeks after the big tech. So you're like, oh my God, earnings season is over, and then boom, Nvidia hits you after like 2-3 weeks, and you're like, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah, just kind of looking at the Mag 4 here. I've got Nvidia up here. It's it's been kind of coming off and kind of dragging along its lows for the session right now. Tesla did see a little bit of a recovery after a nice, deep dive in the first part of the session today, but relatively centrally located in the range. Yeah. Amazon still dragging along the bottom. Alphabet still dragging along the bottom.
Tesla is down 11% from yesterday's closing. It's wild. I mean,
yeah. Well, Nvidia might be hopefully getting close to some bids I've got underneath here to see if I can't get a little bite of Nvidia if it continues to move to the upside, which we're pretty sure it's going to, right? What do you think of Nvidia? Is that thing going to keep going higher?
It's, to be honest with you, I do a weekly kind of summary as well, just like Topstep sends their newsletter in the weekends. I do something similar. And Nvidia was one of the few that I had bearish for the week. I don't know if I got lucky with like Tesla being so negative and affecting the market, but I feel like it's time for a little bit pullback on Nvidia. I mean, I'm not going to say it's overvalued because it's been overvalued for years now. So it's not like it's going to mean much, but it's just looking at a technical perspective. It's due for a little pullback before we see newer highs potentially.
Yeah, my bids are still considerably below the current price. I'm looking for a much bigger pullback, and hopefully I'll get them. I get some what my dad used to call wishing orders. He'd find a stock or soybeans or whatever, and he'd say, "All right, I've got a bid in, $20 lower. That's my wishing order. Let's see if I can get filled on it." And he quite often he did. Called them.
He's probably doing it with some size, right? Doing it with some size, maybe spoofing a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he was retired long before electronic trading, so you didn't get to see anything in the book. Right. But we'd go to lunch or whatever, and he'd give an order a broker, He'd give an order to a broker, and hey, beans, get down here, buy me 1 million bushels. Okay.
That's so odd to even think about, because like if you haven't experienced it, right, it just feels so unrealistic as well to understand
like the trading
how
floor
that works.
before electronic trading.
Yeah, before electronic trading, right? It just feels like it never existed. Like,
oh, it definitely existed.
no.
I miss it. I miss it. It was a different era, and that era is now gone. So, the best thing about it, KV, was the fact that you could see, like, if you're standing in the S&P pit, you can see what the major players are doing. You'd see Goldman sell 2,000, you'd see Merrill sell 2,000, you'd see Shearson sell 2,000, and you knew a lot of that was the same person. A lot of it was Soros, and a few other major fund players, but you could see that they were major sellers. Well, who are they selling it to? They're selling it to the speculators, the guys in the pit.
Yeah,
you could see, that the pit is getting longer and longer. The more these big players are selling it to them, and at some point they would just get to the point where they were too long, and they would have to turn and go the other way. That's one of the tools that's one of the reasons why we look at delta, is because sometimes you can get that sense of when your direct time frame traders or competitors, if you want to call them that, are all stuck one way, and you can take advantage of when they unravel those positions. Doesn't happen that often. It's difficult to see, but it's one of the things that I look at, because I don't get to see what the major players are doing anymore. It was a different game when you see that.
Yeah, no. I did a podcast with Austin as well. It hasn't come out yet, but I recommended this book, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator.
It's a great book.
That's the first one of the first books I actually ever read. And at that time, they were still doing the flip charts. Like, you would go similar to like a bar area, and they were doing the flip charts. And it's just crazy to even think how that worked, right?
Ticker tapes.
And crazy. And it's crazy to think as well. Like, we're living in this age right now. Like, what are our grandkids and generations after that gonna kind of do? Because it feels like it's already done. Like, how more advanced can these get? Like algorithms and automated trading and all of this.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. I mean, what technology is going to bring us.
You guys are breaking new lows. We just absolutely blew through the 280s, or broke below the 280s. I did enter that short that we were talking about, the 306 level. Got filled, got a nice revisit right into that area of supply. Kept my stops just above slightly. I've locked in. Once again, this is practice, but just executing the way that I should through my process.
You stuck to your plan. That was good.
Yeah, stuck through the plan. And it looks like at the moment, holding about a 500 unrealized, a short one from 306, a stop in profit. But I did see MP put an update. We did cover the house account trade on the ES with some updates from some of our traders that helped put that trade together. Because once again, it is absolutely a team effort. We ended up covering to have a realized P&L on the house account of negative 687. So we were down $687 on the day in the house account after taking that.
Basically a break even.
Basically just about break even.
Yeah. Well, S&P's just traded to a naked point of control, 54.87. That's a visual target. There is a gap down below that in the S&Ps that takes us down to, let's see here. Oops, sorry. Top of the gap, 54.72.75. Bottom of the gap, 54.49.75. We're now comfortably holding and trading below that weekly kickoff low, probably seeing some longer time frame sellers coming into this market and moving it lower. So that was a good out. We had a good out on that house account trade, and we are just continuing the trend for the day to the downside. probably going to be a pretty interesting power hour, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see that.
I mean, we're what? We're 4 points away from the gap fill. 4 points away.
I got a question, KV. I'm not seeing that gap fill on my day session only NASDAQ chart.
NASDAQ regular trading hours, June 11th.
June 11th. Is that back adjusted?
It is the continued contracts, yeah, not the September one.
Okay, yeah. So the September one, the September only filled a while ago. So that's the continuation chart.
Yeah, and the September one doesn't have a day filled way back. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, it really does make a difference which one you're looking at and which one traders are looking at.
It does make a huge difference.
You know, sometimes one is going to work, and sometimes the other one is going to work.
I personally try to get it as close to the ETF one, so QQQ, right? And QQQ was getting filled today, so it got filled earlier today, and it looks more similar to the continued one. That's what I personally do, but again, I'm not here to say what's right or wrong. This is how I do it. That's
right. No, there's no right or wrong. It's what works for the time, right? Gabe, you still short?
Yeah, I am still short. I'm going to hold that, put my stop just slightly above the new supply that had formed, creating that new breakout.
Going high there. Good.
Yep. So protecting a little bit more than just break even, pushing back down into the lower 260s.
If we do grow some legs to the downside, there's a naked TPO point of control down at 19,215. That would be a visual weakness in structure for price to target. That goes all the way back to the 10th of June, and this point of control is from the June contract, the actual June contract. So that would be a really nice target for that trade, wouldn't it, Gabe?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, let's see what the reward to risk on that potential target would look like. Scenario. Generally risking about 15. Down, you said 215?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a banger. That'd be a 6-1 roughly if we were able to get down there. I'll throw a target down there. We'll see if we make it down there.
That sounds very tasty.
That'd be fantastic.
Tasty. Yeah. But I mean, it's when we talk about, points of control, naked points of control from the past, they're so visually targeted. And if traders are looking at it, usually they're going to bring price there at some point. So that has been out there for a long time. And when it becomes important, it becomes important. And today is the day when that naked point of control now becomes important, because it is that visual target. And markets are so visual. So visual. We're going to get that. We're only 35 points away, Gabe.
No, I mean, with how today is gone, I mean, who's to say we don't just go back down to that daily demand at 155? I mean, we're just absolutely tanking. Now we are technically entering the territory on the NQ gap territory, so we're past the low of the 11th now. So knowing that we're in gap territory, things could get a little bit choppy. Maybe it starts to kind of die down over the next 10-15 minutes, and maybe we get one last push during power hour. But I mean, yeah, it just continues to tank from here. I mean, we're in the 30s already.
Yeah, this is feeling really kind of ugly, isn't it, guys? But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big a deal, right?
I mean, I could agree with that. Yeah, I could agree with that. it's not like we haven't seen this before, but it's definitely steeper than usual. But I would say looking at a bigger perspective, I mean, the way I see this, I think we have room if we're looking like longer term. 18,400 is where I would be looking for, buyers to come in. Obviously, we are in earnings season, so it's highly impacted by daily earnings, right? But I could see, just by looking at technicals, 18,400 is very, very realistic for the NASDAQ.
Man, that'd be that'd be wild.
That'd be wild, yeah. But it's possible, right? I would definitely, like 18,400 is where I would accumulate more onto my long term positions when I average it into like S&P and the NASDAQ. Like,
right. Well, this may be getting a little bit ugly. I mean, we are more than 5% off the all-time high. All-time high. 2983 just a couple of weeks ago, and 19,933.75 is 5% off of that. So we're already through that. We got to it last night we went through it. So maybe starting to get a little bit dicey here.
What's crazy to me is still Tilt's only 54% short. Like there's still people trying to catch bottoms on this. Everybody's trying to catch a bottom right now, and I mean the average long price is about 319. Go ahead, Hoag.
They've either made their money or they're at their loss limit. One of the two. I don't think there's that many people trading it. It's the only reason I see it. That's the only way I see it at 50-50.
Right. Yeah, for everybody in chat, if you guys have survived today, I mean, I'm definitely props to you for keeping yourself alive during a trading day like this. Maybe you're a little bit more back and forth. If you're up on the, maybe that'd be a good poll for us to run here shortly in Power Hours. How's everybody doing today? Just because I would like to see kind of where our traders are at. I'm sure our risk management team could give us a little bit more of an idea of our funded side of our traders. But yeah, I mean, Tilt's just not really heavy on one side or the other. It's just pretty balanced at the moment. As I said that, we just went 63% short, so now people are kind of barreling in.
People are jumping in again here now.
Yeah. And that could take us right down to that 215. I mean, we're 15 points away now, so.
Well, and don't forget the 10% rule.
Don't try to guess the bottom.
Yeah, no, that's burnt me way too many times.
Yeah. Don't fight a directional move.
Yeah, this is wild. What a day, though. What a day.
Yeah.
1.3 ATR, right? So 130% more. I mean, 30% more than a daily move, but crazy.
Oh, is that including
Usually the ATR has been around 340 points on a New York session. Today it's at 430 and might still continue going.
Oh yeah, that's regular trading hour session, right?
Regular trading hours, yeah. Regular trading hours.
There's not a lot of size on the ladder either. I'm noticing, I mean, really, there's no major. I mean, the largest I'm seeing is like 27 on the upside at 250, but really there's not a whole lot going on right now.
Yeah. Even the S&P dome is a little thin right here.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing double digits for the first like 5 or 6 price levels, then triple digits. And we got those algos that are like staying like 5 points away, 3 to 5 points away on both sides. They just follow price around, and I don't think they're ever going to get filled, but they just put them out there. Come on, let's get those 15s.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. One last little big push down here. So KV, on a day like today, you're in the green. What's on the docket for the rest of the day? What is your, are you going to go do something fun, get outside, touch grass? You got plans? What's kind of the rest of the day look like for you today?
Not really, just working on other projects, maybe some client calls, I try to go to the gym early morning after, I'm done with the morning session, 11 a.m. Eastern. And then I come back, maybe power hour. So I'll come in around this time again, trade power hour, and then go on by the rest of the day. But yeah, don't
make
like
a few
to be
more
out
Benjis.
much often. Don't like to be out much often. I like for me, it's more a weekend. Like on the weekends, I'm completely locked in terms of, I don't even turn on my PC on the weekend. I don't look at charts. I don't do anything.
Nice little
On the
decompress.
weekdays, I like to do as much as I can to just use the time.
When do you engage? Like Sunday night?
Sunday night, yeah. Sunday night, I'm probably doing a quick weekly prep just to see where things are on a bigger scale, because we're so focused then, like on day trades, and we're in a 1 minute, 5 minute. You're in a small tick chart, but you're kind of zoomed in. Like you don't even know what's happening on the daily. Like today, you go on the daily and you're like, oh my God, what the hell is happening? All right, it just
right.
You're like, oh my God, this thing is crashing. I'm gonna have to sell all my long-term investments. You're like, oh my God. But not really, right? You
My
should
401k.
Yeah, not really. These are just normal pullbacks in the long run. I know we got 5 minutes left, so I wanted to. I saw this nice little quote past few weeks, and I wanted to just share it with you guys. So we talk a lot in terms of luck when it comes to trading. Maybe you got lucky in a trade, or your performance is going good because of luck. And this is what I read. So there's two types of luck: the luck that happens to you and the luck that you make happen.
I like that.
Right. So basically, yes, there's luck involved, but you still have to put in the work and learn how to do this, put in the process, do the trading journal, do your part into this. And obviously, yes, there is luck into this, but without you actually putting in the work, even if you get that luck, it's not like it's going to be sustainable enough for you to actually make it work.
I think it was Lee Trevino that said, who was a professional golfer. He said, "The more I practice, the luckier I get."
Yep, that's exactly it.
So is that your sign off for the day? Your encouraging words?
I would say so. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's how life is. That's how life is, and that's how trading should be as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right place, right time.
Gary Player said that. I always think it's Lee Trevino for some reason. Maybe I need more practice. Gabe, any last words?
Not a whole lot today. Great hanging with everybody. KV, always a pleasure. I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your day. If you're down in the day and you're feeling discouraged, I encourage you to close the monitor. Maybe keep TopstepTV open on your phone. Go outside. And we'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And remember, slow markets tonight. I do want to point out Biden has that address in the Oval Office this evening, and Dakota will be on at 7:30 tonight. So just a heads up. That might be a good opportunity to kind of see what that has for an impact on the market. But grateful to be here with everybody. Have a blessed day. And Hoag, take it away.
Well, thanks. Thank you, KV. Thank you, Gabe. And as always, folks, be kind to yourself. This is very difficult. If you've had a bad day, don't carry around that venom. It only hurts you. Be kind to everybody else. And everybody, please remember, pray for peace. Gabe, I'm praying that we get to those 215s for you right now. And everybody get ready for Power Hour. It's going to be a fun one, I think. It's always fun, but we've got Andre, David Green, and Coach Dakota on screen together for Power Hour. It's going to be a great one. Stick around, folks. Thanks for hanging with us, and we will see you in just a couple of minutes. Get ready.
All right, we are back. The people asked for more David Green and Dakota on Power Hour. Damn it. You get more David Green and Dakota on Power Hour. The man in the middle is David Green. To the right on the screen is Coach Dakota. David Green, we just saw you on group coaching. How's it going, David Green?
All good, thank God. Thank you guys again for having me here. I love coming on here. It's always a pleasure.
Very good. We're still seeing a bit of a sell-off here in ES and NQs. We were talking in the green room. I see a bit of a pop. Dakota, what are you looking for in terms of levels and trade direction?
New lows, baby. Once we started the break today, one of my long distance targets over here on the hourly chart, and I talked about this a little bit last night, was like 120s. Was I expecting us to get there? No, definitely not. I tried to get in a couple longs around the 500s, and then again, the lower 300s. But other than that, the next stop for me from a technical standpoint is going to be those low 120s to 130s. Between now and there, I don't see anything.
20s. We are pretty much, we're at 220 right now, targeting 120 downside. David Green, what are you seeing right now?
I mean, it's been a really good technical day, which doesn't happen very often in the NQs. Every once in a while, we get a nice trending day that lasts for most of the day. That's what we've had all day today. You know, if we go back to, even 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is when we started our little trend. I mean, we broke it once here. When we got up to our 30 EMA, rejected that. And then it's just been trend. So it's been a really good technical day. I mean, there have been a few spots, like Dakota said, we tried a couple of longs. And if you look at my chart, and this is what I'm looking for now, because I don't have any levels, but every time we get to a 20 RSI, okay, in the NQs, and we're like 50, 70 points again, we've gotten like a 15, 20, 30 point bounce. So the only attempts I've even made to buy it is when we've gotten this RSI below 20, got it here, we got a 20 point bounce. We got the RSI below 20 here, boom, we got a 40 point bounce. So the only attempts I've made to buy it was when it got really oversold and below a 20 RSI. And right now, we're in the middle of nowhere's land. And it is power hour, so God knows what's going to happen with the market on close and everything else. I could say this, we are extremely oversold. That doesn't mean we're going to bounce from here, but we're oversold by every metric.
Yes. And, as a trader, the first thing I start to think of going into power hour is, short's got to be covering somewhere down here. And that can be very dangerous on a mindset to try and trade something like that when there's no, technical support or reason to get in outside of just the thought process of, the market should do this because that's what I think it should. And I mean, of course, if we do get a bounce, then it's going to be easy to go back and say, oh, you know what? Maybe it was just some short covering.
100%. For me, I would look for us to get above at least our little trend lines here. That would be my signal. So my technical signal would be if we can get above the trend lines here, then maybe I take a shot and get long a little bit. But until we get above this massive downtrend that we're in, I don't see any reason to be long. And like you said, we could go up.
What price, David Green, would to break the trend line to the upside?
Yeah. So we got 19,253 and 19,269. So, we got to at least get over 53 to even attempt to start going up. And 69 is the 15 EMA, that trend we've been following for the last 2.5 hours. So it's got to show me strength. Otherwise, there's no reason to be long anywhere right now, anyway. What I look for if we get now.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Is if we keep going down and get below a 20 RSI. That's when I'll start picking a little bit for a trade. But we're neutral.
Can you explain RSI to people, please?
Yeah. So RSI is relative strength index. Some people use MACD. Some people use Bollinger Bands. They all show the same thing. And I have my RSI set at 20 and 80. So when a stock gets down to a 20 RSI, when we get down here, futures, get down to close to a 20 RSI, the future is said to be oversold, which means we can start looking for a bounce there. The way we do this is what I call a far from moving average trade. I will go to the 1 minute chart at this time. And the second I see a green bar, I will jump in. I will not wait for 5 minutes. I'll jump in on my 1 minute as soon as I see a green bar. have my stop in based on the ATR. And I looked, that's anywhere between a 10 and 40 point move. And, going back today, if you see, every time we got below that 20 RSI, we had that nice little bounce. And if it gets above 80, it's just the exact opposite. We're overbought and we could look for a pullback. So those are the settings I use. A lot of people use 70 and 30. I like to be a little more conservative. So I use 70 and 20. And look, I journal these trades. Everybody should be journaling their trades. Topstep has made it very easy for us to journal our trades now, right? With the new feature that they have. This is a trade that works for me a lot more than it doesn't. So that's what I look for. And overbought, oversold.
David Green, will you jump in with a market order when you see it pop like that, or do you work a bid?
Yes.
Market.
What I will do is when we get to a 20 RSI, I'll probably put on one contract, just my little feeler, right? Then I'll switch to the 1 minute chart. And on the 1 minute chart, if I see a little green, that's when I get to my full size in the trade, have my stop order below, start taking profits on the way up. I want to get in on a 1 minute because if you look at any time we got down here, if you waited 5 minutes, it went up 40 points. You missed the whole trade. And every time it got down that low, if you waited, you missed the trade.
Fair enough. Do you see any shorts today? Like, was there any opportunities for you to get in short at all during this move?
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, my favorite trade to do, and the one we're going to make the most on, is a trend trade, right? So, we started very early in the morning in this downtrend. And if you look, every time we hit our 9 EMA early, this was around, 1,500, let's call it. We hit our 9 EMA. So when I'm looking to get into a trend trade, I want to get in on my 9 EMA and add on my 15 EMA. If it gets both above them, I'm stopped out immediately. So there was a shot here on the 9 EMA. There was a shot here on the 9 EMA. So from this level, guys, right around 19.5, we did not break this trend until here when we finally got above the trend line. And that was down, 200 points. So the thing is, when I get into a trend trade, and it doesn't happen very often, I'm not getting out of it until it breaks that trend, especially in the NQs, because, again, it doesn't happen very often, but this is when you can make 100 points or 200 points. I'm getting in for a technical reason. I'm not getting out from my full trade until it breaks that trend and starts going back up. And there were a lot of opportunities today. 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we hit again. We went down 100 points. And just recently, we rallied exactly up at 2 o'clock. And that was what? 19,327. And we're down 100 points from there.
Yes, we are.
So, and if it breaks trend, I'm simply out of it. So it gave like 3 or 4 opportunities to get on this trend on the downside today, based on the technicals I use.
Fair enough. Yeah, and me, there was no opportunities for me to get short. To me, it was I use the word messy price action, and the only reason I say messy is because it didn't really have any nice clean pullbacks this morning. The first 1 or 2 hours, it was just down, consolidate, sideways, down, sideways, down, and I didn't find any opportunities to get in short. I was actually doing, looking for, based off of, July, looking for areas for support to see if we can get that, 50 or 100 point bounce, and then switch and say, okay, now is a great opportunity to have a good risk reward to the short side. And yeah, here we are back all the way down to 19,240s, and it's just wait. I mean, it's very tempting to try and convince yourself to get in long, and then it sucks when you watch it have a nice bounce without you. It's just one of those. We're starting to see some consolidation here at the 240s, but I'm just going to be patient, wait and see what we do in Power Hour.
Yeah, and this is what I would say to people who are really anxious. I got to get in here. Well, listen, if you think we're getting a bounce here, at least know your stop. It's the low sale that we made. If it breaks that again, you get out. I'm not advocating that because I'm not trading it. But, at least you have something to shoot for now that's not down 100 points if you want to get stopped out of the trade.
I mean, feels like it's been the same,
and that's what
same pattern all day. Everyone's trying to get long when we start trading sideways and consolidating just to see those longs puke and take the market lower. See if that happens again. But quick Delta update from my man John. We have plus 1,300 in the ES, minus 5,000 in the NQ near the lows. So maybe we get some short covering, Dakota, going into the close, but that remains to be seen.
They're just chopping around here, consolidating from 20s to 40s.
Yeah, we got I'll get a little market on close at 330, and then at 350 we'll get the big one. So we'll see. Like you said, a lot of people are itching to push the buy button right here. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
We have to go up from here, don't we?
Yes, you think so. I mean, look at the daily and weekly charts. Yes, these are good entries to get long at, but we are not trading daily and weekly timeframes right now. So we're going to get long. The house account did get long. S&Ps from 5,500 had a tight stop. Down $700 on the day. Had unrealized up around $4,000 trying to catch the big bounce to the upside. Never got the follow through that we were looking for. Had a tight stop. Risk management down $700 for the day. No biggie. Come back tomorrow, and it's a new day. We'll see what happens. Always live to trade another day.
So how important is that, Andre? Have your stop orders. Respect your stop orders. It's okay to have losing trades. We're all going to have them, but let's not blow up accounts being stubborn.
100%. 100%.
That's nice when you can just go to bed and wake up and, hey, it's a new day.
It really is.
Yeah. And we have that opportunity every day. That's a beautiful thing about what we do.
Yep. All right, starting to see some sellers here, guys.
Yep. Right back down near the lows.
Yeah, and we're not oversold. We're hanging around 28 in the RSI, so we are only 20 points away from the closest moving average. So again, there's just nothing to do here. The question is going to be, are they going to really punish them or have some kind of bounce at some point? Like I said, technically we have broken some big levels in the spiders and the QQQs, so I don't know. I got room down another 10 points in the spider before we hit something I like.
All right.
And the QQQ.
Real quick, guys, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up on Twitter, X, call it what you want, at Topstep. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us some swag, performance dashboard stuff, battle station stuff, whatever you got, whatever you'd like to share with the community. We'll scrape that, turn that around to you guys. I still think we have some hashtag Fast Markets content to show you guys, so hopefully we'll be able to squeeze that in on this Power Hour, I should say. Right now, we're going to see if we can.
I wasn't dressed.
Thank you, David. Now you're better. Now much better. Much better.
Now I'm dressed.
Oh, man. I don't wear my hat as much as I probably should.
Like a NASCAR driver around here. You need to wear it, so I'm going to wear it. Yep.
You want the Ranger hat? I got that.
Ooh. Look at that.
Oh, there you go.
Where's your Yankees hat?
Bronx Bombers. It's in the closet. I got an Einstein hat. I got all sorts of hats. I collect hats. I love hats.
Love it.
The Yankees aren't doing too well here lately.
Nope, they're struggling a little bit.
Spend more money. Endless amounts of that. I'm jealous. I'm a Cubs fan. Cubs have the money. They just don't spend it like the Yankees do.
Let's see. First little test here is around 46 to see if we can get above that.
46 is got it.
First little trend line.
Immediately right back down. Just 10-point rejection.
Punishing longs.
Crazy.
Punishing longs.
It tickled it and smacked it down.
Yeah.
But I like at least we're consolidating here now a little bit.
You know what I love? That we're not trading, and the chat gets to see what real trading looks like, and that's sitting here BSing, talking.
Yeah.
That's 90% of trade. That's the majority of it.
It really is.
Boring.
100%. If you're doing it the right way, good traders should be bored most of the time. That's the bottom line.
Agree. The movies made it look a lot more exciting than it really is.
Yeah.
You know, I was in the Money Never Sleeps. I was actually in that movie, Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps.
Really?
I was actually in both of them. I was in the original Wall Street in 80, whatever they filmed it. I was an extra on the Florida Exchange. And then 20 years later, I was trading in an office, and Oliver Stone filmed one scene there, and I was in that movie too. I'm in it for about 6 seconds, about 41 minutes in, if you guys want to go watch Money Never Sleeps.
Absolutely will. Do you get residuals for that, David Green?
I think we got paid like $160.
All right.
For 6 seconds, that's not bad.
Sure isn't.
Yeah. That's when I got to meet Shia LaBeouf, and I almost punched him in the face.
Whoa! Please do tell. Quick, tell us.
My
Yes, what
daughter at
happened?
the time was, I don't know, 8 years old, and she was into the Transformers or whatever it was. And he came in, he was filming a scene, and he was sitting in the office, and I went in very nicely, and I said, Mr. LeBeau, can you please give me an autograph for my daughter? And he just looked very annoyed, and he scribbled something on a piece of paper. And as I'm walking out, I said, you fucking asshole. I think he heard me. I don't know. But I was ready. I mean, he couldn't take the time to sign a little girl's autograph. Piece of shit. So I've hated him ever since then. Pardon my language.
All good. All good. I love it. Yeah, quick look at tilt here. NQ 50-50, ES 50-50 as well. Nothing really showing. Go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was just gonna say, let's see if we get smacked down. We're back up to 240.
Yeah. So let's see. 46 and 61. Could show a little strength. But look where my hands are. I'm not pushing any buttons right now.
Not yet.
If we're going to get some short covering, it should start soon, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Looking for push above the 53 to 69 level in the NQ, perhaps to break the trend and push higher. Maybe looking for that squeeze they were just talking about. We'll see, though. Do have earnings after the bell. I got IBM and Chipotle. I don't know what else we got on the calendar.
IBM is going to be an
CMG
interesting one.
CMG's been getting wrecked since the split, right?
Ford, thank you, Eddie. Thank you.
Yeah, I did a little research. Actually, there's a few here, but those are the bigger ones.
Thank you.
Big.
I know we don't talk stocks, but CMG since the split has gotten absolutely destroyed.
Uh-huh.
Maybe if the earnings come out bad enough, it'll find a little bottom. We'll see.
In the range.
I see an opportunity for a 10-point scalp, and I just it would be a break of above these 42s. If we break above 42, maybe we see the mid 50s. But you know what? Why not? This is a practice account. I'm going to go ahead and see if when we do break, if.
What do you think of Dakota?
I mean, I'm in a practice account. I'm done for the day. I had my fill this morning, but that's probably what a lot of traders should do. Is if they're struggling, or if they're done for the day, don't force anything. Switch to a demo, a practice account. But long from 242, I'm just going to see if we could break up to these 50s. But every single time we've got up here, it's been smacked so hard. As we're seeing right here, right now, we're just immediate.
We haven't made a trade. I haven't made a trade since 145. That was my last trade, and definitely done for the day. I mean, we're just so weak. Every little bump up has just been smacked down so far.
Yeah, right there.
Yep. Bottom end of the range. See if they want to push it here.
Yeah, dollar bill says 19 120s. I mean, that's the next target to the downside. Yep. But
is that something technical, guys?
I keep hearing that number.
Well,
yeah, me too.
You've been hearing it from me and a couple other traders. But if you look at the hourly chart on the NASDAQ, or even the daily, let's switch to that.
Yeah,
go
let's put
over
the
it.
QQQs
up. Yeah, on June 5th and 6th, 5th, 6th, 7th, like there's a nice little zone, 19,120s.
I see it now.
But I don't have anything until then.
Well, I am not doing whole much right now. Trading around the lows. Let's trade 40,185. Low of the day, 40,150. Crude's chilled out a little bit, trading in the middle of the range. Last trade, 77.54. Gold chilling out too. Gold had a nice run to the upside, then saw some selling come in. Topped out at 24.33. Last trade 24.08. Here in the NQ.
You got some cards? We could play some Uno.
Reverse card.
No.
Patience. Oh, let's do this. I got a quick live trader update here at Topstep. Rips up $490. Yana down about $700. Coda hit the DLL, all good. MP up 877. Nick for a tick up 530. What else we got? Shun up $7,900. Wow, Raphael, we saw him on shoulder tap day. Raphael put up another massive day, 32, almost $33,000. Pinsin, seen that name a lot lately, up 32 grand as well.
Raphael's been crushing it.
Oh man, seriously.
Didn't he have like a really big winning day in his live account and his XFAs?
Well, live account today, up 32, almost 33 grand.
Okay, new lows. We're breaking down that consolidation.
Story of the day.
These are days we used to, on the floor of the exchange, play lives poker all day.
Yeah, just tell them how that.
Yeah,
for how much?
We'd have
$20.
You'd have 20 guys literally 20 guys standing around the post. And the numbers would be, 50 aces. Because you had like 20 guys playing.
It's crazy. I remember that. That's something I forgot that we used to do. Pull out a 5, pull out a 10, pull out a single.
Yep.
We got to get something going on here.
Yeah, it's probably better. Better done off camera.
right. Yeah, yes.
More selling coming in here,
we
guys.
got those earnings after the close. I thought HP was Hewlett Packard. It's not. But we do have O'Reilly. They've got their earnings coming out. Chipotle, IBM. I think those are the biggest ones. Ford. So IBM is the big dog on the block right now.
On Eddie, real quick. What's the name of that restaurant that you just mentioned with earnings?
CHIPOTLE.
Yeah, how'd you pronounce it?
Chipotle?
Yes. You said Chipotle the first time. Like, oh, hello. You got it.
You know what? I went through this weekend, and there was a line ahead of me, and everybody's like really rude in line. Why do you need more of that? Give me more of that. No, I don't want. And I was like, thank you, please. Oh, that would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, good job. Love that. Oh, yes. And when I got to the register, the girl at the register gave me a large empty cup, and she says, "Here, this is for you." I'm like, "Well, I didn't order anything to drink." She goes, "Well, you're one of our better customers." See, I tell you, being polite, nice, will get you a large drink. There you go.
There you go. Life lesson. I love it.
My mother always told me,
be nice.
Doesn't cost anything
Respect.
to be nice.
It doesn't.
Kindness pays. Exactly, Andrew.
I'll tell you this too. Also, with IBM, IBM does not have the effect on the market that it used to. It hasn't for years.
Big Blue
used to be the biggest bellwether in the market.
Oh yeah.
People don't care now. You watch, no matter what it does, the QQQs won't move much based on IBM. All right, come on, guys. Decide what you want to do here. Either spike them down or do something.
Yeah, I'm just slowly going down right now.
David Green, very orderly and technical sell-off today, would you say?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, but I guarantee the Fast Money guys and everyone on that show is going to be calling Armageddon now. I told you this was going to happen. And Dan
TV.
Nathan's been short for 10 years, right? He's right once every 4 years. I knew it. I told you that. Get out of everything. It's the end of the world.
Do you know some of those cats on CNBC, David Green?
I do. I know Josh Brown. I know Dan.
Just going to ask about Josh Brown.
Yeah, I know a few of them guys. Yes. But Dan's been the biggest bear for 30 years. He's been a bear. So.
I mean, tomorrow we could have a 3% day up. You just never know.
Yeah, very possible. The best trade would be to open down big tomorrow and start buying some stuff. That very rarely happens, though.
slow day.
And this is just happening so slowly.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. 28 minutes left.
50-50 across the board on the tilt. Update on Delta, minus 500 in ES. It was plus 1,300 about 25 minutes ago. It's now minus 500 in the ES, minus 5,500 in the NQ.
You know, maybe the market on close is what does it at 350. Does something.
I'll get behind that. And then Biden has a speech later tonight, so maybe there's more uncertainty to come.
I guarantee people are itching to just push that buy button. Buy
right now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit of it now. 30-point bounce, back up to those 40s. Now we're starting to see some volatility come in.
This is it.
Do it.
Yep. And we'll see in about 17 minutes. Announcement at least.
Here we go. Come on.
We're pushed into the 53s, David Green is. Here's your 53s. Push it into the 60s. Into the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, I could see us getting to the 80s, 85, 86 if we really go here.
Is this the squeeze? Or is it just covering? I'm just trying to come up with stuff, Dakota. I'm just trying to come up with stuff right now. Work with me, Dakota. Work with me. Come on.
I mean, everybody who's been long all day is probably cheering. I knew it. I knew it was going down.
That's exactly right. I told you this was going to happen.
I know. Blind squirrel, right?
600 points down, 50 points up, and everyone's...
I told you so.
All right, 75 is the real test. If we spike up there. Is this love?
Dakota, you're long in the practice account from what price?
No, I'm flat. It's just completely flat. That little run down to 212s, 213s stopped me out.
Ed James says, let's go, baby. Ed James, happy birthday. Happy birthday. David Green, will you wish Matt James a happy birthday, please?
Happy birthday, Matt James.
There you go.
Happy birthday. I do what is that called? Not the Venmo, where people wish you happy birthdays and get paid. What is that?
Cameos? Yeah. You're on Cameo? No.
Cameo, yes, I'm on Cameo.
You're on Cameo? Amazing.
No,
the more I learn about you. Oh, I was say the more I learn about you, the more I love you. Incredible.
Most people don't know who I am, and I'm quite happy that way.
Right? Only thing better than being rich and famous is being rich. Happy birthday.
How about this icing on this cake? This over the wire here. Former Fed Reserve President Bill Dudley, remember Dudley, today called for the Fed to cut rates as soon as next week amid recession concerns, reversing his long-held view for the U.S. Central Bank to persist with its higher for longer rate regime. He says, I've changed my mind. The facts have changed. So he's calling for it next week.
There was a rumor that they were going to do something this month. There was.
Yeah, July 31st policy meeting. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
Well, we'll see.
I don't know if that would be good or bad, quite frankly.
Things move fast. Things change really, really fast in the markets.
Remember when they were talking 6 rate cuts coming into this year? Yeah. What happened?
Maybe they do 6 in one day. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
He's just cutting the rate by 5 points.
Oh, man.
we got more. Hold on. We got more. Don't go away.
Remember the emergency rate cut in 2008? Didn't see it coming on Friday. And, yeah, it was easy money.
Let's see if we can hold like 50 now and build a little bit. A little resistance at 85. I would have shorted it if we spiked right up there, but now we're sitting in the middle of everything. Let's get a little.
Yeah, if we can have more than 15 minutes worth of green stuff on the chart. 13 minutes left.
19,310. I have a 15-minute resistance at 19,310. I will try that for a short if we spike up another 25 points.
David, you holding any Philip Morris stock?
I do not.
No, 52-week high.
Wow. Well, what they used to say, if you can smoke them or drink them, when the market's bad, buy them.
Yep, vices.
Fire it up.
Yep. All right, into the 70s now.
True.
Yep, 70s.
Yeah, 80's the real test here. Let's see.
I will buy a pullback now. I think if we get a pullback into the 50s, I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
51's like 50, 51 Dakota now. Could be a
yeah,
little
that's
spot
about
there.
what I'm looking at. Ooh, $100 coming in
And
at
hopefully-
75.
Yep.
Hopefully we trend up for the rest of the day then. It's worth a shot with a stop.
Or the 80s?
Right around 51.
Here. 70% long on the tilt for NQ.
Have we heard about the lonesome loser?
I'm gonna push into the
87 is
mid-80s.
the real level.
Hold on.
Yeah,
First it was
87.
69, David. Then it was 80. Now 87s. Just keep
Well, my
pushing
moving
higher, right?
average is changing. Go look at my
Yep.
30 EMA. It's
I got you.
87.
Yep.
Put up my chart.
We're going the right way for sure.
87. And look, I wanted it to spike right up there. What did we just get to? We got to 87. Oh, that's why my order got filled. Jesus Christmas.
What do you what's your position?
I'm just short a tiny bit at 87 off the 30 EMA. But I'm not married to it. We'll see what happens. I really like the 15-minute. We got 19,312. Next real level.
Netflix says,
like
I love
another
Dakota and
100
David
came in at
together.
80.
100
Yeah,
lot?
so I'm covering a little here for 7 points at 80. Not married to this, like I said. 10 points now.
Nice.
77. I just took 10 points. I don't know. I think we can blast out above here.
We could see a break above 300.
Just like that. Nice cover.
No pullback. No pullback on this.
I'll show you where I'm getting the 19,312 from. Look at my 15-minute.
312.
There we go. 19,313. That's the 15-minute trend line. But this is making everybody happy.
I'm sure it is.
Last 20 minutes of the
Break
day.
of
Yeah.
300s coming in. Let's see.
Nice cover, David
break.
Green.
I'm just trying to add little bits. I've been done for a long time. I will try 19,313 if we spec up right now.
Into the 300s.
Yep. Broke 300s.
Yep. A lot of times, guys,
Yeah.
you don't want to get in the way of it.
Unfortunately, it didn't give me another opportunity to get in long. We broke out, and there was not much of a pullback or an opportunity. So this is one of those that it really sucks when it happens. Where okay, we can have a rally at the end of the day, it breaks, and then it just does not pull back and give me any opportunity, and it just goes, and that's what it's just done.
But if we're going again, it's always easier to look back now, right? But look when we broke the trend, right? That was about 60. That's when we got above this trend. Boom. It broke the downtrend right around 60.
Yeah,
it's early. Who knows? We can still get a big pullback.
Yeah, I could also see us going to 360, like 350, 360s, if we do catch
look at that.
A nice rip.
Yep, 54 is the 60 EMA. I think you can see it on my charts.
Yeah, I do. There we go. They're lining up. That lines up.
Then you know I'm going to be aggressive up there.
Love it. Gold selling off. Gold making new lows. We pump in the NQ.
And I'll cancel this. I'll cancel the 13 now because we got to like 07. You know, if we could have spiked right up to 13, it gave us 20-point pullback, but we didn't quite.
Here's a good question, and this relates to exactly what just happened to me. If you believe a trend would continue, but you miss your entry, what stops you from getting in anyways? So me personally is my risk reward and my strategy, where I have to get in with a reason outside of I think it will go this way or I feel it's going to do this. For example, you know, I was looking for maybe a end of day rally, a nice little market bounce. We broke the trend and we didn't get the pullback, so I couldn't get in, even though I thought we could still rally. I'm not going to chase it.
No, I will never chase it. I can't tell you how many times during the day I'll put an order out and it misses it by 1 tick or half a tick, 1 point, and then it does what we thought it was going to do. You'll kill yourself, guys. Keep doing that. It's next trade. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
It's a bad feeling when the market goes the direction you want it to go without you, but you just have to deal with it.
There'll be another trade. That's for sure.
David Green, do you still get pissed when stuff like that happens, or are you callous to it at this point?
No, I don't get pissed.
No.
Nope.
Seen it all. Love it.
It's not that. It's just why. It's just going to put you in a worse frame of mind when you do that, and maybe you start chasing shit now.
Yeah. Okay, you're right.
No. I still get a little bit where yesterday it wasn't me losing a trade. I mean, once I get in, I know what my risk rewards are. But sometimes it's where I'm looking for the trade and I miss it when it follows my strategy. I got up, I walked, I sat back down, and then move on to the next. Days like today and just what just happened where we rallied, 80 points, and I was, after I just got stopped out of a long, I'm like, I thought it was going to go up. It went up. I missed it. All you could really do is kind of just laugh and move on.
Right?
Just laugh.
True. Look, it's I get frustrated sometimes when something misses me by a little bit. I don't get angry. It's just, it happens. I don't get angry when I have a losing trade, as long as I execute it properly. To me, there's no difference between a winning trade and a losing trade. Just execute it the way you're supposed to execute it.
Spot on.
Just one more step closer to a winning trade.
That's right.
That's it. So, I mean, maybe now in the low 50s. I don't know.
Here's the pullback.
58 to take a shot, maybe.
58's
had a lot of volatility.
Sure have. Wow. Yeah. 1,258 long.
Ooh, I think that was it. I think that could
right
be
there,
close
Dakota?
to that pullback. Yeah, I missed it. That was it. I glimpsed over and we pushed down to 66s. Consolidated just for a
nice spot too.
Whew. What an entry.
Son of a bees.
Got that. Yep.
Oh, I'm so mad now.
Let's pissed off. Now let's see if it gives us
spot. But I'll tell you, if we go down there again now, I'm probably not going to do it now because we're sitting in the middle of everything.
I'm just going to say the same thing. If we go back down, then I'm like, well, the trade's invalid.
And then it'll hit that, and it'll go up 20 points.
Oh, don't we love trading? We love to trade.
Got MOC at about.
I'd rather miss trades than losing trades. I'm okay.
Fair enough. Back to the 66s.
Yeah, that was a nice
if
little.
We break the 50s, maybe we go back down to the lows. So who the hell knows now? This is called gambling right now.
Huh. Yeah, if we didn't go there, if we couldn't keep moving higher there. They keep just punishing these longs.
I do like these mid 50s. If we get these mid 50s, I'm going to go ahead and take a long. Getting close.
Right, I'm going to try one with 50. I'll try one with you.
All right, keep us posted. Got MOC in about 3 minutes. MOC announcement.
I did it very, very small at 59.
Okay. Yeah, I maybe I'm a little bit too patient trying to get the lower 50s. Let's because this is kind of where we broke out. This is where we broke out, and we're coming back and we're retesting this.
We could bust right down through here. It's just total crap shit.
Yep.
And if I get like 65, I'll sell a little bit. Especially this close to the market on close.
Yeah. Yeah, still pushing lower. But 3 points off the lows.
I sold a little at 65 from 59. So at this point during the day now, I'll just have a break-even stop. That's it. Let's see if we get a real.
What's your position, David?
I bought at 59. I sold some at 67.
Okay.
So I'll have my break-even stop now. This late in the day. Whatevs. Small anyway. Especially with the market on close coming in 2 minutes. I'll take some off at 75 if we get there.
There we are.
Nice.
A little at 75.
Eddie, you got MOC.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with MOC now.
Into the 80s. Why do you keep laughing?
Man, just me missing it. I'm just missing everything. That's what I'm saying. Just I don't mind. It's funny. Oh well.
I'll raise my stop now to 75 on the last one. That's it. So I'll lock in 16 points.
It's trade management.
40 seconds left.
Money to the upside and downside.
You can buy the Queen of Hearts and
Delta. That's 4,700 in the ES. Minus 5,400 and Q. Bit of a divergence there.
And got stopped out at 75.
Still a great trade.
Nice trade.
All
Gold's
bets
still
are
selling off. MOC in a couple seconds here. Eddie?
Yep.
You get
Getting
it.
up here.
Here we go. Do it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Coming up here.
Oh. Juice.
Come on,
Where's
Juice.
the juice? Where's the juice?
I don't know. Juice is sleeping today.
Yeah.
They're like,
Slipping,
oh, crap. What do we got?
Flipping.
The juice is loose.
Sellers coming in.
Do I got to contact the news desk there? What's going on?
Let him have it, Eddie.
I'm gonna. All right. S&P, we are up 600 million to the buy side. NASDAQ up 280 to the 280 million buy side. Dow 275 million to the buy side, and our Magnificent Seven up 50 million to the buy side. So far,
Yep, right back into those 250s. I'm in 2.
Wow.
I'm going to get into 3 if we show any support right here.
Not big market on close numbers.
Nope.
No, really
What is
small.
big? David Green, what is big? How many billion have to be big?
Over $1 billion.
Over $1 billion?
$1 billion? Yeah. Close to $1 billion.
Jay Cook just let me know this is the biggest negative day in a year and a half in the NASDAQ.
No, I'm just out. That was...
Whew. Man. Long's just getting, beat over the head.
Gonna jump in on this one.
Come on. Come on.
There we go. In long from 241.
Cover some shorts. Let's go.
From 241.
Yep, 241. Practice account.
Yep. Yes, making new lows. So the day 54.71 quarter.
Wow.
Scratch that 54.70. New low. Unbelievable.
Well, I've contacted them. Let's see what they got to say.
Yeah, let them know.
Let them.
Yeah. Listen up,
Top step
Juice.
over here, buddy.
That's right.
Here we go. I'm on.
Nice Dakota. Squeeze him.
Now we'll see.
Yes, tagging some new bottoms here.
Mm-hmm. Keep us posted if those MOCs change, Eddie.
Yeah, they don't have that graphic up yet, so we'll find out.
Oh, they don't? They don't have that pie chart
Jamie,
thing?
my buddy Jamie over there. Yes.
Jamie.
See what Jamie's got to say.
Counting on you over here.
Oh, they know me.
We got thousands of people watching. Got 110,000 subscribers at TopstepTV watching all around the globe. You like what you're seeing? Click like, click subscribe.
Yeah.
Didn't get that.
We ran out of corn dogs. Yes. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, the spies are worse. Spies are just
brutal,
absolutely decimated.
On volume too. 69 straight.
Yep.
Yeah, we found nothing. Just sold.
Nothing. Man. Out into the 20s.
535.50. 535.50 in spiders. I'm writing down for tomorrow. 535.50. Just in case.
Wow.
Earnings after the bell. It's going to be interesting.
Sure is.
Here we go. Back towards the lows.
Wow. Hey, Gabe, let me know how you want to do this. $220s.
Final 5 minutes.
I know. Joey Adams says, thank you guys. It was a great day trading. Thank you, Joey Adams.
Very rarely do we get days like this.
This was, it's a good trade. It's not easy, but there's volatility. Wow, now into the teens. New lows.
Oh, there's a squeeze lower.
Yep.
200s. Let's see if we break these 200s now.
Wow. Look out below.
The only way I jump in now is get that RSI. We get that RSI around 20. I'll try a little bit.
Damn.
But we're not even close.
Wow. Look at
I'm
this.
looking at 120s. 120s. Let's see if we get to 120s. At this point. Dang. Wow. We smacked into the 160s.
This close is going to be nuts. 80s. Low of the day. 68s. Damn. Hands off, David Green.
We were at 20,000 yesterday, right, Andre?
This is like playing Russian roulette.
No, Dakota, we were at 20,000 yesterday. Now we're into the hundreds. Oh my God.
I was looking at 20,100 yesterday, and here we are.
Dude. Slip Kid says trading would suck without TopstepTV. You agree here. Tune in, Slip Kid. All right, let's see if the buyer's going to jump in here. 4 minutes left in the session.
Man,
wild here.
Like 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andre, you've got a lot of energy, my friend. You know, I was talking to Samuel Jackson, and
the actor.
He also commented about you, and he's here watching the show. You know, here, let me play it real quick.
What's he got to say?
Andre has more energy than a nuclear power plant.
There you go.
Wow, thank you, Samuel. I loved you in Pulp Fiction. I must say, Snakes on a Plane, loved him there too. Great actor.
Oh, there's a 40-point bounce.
Sure is.
Crazy.
Wow. All right. 3 minutes left in the session. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers hanging with us today. Big down day. Biggest down day in a year and a half.
Year and a half, huh?
Year and a half.
Where are we at? Are we minus like 3.5% now?
Yeah, I think so.
In the NASDAQ? I think we are.
Yep.
Yeah, it's about 3.5.
Wow.
Discount prices.
It's not a circuit breaker today, though. So.
No.
Thank you, Netflix.
Here we go, right back down.
Yep. Gonna be long, yeah. In and out. Here we go.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Damn.
Still time to touch those 120s, 120s, 130s.
Yes.
Not far
Don't
away
blink.
at
No. I mean, yeah.
Maybe
it'll
after
be
the bell
interesting.
it'll test them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Secretly shorting. No. 2 minutes.
More
This is gonna get
earnings.
wild. This is just wild. How do you trade this?
Well, before it
Do we
gets
wake up-
wild, I'd love to show
Yeah.
a couple power hour submissions.
Yeah, let's get a couple in here, Gabe. We got like 2 minutes. Let's do it
real
quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So got a couple past combines. Shout out to the Wolf of IPDA. A couple 100Ks and a 50K passed. So congrats. Great work. Got a little quick battle station pick from Enoch. Loving
Oh,
the
wow.
green.
Yeah.
Hopefully that translates into green on the screen, but loving the green.
Hulk, baby.
Got
Uh-oh.
Hefe here. MP. I'm once again asking for you to listen to my rant. We love MP.
The best.
We got a couple others here. Lost Trader coming in with a Delta Boy submission. Looks like they got Coach J, man. I don't know what Coach J is eating or how often he's in the gym, but who's looking sharp.
Definitely he's been doing those sit-ups.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Hoag at the top there. You have Carl Hungus. I had to show this one. I got a kick out of this. This is because I passed the combine today, so I'm getting roasted over here for my excitement.
Love it. Love it.
Shout out
Well
to Carl.
done, Gabe.
Appreciate
Yep,
you.
Well done. Well done.
But that's it for now. Back to the markets. We'll see where we close today.
Thanks, Gabe.
And
Congrats.
that's
on
it.
passing
More
that combine.
volatility.
Yeah.
More volatility.
30
right?
seconds.
30 seconds.
30
Let's do
seconds.
this.
My God,
I
man.
think the better trade tomorrow is opening down again.
19,000.
Probably
19,000.
Thank you. Forget all every day.
Yep.
Ah,
Earnings
yeah,
after
yeah.
the bell.
Yep.
Beach tonight. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. Slow markets.
Yep. We got slow markets with Dakota. Dakota, who's on slow markets today? Real quick.
Oh, what is today? Today is
Hey, we got
Wednesday. I'll double check. Usually Jay's with me on Wednesdays, but I am starting early, 7:30 Central Standard Time.
Whew, what a session. What a session. David Green, Dakota, thank you very much. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take it away.
Diggity
Thank you,
dog. What a day. I tell you, gravity finally kicked in. Finally. Yes, tomorrow we're going to have a nice little buffet breakfast waiting for you at 7:30. So be here early. We've got core PCE prices, durable good orders. It's month over month for June. We also do have the GDP QQQ second quarter. Looking at also 7:30, we got the initial jobless clams, as Johnny Hoag calls it. So 7:30 is going to be pretty big. I would say be prepared and be careful if you do have a position on at that time. Retail inventories also coming out at 7:30. Scrolling down here, next number that we'll have will be the 9:30 natural gas. If you're trading that natty gas, by all means, we'll make sure that you get that number out. 10 o'clock, the KC Fed composite, no relation to KFC, but KC Fed Manufacturing Index also. 10:30, we got the 4-week, 8-week bill auction. 12 o'clock, high noon, we had a 7-year bill auction. Later that afternoon, Fed balance sheet, and we'll go from there. That should be it for that. As far as what we've got tomorrow, headlining here, we got a heavy schedule tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the 25th of July. Be here at 8 o'clock Central Time. Hoag and myself will fire up the machine. We've got Fast Markets with Anne-Marie, Hoag, MP, and Andre. France H. France is going to be with us here. I remember last time we had him on. Dolby and Andre, power players. We do have Andre and Brett for Shoulder Tab. JD Robert, group coaching. We have a session with Getting an Edge with Andre A. with Robert and JD. Power Hour going to end the day with, yes, the dynamic duo, Andre, Dolby, and Rips. Power Hour. So that should be fun. Something a little different. Don't forget, right after this in the Discord channel, we've got we got Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer coming up at 6 o'clock Central Time. Coach Ray, volume profile, code 7 o'clock. Coach Vince, tech analysis. And of course, slow markets, 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time here on YouTube with Coach Dakota. So there you have it. Hope you learned something today that, yes, even though we think that markets are going to recover, obviously, taking a look at a lot of these here today, most of them didn't. We've got some earnings coming out. IBM probably the biggest. So keep an eye open for that. So right now it's time to log off, right? It's family time right now. So time to get some love from those closest to you, get some rest, get some relaxation, all right? Get re-energized for tomorrow. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. Take care.